Hello, and welcome to ANUpod episode 2.
Yay!
Hello!
Do you want us to introduce ourselves, or do you want to do that job for us?
Now you can introduce yourselves.
Okay, do you want to go first, Ray?
Sure thing. My name is Rin and Helix. I am a wrestler from space. I play video games. I also sing occasionally. I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. That's it, I guess, for me.
Yay! I'm Rintinning. You can also call me just Rintin. I'm an Eldritch Nightmare, and I want to say that just because my cousin is the Abyss doesn't mean that he's my favorite cousin. No one likes him in the family. We want him out of the family. We're going to judge him publicly now. And sometimes I stream art, but most of the times I'm streaming games, and I'm very bad at them. So thanks for having me here.
Yeah, and thank you for resubscribing, Helix.
You Helix, whoever you are.
Whoever that is, we don't know him.
And for those of you watching this at a later time on YouTube, you will find links to Rin and Helix's Twitters and Twitches are in the description below.
We have the YouTubes.
As well, their YouTube channels will be on the end screen and in the description as well.
I make memes.
I am very bad at memes.
That's why I'm the one doing the job.
And hello, Rocky, and thank you for following. Never blame me, and thanks for the contributions of points to the challenge.
Oh yeah, I remembered. I just remembered. Thanks for reminding me. Also, yes, I do have my 9-incher.
9 yes.
It sounds kind of like a pet, like like sometimes I get it out of the house, sometimes I just let it stay in the house.
9-incher. Fear the 9-incher.
Very ominous.
Very ominous.
Yes. Most frightening indeed.
I wish I could say this will be a say-so stream, but I really doubt it will be.
You know, with me around, it will no longer be a say-so stream. You have learned your lesson during Cards of Humanity, Cards Against Humanity.
Yeah. Indeed. So now let's see. Can I have a good place to put this out? Yeah, sure, it will stand there. So shall we get into it then?
Thanks for making me higher or rather taller than Ray.
I'm just further back. I'm among the stars in the background.
You're just looking on ominously.
You have my support in being on say-so. Utmost support, Shoeheart says.
Thank you very much for that, Shoeheart. I will continue on to not disappoint in that department.
Yeah, Rin won't disappoint when it comes to being on say-so.
We are on a perfect scale. I'm the most unsay-so one here, and Ray is the most say-so one, and you're right in the middle. You're the middle child.
Yes. And those of you watching the stream, how's the music?
I will listen to it now.
If the volume is good and all.
Sounds good to me, I think.
It sounds good. I also like the ominous tone it has, like, we're going to die soon.
It sounds a little Silent Hill-ish.
Wow.
This is a very nice description I just gave. It sounds like we're going to die soon. Like we're down in the abyss. We're just making a podcast while getting attacked.
Well, you know.
Sure, please don't spread lies. I swore 3 times.
We're getting chased out the abyss by a hammer beak.
What was I gonna say again? Oh right, Made in Abyss What? Yeah. Oh, right. Lovecraft's Funtime Murder Hole.
Trevor, the author's Funtime Murder Hole.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the author of Made in Abyss? Hold on.
Should we give a bit of a quick explanation of what Made in Abyss is about?
Oh,
Yeah, by all
absolutely. I
means.
think that everyone has watched the anime like us, cultured people.
Yeah, we had a bunch of people that hadn't watched A Silent Voice previously that seemed to enjoy the talk and even get kind of inspired to watch the movie potentially. But yeah, Made in Abyss it's an anime about a city, well, I guess more of a town really, located on an island, and in the center of that island is a gigantic 1 kilometer wide hole.
Yes.
And that
My
hole. I'm sorry.
I will not continue on. I made a very bad show.
Jesus Christ, Ren. And that hole it's called the Abyss, hence the titular Made in Abyss. And basically the way the hole works, it's got some kind of it's got some kind of curse attached to it. And the deeper you go inside of it, the weirder it gets, and the more dangerous it becomes to leave it.
Yes.
Like, you can keep going down safely, nothing will happen to you outside of various monsters trying to murder you in very, very horrific ways, but you can just keep going down. But the moment you try going back up, you get hit with the curse. And the curse takes many, many unpleasant forms.
Yes.
From mild nausea to
death,
body horror, and death.
Indeed.
That is basically the summary. Like, and we follow the adventures of a couple of kids who
they're not that important.
Who decided to just take a stroll in the low cursed murder hole.
It's not like they're our protagonists. They're not that important. They just went out to get milk and they got lost on the way.
Well, I mean, honestly, at least for me, the Abyss is much more of an important character, so to speak.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is more of a character. That's why I called him my cousin, because he is my cousin and I hate him.
Like, you could take the Abyss and just set an entirely different show in it with different characters with different motivations, and it would still probably be really good.
Absolutely. The Abyss is a place, but it's also, due to its many qualities, it's like a character. And if you were to design a character after this place, then I think this would be a great antagonist, or at least a villain of some kind.
How exactly you turn it into an actual character, but
I mean, you can give it that kind of superpowers.
Well, yeah, but the whole thing is with the depth aspect and the escaping it aspect. Not so much that it has powers, but like the way that those powers are applied.
It's also because it's being like the people around the Abyss. Like, there's a town around the Abyss. They kind of treat it like a god, so you could work with that.
Yeah.
You can make a character who's like a god figure, and these are their kinds of powers.
Yeah.
And I have brought on screen a picture of the Abyss and the surroundings.
My giant hole.
Oh, God. So just so you get an understanding of the scale of it.
It's very gigantic.
Pretty gigantic.
It's pretty big.
Yes, very big.
If we have to explain a little bit more about it, is because I'm not sure how organic it will be during the discussion to explain more in depth about the Abyss. But the reason why you can't just... So you saw that it was just basically a black hole.
Yeah.
And that is part of the curse of the Abyss, basically, that if you look into it from above, it basically just looks black. You can't see much of anything. But if you go down it, and you look up, then you can't actually see the above layers or the town. You just see something that looks like sky, kind of.
It's like a false sky because you know you're
Yeah.
too deep down to see the sky again, but it's still there. So that is very confusing.
Yeah. In the duration of the show, the main characters reach a depth of about, I think 13 kilometers.
Oh yeah,
something like that.
13 meters. 13,000 meters and
Yeah.
13 kilometers.
Yeah.
And they will continue on to go even further, and the
Yes.
abyss is canonically believed to be at least 20,000 meters down. Like it's at least 20,000. They put a plus right next to it.
It's deep.
This
Yeah.
one is very deep.
And another part of the curse is, so the abyss is split up into layers, and the safer layers are more at the top, the more dangerous layers are near the bottom, and there is kind of a hard barrier between them. Like you don't really see a barrier, but there is a rather sudden shift in how the abyss looks, depending on which layer you're in. And
Oh
like
yeah,
the first
that's right.
the first layer, there's a Jet put up a photo of the abyss, not a photo, but like a drawing of the
Photo.
abyss.
We have been there for tourism's sakes.
So the first layer, if you try to get out of the first layer, you just get a little dizzy. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Kids have trouble with it, obviously, but most adults don't have too much trouble with it. Then you go into the second layer, and there you start to get nauseous, and that's the main one. That's the main one. You start getting more dizzier and more nauseous.
Yeah.
Then the third layer, you start to get hallucinations as well, like the nausea and the dizziness gets even worse. But then
You will also have a loss of balance.
Yeah, you get a bit of loss of balance, and you start hallucinating as well.
Yeah.
And then the fourth layer is basically,
yeah, there it gets worse.
yeah, the fourth
Oh, yeah.
layer.
It ramps
Like,
up.
Yeah, down to the third layer. If you go up, you can't really die from it, but
No.
you will feel horrible, but you can't really die from it.
No.
But
It's kind of like like you're hungover.
kind of, yeah, and also probably on mushrooms or something.
Oh
for the
yeah,
hallucinations.
absolutely.
And then on the fourth layer, you start experiencing crippling pain and bleeding from every orifice you have.
Yep.
All the orifices in your body, all the orifices just bleed out.
Yeah, including eyes and ears and everything.
And down there too.
Yep.
Thank you, Ren.
I just think the
We
thought
will-
of
we
having
will
like a
talk-
bloody pair of pants is so much more uncomfortable. Like you're already bleeding and you have this down there going on. Thanks. If I wanted my monthly, I would have gotten it.
Yeah.
And then the fifth layer,
Sixth layer.
The fifth layer, you start losing sensations in your body. You start basically going blind, going deaf, and being unable to feel anything. Which means that if you're currently climbing up, and that happens to you, you won't know where you are, and you won't be able to feel any part of your body to the point where you might try to, for example, climb up, like try to drag yourself up, and you won't feel like your fingernails getting ripped open by the rocks you're trying to grab onto.
Jeez, this is certainly a graphic image you've given us. Thanks.
Well, the thing that happens in the show is at least as bad.
Oh yeah.
And let me take the sixth layer.
You
Go
can.
ahead.
When you ascend from the sixth layer, however, you can either lose your humanity, as they put it, or die.
So either way, you will die.
Well, no. You
No,
don't
man.
necessarily die. No. The thing with the sixth layer is that it's considered the point where you cannot return.
Yeah.
Like down to the fifth layer, you can potentially go back out of the abyss and you can be fine. But if you reach the sixth layer, that's it. You cannot go back.
And when
Not
I
as a
said when I said
human.
death,
Or not
Yeah.
when I said
alive.
death, I meant that at one point in the anime, it has been said by one character that you will not only lose your humanity, but you will also lose all sense of self. Like you will lose your personality and everything along with it. So it's this fleshly thing, this thing that's just like not you physically and not you mentally, is just a hollow husk of what once was. So it's not
Well,
only death of ego, but then you can decide between ego death and normal death.
that's kind of true, but not exactly because the thing you're alluding to was a double dose, so it's a bit different. Like you've read ahead, you know about what's in the sixth layer.
We know.
Yeah. So there are beings there that could potentially leave and be somewhat normal, somewhat.
Nah, kind of.
Not physically, definitely not physically, but
Maybe not
they,
mentally too. A lot of therapy.
that's why I say somewhat. Like they could kind of live a life.
That pause said enough, thank you. They could kind of live a life.
Yeah. And then the sorry, Jad, do you want to go on?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
take that as well. And from the ascending from the seventh layer, the effects of the curse as well. Death.
You just die.
Yeah, it puts such a strain. I suppose it puts such a strain on your body that it just gives up.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you.
Rin.
Your body is giving you up.
Honestly, when I first heard about the seventh layer, basically just immediately murdering you, that sounds a little bit boring to me. I don't know if the manga has reached the seventh layer yet.
No, they
but
haven't.
They haven't. Yeah, I expect as much.
I'm most up to date in the manga, at least.
Yeah. But I really hope that once they get to the seventh layer, it's not quite as straightforward, because that feels like it's missing some drama there.
It's like some drama.
Well, yeah, I mean, with all the other layers, you can have a lot of like scenes, a lot of drama associated with that. Like especially the sixth layer has a ton of potential for drama, whereas the seventh layer, you just die. It's like, okay,
You just plop like a potato sack down the ground.
yeah. But supposedly at the bottom of the abyss is the explanation for all of this.
Yeah.
Like why the
Answer
abyss
of everything.
exists, what are all these layers, and there's a bunch of other mysteries in the show that are associated with the abyss.
The abyss is one whole mystery, basically.
Yeah.
It's a mystery wrapped around a mystery wrapped around a mystery wrapped around an enigma wrapped around a mystery.
Basically, yeah.
And that's why they go down into it and research it.
Yeah.
They're like, we want answers.
Well, the actual reason, like the in-universe reason for why most people go there, is because inside of the abyss there are relics.
Yeah.
That are like of unknown origin. No one knows where they came from, how they were made, or anything. And most of them have some kind of supernatural-ish power associated with them. And these relics then get sold off to foreign countries, and that's how Orth, the city surrounding the abyss, lives. Basically, that's how that's the basis of their economy. Because I don't know if you noticed, but there isn't a whole lot of place for farmland there.
Donks. I mean, we did see a farmer in the beginning of the first episode who had like this creature, this animal creature, and I wonder if the rest of the world also has those creatures. Like, is it more with our world similar, like normal cats, dogs, and I don't know, whatever? Or is it just because of the abyss that the abyss has such an effect on everything that surrounds itself that it also kind of morphs them after, like, to make it suitable for its own surrounding?
That I suppose I imagine that will remain probably a mystery. I doubt we'll get off
We
the
have
island
never
at
seen the
any point.
outside. Yeah, we have never
Yeah.
seen the outside of Orth.
No.
And I doubt we will.
We will never see. We will never find out, and my silly little questions will never be answered.
all we ever get to hear is just a very few things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're just going to talk about the anime. We have already mentioned it, but the anime is actually based on a manga, and it will soon get a second season. And there has already been a movie out in 2020, 2021 or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, we will also talk about those, but not today.
Yeah. One thing we know about the Curse of the Abyss is that it doesn't really have power outside of the island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's actually something I have been wondering about previously when I watched it. Is would a hollow taken off the island revert back to normal?
Oh. Now that's an interesting, silly little question.
Because there's a thing that happens. It's not a spoiler or anything, but it's kind of a background plot element. But there is a thing where supposedly people have been dying on their birthdays.
Birthday
on the
death
island.
disease. Birthday
Yeah.
death disease.
And one of the characters actually starts getting super sick around their birthday. But there is this humanitarian aid ship or something just off the coast of the island, medical ship, where they take that character, and as soon as they take them there, they're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So
and they didn't even start anything on that character. They just took them off the island, and they already felt so much better. Like,
no, they
that is the thing.
immediately recovered completely.
Yeah. No high
so
fever,
that's
no
a-
nothing.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting question for that will probably never be answered.
Yeah.
But it is interesting. It is interesting to say the least.
So do you guys want to dive into the actual show?
Sure.
We talked about half an hour about just the abyss and everything surrounded. That's like 30 minutes. We talked about half an hour just about this menial stuff and didn't even start on the series. Who wants to? I think because you're our host, you can go first, Shadow.
Well, yes. I suppose we can just start off just casually, talking about some events. I have here, the first episode, we see them down in the few of the characters down in the abyss on the first layer, digging for some relics. And it's mentioned that they have to get the most valuable items or something, I believe.
Or an assignment. Rico, she's our main character. She wants to get the most relics. So for the assignment, because if she has the most relics, then she could maybe be allowed to ascend another level. Like she could maybe go from, for example, 100 meters. She would be allowed to go 200 meters.
Yeah.
So she's basically cheating. She's basically playing smart by cheating, because this is outside of school hours, and they just they came into the abyss, and she's like, I want to cheat. I want to get the best. I want to get inside the abyss as quick as possible.
Yeah, one thing we should probably mention is so the worlds of Made in Abyss, especially Orth, is kind of a dystopian nightmare where children from orphanages go down into the top layers of the abyss to get relics, so that they can basically pay to be in the orphanage.
Yeah,
kind of.
they're all also children from people who worked in the abyss and people who were cave raiders, and most of them are dead, so they're basically orphanages for them. But our character Rico, she her mom was not dead, but she was not present, so she was just dropped off.
Yeah.
We also know that there are kids that come from the slums.
This is something that Nat, one of the characters who is with Rico in that first scene, he came from the slums and he also has knowledge about them.
Yeah. And also there early on there in the first episode, when they talk about the relics, the assignment there, Nat asks Rico said why doesn't she bring one of those things she pickpocketed?
She just swiped them. She was like, yoink, it's mine.
And she says that she don't want to do that because that's a thing that supposedly will lead her to the truth of the abyss.
Oh yeah, you mean the star compass?
Yeah.
It guides its user towards the truth of the abyss. Is what I've written that down.
And we see Rico concerned also over what would happen if she's found out to have such an item in her possession.
Because in the orphanages, I had a tongue twister. In the orphanage, you are not allowed to keep the relics you have found, because as I think Ray has said before, you are working your living off, like you're staying there and getting these relics so that the orphanage is able to sustain itself.
Yeah.
And if it's not possible, if kids keep just keeping stuff, then it will be probably bad for the orphanage.
Yeah. But of course Rico does anyway, because
she is a badass, like she's a girl boss.
Yeah.
So my first note about this episode is it will be a recurring theme. You will hear me get very upset about this over and over in this show, because as much as I love the show, there is one particular aspect of it that I just can't stand, and it's so the anime is actually better in this regard compared to the manga, but there is a lot of I'm just basically gonna call it child sexualization in the show. I know lolly, whatever, sure, if you're not hurting anyone, that's fine. I'm not trying to it's not for me. I will just say it is not for me, and it really annoys me, especially when it's incredibly blatant, like it is in the show on a number of occasions. Because my very first note is when Nat and Rico, our main character, when they talk about the fact that they're currently off hours and they're basically breaking the rules to go look for more relics, Nat reminds Rico that the punishment for getting found out is being what they call strung up naked, which we eventually see what it looks like, and it's basically BDSM torture.
Yeah.
On 12-year-olds.
They're still like, we have also a even younger character, and I wonder, do they give out these punishments to him? I don't want to know too. I'm just questioning. I don't want to find it out. I hope the answer is no. I hope it is no. Yeah. And I hope that this practice, in the story at least, will not continue on.
It does. Spoiler. Though, as I said, the anime is a lot better than the manga in that regard. The manga is just.
Yeah, I haven't read the pages of the manga where the anime is taking place because I was lazy. But when I watched, I read the manga for the Front arc because I was very curious to find out what happened after the anime. And I have 2 words: Papa Rod.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right. That.
Oh, fun fact! I actually I'm actually wearing a shirt with Bondrewd on.
Oh.
You know,
I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to make myself main abyss themed.
This is something I wrote down as a note later on. It's not. We will get to that.
Yep.
But just as a quick note, I think that Bondrewd could potentially be the most reprehensible bad guy in fiction.
I mean, if he isn't, then I wonder who's worse.
Yeah, like I really struggle to think of anyone who gets even close to as bad as him. And I'm not talking like it's not the kind of cartoonish evil, ha ha ha, I am evil, mustache twirl. No, he is way too well written for how horrible he is.
Also, he has 2 elements, and that's father and mad scientist strung together, and not like in Full Metal Alchemist. It's not like these are 2 things that work against each other, but more as if they're intertwined in a very fucked up way.
Yeah.
But let's get to Bondrewd when we get to him. It takes quite a while to get to him.
It takes 12 episodes. We're on episode 1.
Anyhow, like continuing on there in episode 1, let's see. I'm just gonna skip over a few things that happened, like just see like some things like. But then, however, just a few minutes, like I think it's just a few minutes, like later or something after the conversation they had about the relics and all. Rico asks for help with carrying her bag
because too many relics.
And she wonders like where Nat went off to. And then she comes around like a corner and sees him lying unconscious at the top of a flight of stairs. And she sees a big red flying creature.
Crimson Split Jaw.
Yeah.
Number 15.
Well, where I watched the anime, the subtitles use like Japanese names. So for that they said Benny Kuchinawa. I think I've seen like with like the subtitles where everything is like translate, everything has like English names and all, but where I watched they didn't.
Yeah, that's the version I had as well with the translated names.
Yeah, it's also my version.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, talking about versions. Netflix, please. I know you have Made in Abyss with English subtitles. I don't want them with German subtitles. I'm working not in German. I'm working in English. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But anyhow, they're in that scene. Rico then blows a whistle to attract the attention of the Crimson Split Jaw.
I was about to make a joke, and that is a good segue to our sponsor, NordVPN.
Yes.
NordVPN helps you to.
One day.
Yes. Hashtag not sponsored.
We're not sponsored at all. NordVPN. NordVPN, you can absolutely sponsor us. However, we would be so lucky. You know that I would be more than grateful if you would, give me a little email, and I'm just trying to seduce NordVPN.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the Crimson Jaw, whatever. I don't remember his name. This gigantic red flying fat snake thing attacks Nat, and Rico manages to divert its attention, and it goes after her. But basically, there's no real way she can escape because it's way too fast and way too strong.
Yep.
So even if she like dives into maybe if she found a deep enough cave, she might be able to escape, but nothing like that is available.
Yeah.
So she just keeps running until there is
Dead end.
Yeah, until a dead end, and then there is a huge shining light that makes a gigantic cylindrical hole in everything.
And its path like
including-
straight up destroyed.
Yeah, everything is like it just completely evaporates in a circular pattern.
I also
It
want to
do-
give something for a moment. I also want to voice something out because I am an artiste. And I've noticed that very quickly. And it's that the line art for characters, like human characters, and the line art for creatures from the abyss, they're very different. Like, for characters, it's very normal anime, like just very straight lines. But for the creatures, it's very chaotic. It's also at times thicker too. So it gives this effect where I don't know how it's called again, but there is this method that was used in the 1930s and 40s for cartoons, where they basically just traced over film material of someone who's already moved.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Why am I
Rubber
blanking on
hose,
the
rubber
name?
hose, rubber hose? No, that's the style. Rubber hose is the style.
No,
Anyway.
it was something graph, something.
Yeah.
Something.
I know that the style from that time was called rubber hose style, but I don't know how that technique was called. But it reminds me very much of that because the lines sometimes get more even and other times it just gets chaotic. And so yeah, I want to point that out. Creatures in the Abyss, except one that I will also point out, are all very chaotically line arted, and I love that difference.
Yeah. And here we have an image of the creature that we talked about.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Crimson
A very
Split
pretty
Jaw.
boy. He's smiling at us.
It's a flying giant fat snake.
Yeah.
Without eyes. It's kind of like a slug. Look at that antennae.
A little bit, I guess. Yeah.
If
so yeah,
slugs evolve to be evil.
So we see this basically this giant laser beam. Let's just call it what it is. It's this giant laser beam firing out of somewhere, and it manages to graze the monster. Doesn't hit it full on, just hits it on the side a little bit, but scares it off. And Rico then goes looking for the source of the laser beam and finds a robot kid, basically.
Yeah.
Boy, the anime coming out 2020. And she basically looks around and she also finds a pendant that follows the line of a laser. And she checks everything on him and like the texture of his skin and stuff and if he breathes. And she discovered that he is not human because his skin is different and his he doesn't breathe. So and she finds that really fascinating. She's like, "Oh my god, that's so cool."
Which actually he can breathe, as we find out later. Though I'm not sure if that's a plot hole or.
I think he just forgot. He just forgot. He was like, "Oh man, good, but I can breathe again."
Anyhow, then Rico gets not to help her bring the robot with them.
Yeah, she basically she saves the robot, she saves Nat, and they manage to drag the robot kid back to the orphanage. They do a little bit of shenanigans to manage to smuggle him into her room.
Because the director of the orphanage was waiting there and they had to shenanigans themselves into the orphanage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
How are you going to explain?
Sorry?
How are you going to explain a robot to an adult? It's just my friend, Robot Boy.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, they managed to get him into the orphanage, yes, but like, the whole shenanigans there with the. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking wrong.
It's okay, don't worry. Take your time.
They managed to get him in, like he was still completely out. He got him to, and they managed to get him to her room somehow, and they put him in a chair, a very interesting chair.
Americans know that one.
Yeah, and basically, so we're skipping weekend business, basically, yes. So we're gonna skip over. At least I'm intending to skip over. If you guys, if you guys want, we can go back to the details. But we've got a lot to talk about, so I think we can skip over some of the less important things.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they try different ways of reviving the robot boy until they have the absolutely brilliant idea of electrocuting him, which miraculously manages to work.
Yeah.
And he is literally in an electric chair.
Mm.
Like he's literally sitting in an electric chair.
Yep.
And they just turn it on.
Yep.
It only worked. It only worked because Rico she wanted to do the power on 2, but she accidentally put it on 2.
Oh yeah.
Success through failure, I guess.
Yeah.
Task. What is that? Like that? What to say? That like those like memes with the Windows like task thing. Was it tasks failed something or successfully, whatever it said?
Yeah. Mission failed successfully, basically.
Failed successfully.
And he wakes up. Then it's shortly revealed that before they electrocuted him, they tried to stab him, hit him with a flail, put burning coals in his mouth.
I have the list.
Tried to stick a stick up his butt.
Yeah.
And
the stick broke off.
Yeah. I don't know if you can tell how uncomfortable I am, but I am uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But like also as we noticed, like right before he gets electrocuted, he seems to have regained consciousness slightly. He seems to be waking up.
Yeah.
But he kind of like ignores it, I guess he did. What?
He was sleepy. Like, go back to sleep.
He was like, are those voices? And I'm like, whatever. Only for that, only to then like seconds later get like electrocuted.
If he weren't a robot, he would have died.
And Rico also casually mentions that, but his penis seems surprisingly normal.
I do not know how she knows how a PP looks like, how a weenus looks like, but
no, I really don't. I genuinely
orphanage. Belcaro Orphanage. We have a few words to exchange with you. The council of ANUpod has to exchange a few words.
Yeah.
My very next note is their society is pretty horrible.
Yeah.
And then basically stuff happens, nothing super important until Rico gives the robot boy a name, and she decides that it will be really sweet to name him after a literal dog.
It wasn't little the dog.
She names him after her dog that I suppose probably passed away or something.
No, it didn't pass away. She kept the dog with her, and she wanted to keep it hidden, but because dogs aren't allowed in the orphanage, it got found out and he got taken away. Yeah. We hope he got taken away to an animal shelter or something, and not some kind of other.
I'm sure that society is just bursting with animal charities.
I can't hope.
They seem like such lovely people, all of them.
I can't hope.
Yeah, he's on a farm upstate. Don't worry about it. And she names him Reg.
Yeah.
because after a dog, like Sebastian in Black Butler.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's go.
Also of note is that the show's soundtrack is absolutely incredible.
Mm.
It is
Kevin Penkin is really good with
It- it's-
soundtracks.
yeah, it's probably one of the best soundtracks you ever hear on anime.
Yeah.
And also the background art, like not the characters themselves, though the art on the characters can be amazing, but the art style it takes a little bit of getting used to because they're very, very childlike.
Even
But
adults are very childlike, so we're not
Yeah.
exaggerating.
yeah, the art style of the show is it's very kiddish. Like if you just see a random screenshot of the show, you'll think, oh, this is like some kids show.
But joke's
Which
on
it-
you.
Yeah, holy crap, is it not?
Holy crap.
But the background art, like just like the actual backgrounds, the scenes, everything. The
Baby
art there
buttons.
is it's like I don't know. It's like they saw actually didn't some people who worked at Ghibli also animate like draw some of the backgrounds here? I think there was something like that.
Maybe.
I don't
Because the-
know. I don't
because
know.
the
Even some
background-
people from Ghibli worked, or Ghibli. Do you say Ghibli or Ghibli?
I say Ghibli because of the H. GH to me sounds like a
Oh, okay.
like
I say
good
Ghibli.
sound.
Yeah, Ghibli.
It could be Ghibli, yeah.
Anyways, I don't know. It could very well be because some people from Ghibli also worked on Hoseki no Kuni, and yeah,
Mm.
I think they're
Yeah,
just
the-
very widespread.
Yeah, but the background art is like you can probably take a screenshot of basically any shot of the show that doesn't have characters on it,
Yeah.
and you can put that as a wallpaper. Like every single scene is unbelievably beautiful.
It's very, very nice.
Oh, and
Free wallpaper.
speaking of wallpaper, I think I've told you two about it, but like I have a Made in Abyss wallpaper on my PC.
Oh yeah,
I
you
mean,
do.
yeah.
You have Nanachi on it, and I know that picture too because I saw it on so many OST videos.
Yeah,
saw that before.
It's I think it's if I remember correctly, it's the cover of like volume 2 of the manga.
Ah,
What?
could be. Yeah.
Could be. I don't know. We are confusion.
But basically, that's the first episode.
Yeah.
Like that's the important stuff that happens in the first episode.
Yeah.
I mentioned this earlier when we talked, guys, in the group chat, but I actually gave each episode a rating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did, but
Yeah, and you'll see me be kind of negative on the first half of the season. I gave the first episode a 6 out of 10.
Mm.
damn.
Honestly, because just so little happens, and there's a lot of time spent on things that just aren't important later on. Like we get so much on the orphanage and stuff, and that stuff is just not important later on.
Mm.
And wasting the entire first episode on that I think it would definitely put off a lot of people.
I don't
And-
think it's bad. I don't think it's unimportant. I think it's like I will give this out. I will put myself in this place and say I'm one of those people who absolutely loves to find out about world building. I'm one of those high key junkies when it comes to world building. So I was actually very interested during the first episode, even when I first watched it, and because I'm one of those kinds of people. I'm one of those kinds of nerds. But I
No,
think
I-
the one thing that the first episode is really good in is giving this a lore, because we have this question of who the fuck is this child?
Yeah.
Where are his parents? Child Protective Services who?
I completely agree on the world building. I am a massive fan of world building. That's the main thing I like about the show. But the thing is that the orphanage is not the important part, and it's not the fun part. And you have 13 episodes.
Yeah.
Like you have a limit, and you have a limit of 13 episodes, and you spend 3 of those episodes outside of the Abyss.
I think you can see the orphanage kind of like this establishing the norms for the children because
but it's 3 episodes. It's an entire hour.
I know it's 3 episodes, but at the end of the third one they go into the abyss, so they're jumping down. We're going Mario style.
Yeah.
I just honestly would have preferred if it was 1 episode outside of the Abyss, set up the things in as quickest fashion as you can, and then after you're in the Abyss, you can have some flashbacks. You can have her remember some of her friends. You can have some scenes of that.
I think that would have been even more disruptive. Because the Abyss is so chaotic, and from the second layer down, it will just get even worse for them. And I think if you have a flashback during that, and if you have these characters you don't know, you're like, oh, who the fuck is this? Who the hell is this child now?
But we already have scenes that take place outside of the Abyss. Like after.
Yeah, but if we don't know who these people are, then we wouldn't have any emotional attachment to anything here. Like that's I do not say that you are wrong or anything. I'm just saying that for me personally, I don't think they're useless in any or unimportant. I just think they're like kind of establishing the norms, and they're also there to show us the human side because we don't spend much time with humans anymore after we enter the Abyss. So this is the last chance you can get to have anything human, like a human surrounding. So this is just my take because everyone in the Abyss is kind of insane.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't call that any more human.
No, what I'm saying isn't like I'm not saying that I am factually correct. Like this is just my take on it, but just imagine, for example, a battle shonen anime or something that is 13 episodes, and that is all they have been approved for, and the first fight is in episode 4. Like that's kind of.
Correction, the first fight is in episode 1.
No. I mean, what? No, I'm saying the Abyss is the star of the show. Like the Abyss is the important thing here in the whole series, and we only really get into it in episode 4. So
I will stand by my opinion that it's like as I said, none of us is saying you're wrong or I'm right.
Yeah, of course.
This is just personal opinion here, and my personal opinion here is that I don't think that the arc, like I kind of learned to appreciate the arc with the Orf arc. I've learned to appreciate it more because goddamn, these children, this is the chillest times they've had. This is the most relaxing they had considering their development in the story and in the Abyss especially. So you see this normal nugget, you see this normal side of their life where they are with humans, and you see the society, you see this culture around cave raiders and of Orv, because the people, like I know the Abyss is like the main character, even more main character than Rico and Rag. But I think that if the Abyss didn't have people that are lured in like a Venus trap, then its importance wouldn't be as extreme. Like, it would be one thing to say, oh yeah, this group of explorers, they kind of played with God's hand, so they got what they've got coming. Yeah. But this is like a whole city that was established just around this one pit. Yeah. Like they just established this one city and had this one culture because cave raiders were like, we don't like to go back home across the sea, so let's just establish a town here. And the fact that this happened, it just says enough about the Abyss's influence on the humans that this fact even happened and that this culture exists too. Yeah. That's just my view on it. That's just my view.
I bet the founders of Orf were like, oh hey, look, big island with big hole. Let's go into it.
Oh, Pog hole.
But yeah. there was also a thing about that we didn't mention earlier about the abyss, that supposedly every 2,000 years something big happens there.
Yeah.
But the island wasn't settled 2,000 years ago, so no one really knows.
Yeah, and there's this mystery of people finding corpses, or rather skeletons. They find skeletons in a praying position, and no one knows the origin, and no one knows why they are in a praying position. So there are even objects inside the abyss that are like 4,000 years old, and the city itself is not that old.
Yeah. And you can actually see on the map that Jad brought up earlier that the 6th layer has a lot of what looks like kind of modern buildings in it. Like not modern, but like
it's technological.
Yeah,
It's
there's like a big clock. There's like actual architecture.
What I really appreciate in the map too is that you can see on the 7th layer, it doesn't look like anything at all. It kind of looks very Lovecraftian because the circles are kind of like eyes, and if you look at the hole, it's like teeth are around it, and they're like closing in and getting like eating something, and it's very interesting because it's not only giving us the information that no one knows exactly what is down there.
Yeah.
But also that this is kind of the eldritch appeal of the abyss. Like it's this giant maw that just takes and
Yeah. Here you can see.
Thank you for
This is the
the slow motion.
Yeah, thank you, Jed. This is the 5th layer, and once we get down to the 6th, there's like buildings. There's like this big clock.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, the clock. There's like this windmill too on the side. Like it's really interesting.
Yeah, so
it's also called the capital of the unreturned. So I wonder how many unreturned are there. I thought at first that this is a literal capital. I'm sorry. It was a literal capital because there's so many people who just went unreturned. I don't know why. My brain just thought, oh yeah, society.
We later find out that there is a city there.
But that's manga.
But that is weird. Yeah, and that is in the manga. That's not part of what we're going to talk about today.
Yes.
Also, because I wondered about this, but there is an actual explanation for it. Why? Like, how do we even know what's in the 6th layer and below? Because, like we mentioned, people don't return from there.
No.
It's not possible, even if you try.
Yeah, the way we know what's down there is because they use hot air balloons, and they draw what they see, and they make notes and stuff, and they send it back up. But the abyss also kind of drives you insane. So anything below the 5th layer is taken with a heavy dose of salt.
Yeah.
Especially the 7th layer.
Saucy.
Yeah.
So let's continue on to the episode 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Episode 2, Festival of Resurrection.
Yes. Oh, thank you for even saying the title.
Yes.
Do you want to say the beginning of episode 2? Do you want to summarize?
Just starts off with them in Rico's room, and she holds up the star compass and does and she does like some kind of like spiel about it, like how it points to the bottom of the abyss, and Nat just sighs and like, oh, she's doing it again.
But it's so funny that he says she's doing it again. Like this is like the 500th time that she has talked about it today. Like, oh, can she shut up about the stupid thing?
Yeah.
And then we get the official explanation of the effects that the abyss has on the human body. Like, as I think as Ray has said, first layer, mild dizziness. Second layer, nausea, headaches, and numbness of the extremities. Either way.
Like body parts, yeah.
Yeah. And from the 4th layer onwards, intense pain throughout the body and bleeding from all openings, so eyes, ears, mouth, etc. And from the 6th layer on, loss of humanity and life. And as this is how it was explained in that episode. And as Ray has said, in the 5th layer, you also get you also lose all senses.
I actually have a bit of a problem with this explanation for a few reasons.
Why?
The main reason being that later on we get a fuller explanation, and this explanation is very, very, very bare bones, and it skips layer 3 entirely, and it also combines, like, it just says, and then layers 5, like loss of humanity, whatever. And that's
it says from this layer onward, and it's kind of confusing to it first.
I wrote down that it says specifically layer 5 and 6. I could be wrong about that.
It says it doesn't talk about layer 5. It says from the 4th layer and then right after from the 6th layer.
Oh, maybe it skips over 5th. From what I remember, it talked about the 5th and 6th in the same sentence, basically, which to me is very weird, given the barrier that it is between the 5th and 6th layer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like grouping those two together seems really weird.
The 3rd layer was also not mentioned. I just looked at it and it wasn't mentioned.
Yeah. And it's just really weird why they would even have this explanation, given that like only a couple of episodes later they give a much fuller explanation of the whole thing.
I think this is like kind of the public knowledge. Yeah. Like this is the public knowledge, and the knowledge that we later on get. It's like from someone who's an experienced cave raider.
Yeah, it's not exactly well explained.
I don't know.
Though, why
I don't know why.
Yeah,
we don't know why. We would like a better explanation, Mr. Offer, Mr. What was his name? What was his face again?
Yeah, my next note is, of course, stop sexualizing children. Oh my god.
We've been new.
This is, like I said, this will be a recurring theme.
Oh yeah, we find out that Rag has like a lot of like he is probably the most valuable treasure of the Abyss. And there's this ranking, and he's called an ANUpod. Yeah. And that's something that even Rico's mom, who herself is a white whistle that's currently doing her last dive. And the last dive for everyone.
Both of those terms.
I want to explain.
Last dive.
Yeah, I will explain the last dive, but white whistle will be explained later on. So last dive is something that white whistles do when they want to go beyond the 5th layer. As we said before, the 5th layer, you can still return with your humanity and life intact. But if you go from the 6th layer, you will just absolutely die or have a loss of humanity. And it's because of that it's called last dive, because at this point they cannot return. So every white whistle that's like, okay, I want to go even further, and I don't care about my family, I don't care about my friends, I don't care about my life. They make their last dive, and this is them just going beyond the 5th layer.
Yeah. Needless to say, they can't return in the same state they entered.
Yeah, exactly. Though I do think we need to explain what a white whistle is, because that was very important to the explanation of the last dive.
Okay, then I will explain very quickly all the whistles from bottom to top. So at the very bottom we have the red whistles, and they're basically like apprentices. Rico, all the children in the orphanage are red whistles. Except the very small ones, they are bells, so they don't do any cave raiding at the moment, but the ones who do, they are red whistles. Then we have blue whistles, and that's one above the red ones. Then we have moon whistles, and they're a dark purple, and usually those are instructors, but they can also be just normal cave raiders. And for example, the teacher in Rico's class, he has a moon whistle, so go figure. And then above the moon whistles, we have the black whistle, and they have black whistles. They don't have a cool name like the moon whistles. And after the black whistles, we have the highest tier. It's white whistles, and based on your whistle, there's a certain limit to how deep you can go, and a white whistle doesn't have any limits. They can go above and beyond. They can go as deep as they want. So, and there's not a lot of white whistles actually. A white whistle is also someone who can send a balloon from the depths of the abyss, and their words are more likely to be believed than the words of some, for example, some moon whistle or black whistle, because they are associated with the abyss. They are people who have not only survived the abyss but also are kind of part of the abyss. They are ingrained with the abyss's legend and stuff. So they're also considered the voices of the abyss.
Yeah, and there's also the thing about. Sorry, Jad, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that as you viewers saw, I have brought up an image of the whistles on screen.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
We can see that white whistles are so much more unique and individual too.
Yeah, and there's also something that gets brought up about the white whistles is that all of the white whistles, each white whistle, has some kind of super high tier relic that augments them in some way.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can just keep those.
It's not exactly clear if that's a requirement to become a white whistle.
I don't think it is. I think it's an allowance.
Or if it just so happens that white whistles all have some super duper weird and powerful relic.
Yeah.
I think whoever is in charge of cave raiders, they're like, okay, white whistles are allowed to keep 1 or 2 relics, but not more.
Mostly because who's gonna take it from them?
I mean, yeah, if you're going to fight a white whistle, you're going to die.
Basically, yeah.
What I'm about to say is something that's not mentioned until a few episodes later on, but we get the explanation that white whistles are, as it was put, armed to the teeth with relics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they all have at least one super special weird relic that is much more powerful there than regular relics.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if those are actually I don't think they're all bots.
No,
they're not.
Yeah, I don't think
I think they're just special class relics.
Yeah, they're just very special class.
I think that's what they were called exactly, special class relics, yeah. Because there's like class 1, class 2, class 5, whatever relics. And then there's special class relics, which white whistles have. And then there's all bots on top of that.
There's also another fact about white whistles. More specifically, the object instead of the person. The white whistle can only be blown by its owner.
Yep.
So it only makes a sound when the owner blows into it. It doesn't make a sound if even a relative would do the same. Like a direct descendant, like it would just not give a sound.
Yeah, and we get a bit of an explanation of that later on, though I don't think in the anime.
No, not in the anime. We will get an explanation, but not this episode. Wink.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, we got explanation of the curse, and they then talked about Reg, what they've discovered about him, how he might be a rarest relic, yada yada.
It's all so boring. Let's skip to the most important part.
Yeah.
Yada.
Like my next note is, bruh, get on with it. Who cares about the orphanage?
We eventually then see them trying to get the Reg to become like an official, like how to put it, actual
cave raider.
Yeah, actually
get him into the orphanage.
Yeah, and be officially let into the orphanage. So they set up to have him meet the leader,
their teacher, and he has a story that has been given to him that should make it easy for him to get inside and become accepted into the orphanage.
Yeah.
And it actually worked.
Yeah, and
The
that's
story mostly boils down to amnesia, lol.
Lol, I have amnesia and my sister is dead.
Yeah.
Though it does really bother me that leader, that's what they call the funnily enough, not the leader of the orphanage, but just one of their mentors. He's not super concerned about the fact that this kid has very blatantly robot arms
No.
that he can actually use. Like, okay, I get it. Like, the explanation they give is, oh, it's foreign technology. Okay, but those are still robot arms. Like, wouldn't you at least consider the possibility that maybe they're relics?
I think he knows. I think he knows exactly what is going on. That the kids are all behind it, and it's actually even confirmed 1 or 2 episodes later that he knew all along that
It's confirmed that he knows their current plan at that time. It's not
not
exactly
only their
confirmed that
current
he
plan, but
knew.
also he not only I think he not only knows that, but he also knows that Rag is not a normal human boy. Like he has to be a not human boy to look like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which begs many other questions, like why does he not care, and does no one else in the orphanage see Reg's metallic hands? But anyway, those are nitpicks. Those are nitpicks.
Those are slight nitpicks, and so there's this event later on that that Habo, one of the black whistles, returns from a dive. Not the last dive, just a normal dive. And the whole city is like greeting him and trying to welcome him. And the gondola from the abyss comes up, and he has a pillow with him with a white whistle on said pillow. And one of the observers said that the white whistle belongs to Liza the Annihilator. And it turns out that Liza, the Annihilator, is Rico's mom, and this is a grave situation, because if the white whistle of a white whistle person returns, the chances are high that they have died.
Yeah. And also, it wasn't a pillow, by the way, that the whistle was on.
It was a pillow.
No, it was an envelope.
No, what? Huh?
Yeah,
It
look.
Looked like a pillow. It looked like a pillow to
Koyo
me.
is rating.
Yeah,
Oh!
I noticed.
Hi, Koyo. Hope you had a
Hello,
wonderful
Koyo.
stream.
Thank you for rating. Invotes on my stream. I am only a guest. Shadow.
Yep.
Did you go so quiet?
I was just.
Kind of like we're bullying you, like,
I was
oh,
just dealing with this.
talk.
You were playing Hollow
No, I
Knight.
didn't say anything.
You see, you were playing Hollow Knight, Koyo.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was
Also-
fighting Nightmare
also
King
dark.
Grim. Did you beat Grim, Koyo?
Did you beat the theater kid?
Oh, yes, noticed True Heart's message
You
there.
did! Heck yeah! Nice.
It was so good. Hell yeah. Congratulations on beating up this man.
I am super impressed. Just for reference, it took me in excess of 50 times to beat him, and
Ooh.
like a couple of month break of not playing the game before I finally
what
managed
the
to beat this guy.
You're built different, Koyo. You're built different.
So yeah, the white whistle.
Yeah.
What's your silence?
Yeah, as I was saying, it was like a letter, like sealed letter, that the whistle was on.
It might have been a letter. It looked like a pillow to me. If it wasn't a pillow, then I'm sorry.
Either way, there is a letter as well as the whistle.
Yes. So, does any one of you want to say more about it? Because I've already talked about that.
Yeah, well, other than Rico being excited that it was, or well, rather, I mean, no, that was before. I mean, Rico was excited that it was a white whistle, and then she heard that it was her mother, and she was just like,
Not funny, didn't laugh.
no.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah. And then it basically just cuts then to some form of like play, I guess you could call it.
Oh yeah, it's during a festival, and the festival is called the Festival of Resurrection.
Before this though, I have another all caps note.
Mm-hmm.
Stop
God.
stop sexualizing children. Fuck. Did we need to see Rico strung up naked?
Oh yeah, it's during a montage.
Because we actually see that. And
Uh-huh.
now
Yeah.
we can move on to the big
was-
nose man.
Yeah, no, actually, I will have to explain that now because this is so out of league now. This is so out of league. I want to explain the context. This is not me apologizing or anything. I just want to explain the context. So Rag has been accepted into the orphanage, and he was like, okay, I'm going to become a cave raider. And we get this everyday life sequence. So basically how they're living their life, and we see that Rico is being not attentive in class, and therefore she gets punished, and we did not need to see that. Thank you. Now let's move on. just out of nowhere, stop sexualizing children.
There are a lot of notes that say pretty much exactly that same thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, during the festival, we see some dude with a super unique design, and he looks straight out of a Ghibli movie, like straight out of a Ghibli movie.
He looks
it's
like
like-
he looks like that one man from Princess Tutu, that weird insane man who's like, hee hee ha ha, you're a little duck and now you're a little girl.
Mm.
He is a Ghibli character, like straight up, and he looks so different from any other character in the entire show that it's so weird.
Yeah.
Especially because this is his one and only appearance. We don't even get a name. We don't get anything. He's just random circus man.
Yeah.
Random circus. He has the longest nose in the world. His nose is longer than that of Hilling from Osama Ranking.
You know what he looks like? He looks like an anime the Penguin from Batman. He is like the Penguin but anime form.
Mm.
The anime penguin from Batman.
Yes.
So yeah, there's this play, and it's basically a tribute to Liza.
Mm.
And I have to point something out, that the whole tribute. The thing is, I have a feeling that the people of the Abyss like to make something more legendary or cool sounding than it was, because even Rico, when her teacher was like, oh, what happened to Nat's backpack? Why doesn't he have a backpack anymore? She was like, oh yeah, I did something so cool. It was so epic, you have to hear it. Like, she didn't say it like this, but she was like, oh, I did something so cool. I have there was this crimson split jaw, and I got its attention by blowing my whistle. I was so brave about it. When in actuality, she was like screaming and running away, and it was not that epic at all. So I have a feeling that people like to make things even more amazing than they sound like. Rico especially, because she wants to become a legend at one point.
Yeah.
And the storyteller, he was like, I have to look. Okay, yeah. He was like, he told about some things, like achievements of Liza, how she was able to have 12 encounters with foreign cave raiders who were not in favor for her, and she came out alive every single time. And that's why she got the name Liza the Annihilator, because she annihilated their lives.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And that is just thinking about it, because we know that Liza isn't the tallest woman ever, nor is she the beefiest. Like, look up Liza the Annihilator made in Abyss. She's like this she's like a small lady. So knowing that, it's kind of amazing. And it says a lot about her being as a cave raider too.
And also she has very fabulous hair.
She has very beautiful hair, very unpractical for actual living. I would not recommend going with this long hair anywhere. Please keep it in a ponytail or preferably in a bun. Thank you.
And then
so yeah, like, and then like after he's told the whole story about like how great Liza is and all that, he goes and says like, "Oh hey, the Belcher orphanage has biographies and copies of the Whistle. Go buy them."
They were like, "This is our merchandise. Go to this is." This is like their version of NordVPN. They were like, so this cool story can be merchandise. Go into the orphanage. They have some copies of. If you want to have Liza's Whistle with you, then go buy it for only $9.99.
Yeah.
And then we have a scene with Rico and Leader, and it's I appreciate the idea of the scene, but I feel like it was executed, and it wasn't executed in the best way. Like the show basically ground to a halt and told you it's time for what's the word I'm looking for? It's time for exposition now. And so he basically tells her a story about how Rico wears glasses.
Yep.
And what he explains is that she doesn't actually need the glasses. Like her vision is fine, which gets a little bit contradicted later on, but whatever. But he tells her her vision is fine, but she gets like migraines if she doesn't view the world through these like special crystal
lenses. Yeah. She gets headaches if she doesn't view the world with crystal lenses.
Yeah, and probably the reason for that is because her mother literally gave birth to her inside the abyss in the 5th layer, and she was then put inside of this relic that supposedly shields you from the effects.
Curse repelling vessel.
Yeah, curse repelling vessel. That's the name of it. It supposedly stops the effect of the curse on anything or anyone inside of the vessel. And but what Leader explains is basically it doesn't completely nullify the effects, and that's probably why she needs those glasses. And it's heavily hinting that there is something weird about Rico.
The glasses were kind of
very
weird.
much. Yeah, that she's very much tied to the abyss in some way.
Yeah.
But it was before that. It was actually that Rika was kind of depressed or down in the muds, to say the least, and Leader was like having a heart-to-heart with her, and she told him that like she doesn't know anything about her mom, and he basically told her what kind of person Liza was, and before her last dive at least, and he told her that he was the apprentice under Liza, but he was never. I think he wasn't able to cave raid with her. But he did hear that she was a great cave raider. But he knows her from the surface, and it's kind of like the more human side, you could say. He talked about she was a heavy drinker who got into fights, and she apparently, you don't know if she was honest, and she loved festivals, and her resurrection festival is basically her last festival. And her diet was extremely unbalanced. And if she weren't a white whistle, she would have just been another weirdo in Orf.
Yep.
And that's kind of interesting to say.
Yep.
And
she's also not one to probably earn any Mom of the Year awards.
No.
To put it very very lightly.
Yeah.
I think the reasons are obvious enough. So the story was basically that I have written it down. So Leader tells her how her mother was pregnant with her when she went with a survey team to the 4th layer. She was ordered to do so by the country's upper powers to retrieve the unheard bell, which is a relic.
Yep.
They were down there for 10 months, where the team was nearly wiped out by foreign cave raiders, and Rico's father, a black whistle, died during that mission, and Rico, as you said, was born in the abyss.
Yep.
And was basically put into that little curse-repelling vessel, and she, Liza, and another white whistle who was in that team, they brought the vessel onto the surface, and they know that the curse was not 100% staved off from Rico, and that this is one of the things that Liza has regretted, that she could never really forgive herself for.
Yeah, and that's basically episode 2.
Oh, actually, I also want to say that during that conversation,
It isn't episode 2 finished. There's still more.
Oh wait,
yes.
There's a very important scene at the end.
You forgot the most important scene.
Yeah. My bad. Sorry.
I just want to point out also something that came up in the conversation there between the leader and Rico. Rico was like, "Oh hey, because I was born in the abyss, does that mean that I'm resistant to the curse?" And he was like, "No."
No, dumbass.
Yeah.
Remember how much you threw up after your first excavation?
He's like, "No, dumbass." You threw up.
Yep. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I mean with the curse.
That's very nice.
I mean with the curse of the abyss, it's basically with I guess diseases kind of or viruses, you build up, or bacteria, I guess, you build up a
resistance?
Resistance or a tolerance, in the case of the abyss, you learn to manage.
You learn to manage. You're this close to death's door, but you're managing.
So that's why, of course, the only higher rank, you're only allowed to the deeper layers once you're higher ranked, because you're able to handle the ascension better.
Yeah, I think Leader himself said you are not allowed to go with the current experience you have. You would not survive the 4th level and down.
She's literally not allowed to go into the 2nd layer.
Yeah. And it's
red
this tier
only
system.
allowed in the 1st. Yeah.
They were only allowed in the 1st layer. Red whistles, 1st layer. Remember.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's continue.
There's actually the most important scene in the episode that I forgot about. We mentioned
such
earlier.
A bad look.
I'm giving myself a bad look. Thank you very much. But we mentioned that Liza's whistle was found, and it was also found with a letter. And so Rico is brought in to see what was found in the letter, and it was full of notes about places and creatures that there have been no notes about previously, meaning that she definitely found some new stuff. And among all of those is a particular piece of paper on which it says, "I'm waiting for you at the bottom of the abyss."
Yes.
Which Rico immediately takes to be addressed to her.
Yeah. And there was also another, there were those notes, as you said, with pictures of the creatures. And there was one picture, and one of the creatures looked kind of like Rag. So.
Oh yeah, it looked pretty much exactly like Rag. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like Rag, and I wrote down a humanoid that seems similar to Rag in appearance, and this is the most around I can get.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And
this is the end of episode 2.
I, by the way, brought up an image of that scene.
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah, there's a
look at how many notes those are.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you mentioned this whole like with the thing that was similar to Reg.
Have we actually shown the characters yet? Because I think that was the first time we showed the characters on screen.
I think it doesn't make us. I think it's not important anymore.
No. I'm just saying it for comparison with this drawing, compare with what Reg actually looks like.
Yeah. Give me a moment. Come on. There we go. And poof.
If you want, you can keep going about the story, and I'll find I'll make a screenshot of Reg or something.
Yeah, we can do that. So, do we want to talk about episode 3? Do you want to start? Hello?
Yeah. The episode 3 departure starts off with the kids lying under their blankets in like we can assume it's Rico's room, and they look at a piece of paper, and we find out, of course, the note that said that they're waiting at the bottom of the abyss.
I shared a picture of Reg, by the way, if you want to pop it up on the stream.
Yep. Oh, that's not the wrong one.
Oh yeah, just to mention, I gave episode 2 a rating of 5 out of 10 because honestly, I just want to.
You do not like Leader.
I just really want them to get down into the abyss.
You just want the kids to be in the murder hole.
Yes.
This is what Reg looks like.
Yeah,
So,
he looks
yeah.
basically exactly like the like the drawing.
The drawing doesn't have hair. That's the only difference.
And it has these 2 hexagonal thingies on the front that Reg doesn't have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes, I think you lost one of them. I don't know. But anyways, back to episode 3. So they're sitting around in a circle, as Shadow has said, and they're looking at the letter. And Rico swiped the letter with her.
Yeah.
We show again the picture. They had to put an observer next to them. They were like, oh, this is just normal procedure, where there's an observer to keep a watchful eye that they don't touch anything and stuff. And she was able to swipe something from that observer's eye.
Yeah.
She was able to do that. So she's like a raccoon. She's so quick in stealing. And basically she's saying that her mother wants to is saying to her, come to the bottom of the abyss, and that she's planning to soon go to the bottom of the abyss to meet with her mother, and Nat is against it, and he even points out that this is going to be her last dive, and she will not be able to return to the surface, and she knows all of that, but she says it will work out either way, and it basically ends up in a fight where both end up crying, and they call it just a night, and try to sleep. So basically, opening song, and we get Liza actually talking about her own notes. And for example, I've already told you guys about it, but I've told on Discord how the world building is very tight knit. Like these are like pieces collected, and they're like, for example, one creature that's a 7-tailed scorpion is shown on one of the notes.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we do not see that creature again until the movie, aka the Idofront arc. And the fact that this creature was already existing, like we know it exists through those notes, that is amazing.
Yeah.
Like the author certainly knew how to do the world building in that sense with the creatures. And but yeah, and we can even see a little bit of personality from Liza shine through, because at the note that has the humanoid that's looking like Rag and is probably Rag. She's like, idiot, I'm watching you too. When she voices that, she feels watched by that thing. And yeah, and we after that we basically just follow Rag having his first cave raiding, and he is amazed at everything. And he's like, oh my god, these egg-shaped things are amazing. And Ned is like, are you kidding me? These are worth barely anything. And he
just a quick note on what you said previously about Liza's notes. Before
Yeah.
we go too far away from that point, it does very strongly hint that. So it basically tells us that Reg was active when Liza found him. So it wasn't like, for example, a case of, oh, she found a robot, activated it, and then told him to go take care of her daughter or anything like that. He
No.
was active, and we know that they knew each other, and probably she sent him up top, like
Yeah.
outside of the abyss. Probably, we don't know, but that's like the most likely explanation.
It's a theory, a game theory.
God damn it!
I have found an image of the seven-tailed scorpion, the note.
And as I said, this thing, we don't see that until as I said, we don't see that until the movie. So
Wait, does it appear in the movie? I don't remember it. From
it
the
appears in
movie.
the movie. It's one of the creatures that Bondrewd is going to fight against. And I'm
Oh.
saying that so that you guys are going to be excited.
We
Thanks.
also get a mention of hollows. Like, this is
Yes.
the first mention of hollows that we get. That
We don't get
basically
an
people- Yeah, basically the people who venture into the sixth layer, they become hollows. We
Yeah.
don't really know what that is, but it doesn't sound good. So
And
We
ag-
will put a pin on that. We will put a cute little eldritch pin on that.
And again, I'll bring up that where I watched the anime, the subtitles had a different name.
Oh yeah,
for-
Narehate.
Yep.
That's what they were called in the translation of the manga that I read.
They were called like that in the anime too, from the movie.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the word they use in Japanese. Like, if you listen to the voices, that's what they call them.
Yeah. But yeah,
Um,
as I said, he's like amazed at that, but it's all basically useless. And we once again see one of the skeletons, and the remains are from 2,000 years ago, and all of them are posed the same way. So, it's scary. And this is where we get a little bit of personality from Reg, because he seems to be afraid of spooky things. Because Nat is telling him an urban legend about children dying on their birthday, and they are not allowed to look into the mirror, or else they're going to die because they saw a version of themselves in the mirror with a twisted neck.
yeah.
I think the point of that story is more that Reg is naive, that compared to
He's
Frey.
very
Because-
childlike.
Yeah, because he doesn't really show much fear later on.
No.
He does some, but not much.
Mm.
But I think the point is more that he's just super inexperienced and naive.
Yeah, he's very. I would like to quote a character. He's basically a pushover.
Yeah.
And yeah. Anyways,
He follows orders and thinks later.
yeah.
Oh,
And Reg also decides to go with Rico to the bottom of the abyss to find out what exactly he is, because when he first activated, he asked if he was a robot, and I was like, oh my god. And Rico answered that with, "Of course you are a robot." I was like, oh my god, child, don't do that.
I just have a little thing also to mention about like when Reg was digging there, like for the very first time he was digging like in the grass, and Nat pointed out that he would have better luck over there by like a stone plate, whatever to call it. And Reg just goes there and lifts it up effortlessly, and Nat,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and Nat is seen just going, "What?"
It's like, yeah, that's not normal. That's not normal.
So he kind of goes like, what at first, but then like a second later he's like, oh yeah, he's a robot.
He like remembers. He's suddenly like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah, he Rex says he wants to go with Rico, and Nat is against Rico going, and he's also against Rag going. He's like, you will all have to leave behind the life on the orphanage and stuff. And Rag says, I'm too curious about myself. I want to find out what I am, who I am, and such.
Hello,
Once
Valeshny,
again.
and thank you
Valeshny.
for...
Valeshny! The best rooster in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
100%.
Doing
also,
God's
this is-
work.
Yep.
I am the god.
This is also why I mentioned on the last episode that I found the explanation of the layers very weird, because here we have a much more in-depth explanation of the layers.
Yeah.
Like, it's really weird why we even had the explanation in the previous episode. But here we have the actual like explanation where like down to 1,350 meters is the first layer, where you get nausea, and then you get the second layer, then you get like worse nausea, headaches, and whatever. And if you're a red whistle and you head down into the second layer, you're written off. Like they just assume you committed suicide and no one will come rescue you.
Yeah, the rescue team will not go further than that. And
Yeah.
that's what Shiggy, one of the other characters in the orphanage, that's what he says to Rico and Rag, because he's like, okay, you have to go to the second layer and afterwards you can calmly go as you can please. Not run, but because they're literally on the run after that.
Yeah. And then there's the second layer is the Forest of Temptation. I think that was the name.
Yeah, the coolest name ever.
Yeah, it's literally an upside down forest. Like the trees grow from the roof of the cave down, and there are also supposedly waterfalls that flow up, but I don't remember.
Yeah, they are
those.
there.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are there. We saw that.
Are they?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a ginormous brain. I remember every single thing I've ever watched.
Oh, and like
Leave it to me.
Actually, now that we're on this topic, like they mention all the names like of the layers, and like the funny thing is that like they call the first layer Depths of the Abyss or Depths of Abyss, which is just what.
Yeah, which is basically
That's kind of
the
confusing.
shoreline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after the second layer comes obviously the third layer, which is called the Great Fault.
Amazing name too.
Basically
Yeah.
a long vertical shaft.
Yeah, it's just God damn it, Rin.
I have to put it out. I have to do it. I had to do it to them.
It's a 4 kilometer tall cliff face,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
A circular, like a cylindrical cliff face that goes on for 4 kilometers.
Yep.
It's a sheer drop, which really begs the question of how most divers even go down there.
Yeah.
But it
because
will
there
be
are-
answered.
Will it though?
Yeah,
Like,
it
we
will.
Know,
Yeah,
we
it
know
is.
how Rico and Reg get down there, but how does everyone else get down there?
I think if Rico and Reg get down there, then I think nearly everyone else gets down there like that.
I don't think anyone else has a robot with grappling hook.
No, no, but we will get to that. We will cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay, yeah. You got a point.
I have a ginormous brain.
Then we have the fourth layer. Do you remember the name of the fourth layer?
The
The Goblet
giants.
of Giants.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
Goblet of Giants. Yeah.
Yeah, the Goblet of Giants.
yeah.
It's at a.
I have it as a giant's cup, but I mean.
Oh yeah.
I mean it's
Goblet of
not
Giants.
much different. Not much difference. Same.
And it's at about 7 kilometers deep,
Yes.
7,000 meters, and it's really really cool. It's got like these kind of inverse mushrooms giant mushrooms whose caps are kind of upside down so that they collect water on top of them.
Yes.
It's really cool. And then we have the 5th layer, which is the Sea of Corpses.
Another
because-
amazing name.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's the name is actually like once you know exactly what it is, it's pretty descriptive, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely.
Yes, hello,
And-
Valeshny.
Hello, Velishny, yes.
Hello.
And it's kind of a weird frozen waterfall land. Like there's a lot of water going down, but there's also a lot of ice.
Yeah.
It's the water level.
Yeah, it's the water level. And after that, you get the 6th layer, which is the capital of the Unreturned. This is like there's only one entrance into the 6th layer from the 5th. You can't just keep going down because the whole thing is kind of it's sealed up.
Yes.
And there's just a single place where you can go down. And yeah, and then there is the 7th layer, which what was the name? The Maelstrom?
I don't know
The final Maelstrom or something, I think it was.
Yes, something like that. I think it was.
I don't
Fine.
remember the name of that anymore. But I think
That's
yeah,
like-
Maelstrom sounds right.
I think Jazz right. I think it was something like the final Maelstrom.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned, if you go there and you try to go back up, you just die. That's it.
Yes.
Straight up death, just
Yeah.
Yep, I'll check that image of the map and it says final Maelstrom.
Nice.
ooh, nice. Big brain moment between the team.
Yep. And
It's just silent.
well, big brain Jad moment really,
Yeah.
because he's the only one
Yeah,
who
big
remembers.
brain jazz.
And then we have some drama where Nat is very much against Rico going, mostly because if she goes, that's it. Like she will never come back.
Yeah. She's also a little child, so I can understand him being very terrified for her.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Like you understand the drama. It's not like miscommunication or anything. You understand.
yeah. And we also get a little seed planted for a future plot point of one of the kids in the orphanage
Oh.
called Kiwi. I think
Yes.
that's his
Kiwi,
name.
Kiwi.
Kiwi, yeah,
Kiwi.
yeah.
We say Kai. K, Mr. Baby
he's-
K.
He's not feeling great, and he mentions that the day after tomorrow is his birthday.
Mm.
And we had like the mention of the whole birthday death thing.
Yes.
Uh,
Oh yeah, I also want to
And-
point out another thing. It is seen in the classrooms, but also where the kids sleep. That all of the furniture is, instead of like on the floor, it's lined up the wall. It's going like up. For example, the tables on in the classroom, they were on the wall, and the kids
Yeah,
basically went to their table with a ladder.
The desks, yeah.
Yeah.
The kids' desks are embedded in the walls basically, and there's a rope ladder that they climb.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like them trying to cultivate a feeling of depth and general how the abyss is going to be like.
Mm.
Either that, or they have very small but tall rooms.
Yeah.
Because there is a mention it is mentioned previously that the building wasn't always an orphanage, and Rico's room in particular used to be a torture chamber, like
Yep.
a literal torture chamber,
Yep.
and it still has all the implements on the walls.
All the devices for a little
Yeah.
child to play with.
Yeah.
The best Christmas present ever for a child. Fun for the
Yeah.
whole family.
I mean, why do you think she has an electric chair?
Exactly. Yeah. And we also have. It's basically pointed out. It's not totally pointed out, but it's very, 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 very heavily hinted that Leader has a very good idea of what's happening, and for some reason he's okay with it. which I'm not sure why he's okay with it, but
I think he knows
is.
that. I think he knows that Reg is a robot. So he even told him to stay with and take care of Rico.
Yeah, but Reg is still a kid and Rico is still 12, so I
mean-
still don't think that's a good explanation for why he's okay with them going on a suicide mission.
I mean, Shiggy himself, like, Shiggy is friends with Rico and stuff, but he tells her when they're seeing each other off that he will trust every letter that is sent from her, from the Abyss, but he will trust every letter, not because they're friends or that he knows her, but because she has an Obad, aka a high-ranking relic with her.
Yeah.
And I think that's basically also the reason for Leader 2. Like, he's like, okay, if you're an Obad, then you can take care of a child.
Yeah.
And then they go into the Abyss. Basically, they find they go to like the slums where there isn't a lot of people watching the I don't know what to call them, the piers, I guess, where
I
people
think,
where people dive into the Abyss. And they go really, really early in the morning before anyone wakes up.
Yeah.
Even though it's daylight outside, like very clearly light outside.
Like, the light is coming out slowly.
Yeah, but whatever.
Tomato.
Yeah, and they have a tearful goodbye with their friends.
Yep.
And Reg and Rico descend into the Abyss, and that is episode 3.
Yeah. We also find out that Nat he lived in the slums, and the story that Reg used to trick Leader with, it was actually a story that Nat himself, like, it's his life.
Yeah.
That he had a sister and she died, and that he was taken into the orphanage. And he basically wants to make a better life for the kids in the slums by becoming a moon whistle and building an orphanage himself.
Yeah.
I just found that really adorable of a goal.
Yeah.
Like, good for him.
Yeah, it is absolutely.
Like you see Nat like lash out like against Rico on several occasions, but then like you hear of his like dreams and like ambition, like, and you really get a different perspective of him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, Leshni has given hydrate.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, Valeshni. Thank you.
I'm going to drink. Thank you very much.
Me too. But first, let me just give my rating. My rating for this episode is 4 out of 10. Because
why
honestly,
is it below 5?
Because nothing happened.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happened.
They
in this
literally say
episode.
goodbye to everyone they've ever known on the surface, and
They
they're
say
really
goodbye to
sad.
characters that we don't know and particularly care about, and that's not saying
That's
goodbye
a personal.
is not saying
That's a
goodbye
personal
is
thing
not
about
something
you.
that
I
should
care
take
very much about the children.
Listen, unless we've been with them for several seasons, a goodbye should not take an entire episode.
It's not it's more like Rico preparing herself, and Nat is basically being pissy about it for good reasons. And
Yeah,
at the end of the episode, where you're saying goodbye, and
that's the entire episode.
and
Nothing
no,
happens.
this is what happened. You say nothing happens, but it's something detrimental for the character.
Obviously, I don't mean that it was a black screen for 20 minutes.
I know what you mean, but it's detrimental for the characters.
My problem with this is that the show has so much to say and such a limited runtime that wasting an entire episode on this is unforgivable to me.
The kids are saying goodbye.
It's an entire episode. Why do they have to say goodbye for 20 minutes? Like,
It wasn't even 20 minutes.
Well,
The literal goodbye is like 5 minutes.
I'm not even kidding. The first 3 episodes could have very easily been condensed into a single episode. You really didn't need 3 episodes for this.
Well done.
As I said, I appreciate the Orph arc a lot more after my rewatch. You appreciate it a lot less. This is just too. This is like with us. You're being say-so and I'm being unsay-so. This is like this.
The polar
like
opposites.
Polar opposites. Where are you standing in shadow?
Yeah, where are you thinking?
Just throwing you into the wolves.
I'm just straight up one who doesn't really criticize much.
You're just taking it in. You're
Yeah.
in for the ride.
Oh god damn it.
Episode 4.
What was I? No wait. What was? Damn, I was gonna say something, but then I forgot. Anyhow, I have a little thing though that they say at the end of episode 3. The
Ooh.
narrator.
Miss Narrator. She has a very nice voice.
Yes. You said the narrator said, "Into the abyss, deeper than into the abyss, deeper than deepest darkness they go. It's said that abyss provides all for the ones who give their lives to do this. Life and death, curse and fortune, it provides all. Which of these will remain at the end of their journey? Only abyss and those who challenge it may decide."
Ooh.
Cryptic.
Yes.
This narrator knows how to word things nicely, even when something horrific is going on.
Mm. And then we have episode 4, the depths of abyss.
Yes.
And it starts off with basically just how episode 3 ended, like this whole like goodbye scene.
Then cue opening.
But right before the opening, or actually while we have another thing said by the narrator. New adventurers, their hearts bursting with courage, wisdom and curiosity. Their futures hold equal measures of hope and despair.
Hell yeah. Nice.
Take it away.
We get a bit of an explanation about how the force field, as they call it, in the abyss works. Basically, now that they're inside the abyss, whenever they look up, they just see sky. They don't see the city. They don't see any parts of the abyss that are above them. They just see sky up above.
Yeah.
And that sky also provides light, which is why you can be like 15 kilometers deep and still have daylight. It's the force field.
Yes. The force may be with you.
They stop to have lunch and
Oh
then,
yeah, the lunch.
yeah, and then they find out that leader will be coming after them because he knows.
He like slipped a little letter with Rag when they saw each other in the hallway.
You have until dawn before I come after you.
Yeah,
Very threatening.
Oh, hello, honey.
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey.
This is like with Suisei, like, hi, honey.
Yes, exactly.
What did I come into?
Made an abyss.
You've come to Made in Abyss.
Yes.
So the soup that Rico makes, it looks unappealing to me, but apparently it's delicious.
It looks horrible. It looks absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
And they also she also brings out a relic that she kind of pawned. That is a compass that always
the
points
star
toward-
compass.
Yeah.
We already talked about it.
We mentioned it very, very briefly. I think.
We already explained it.
Yeah.
Did we? What?
Yes, we did. I did actually.
Well,
The star compass.
The explanation isn't very long. It just points to the depths of the abyss.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I always found this really weird and kind of dumb, honestly, because what does it mean that it points to the depths of the abyss? Literally, it just points down. Like that is it. It literally just points down.
Yeah, I don't know the exact use of it. Like, if you want to go down, then just go down. But I think maybe it was useless for maybe it was useful, not useless. Maybe it was useful for people who were in the 5th layer and had their loss of sense and stuff, or in the 3rd layer and loss of sense.
But they wouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, that's okay. Or maybe in
No,
the third layer where people were losing their sense of balance, maybe that would have helped them be
yeah,
grounded
but
or something.
yeah,
I
but
don't
they
know.
have yeah, but they have hallucinations.
Mm.
Be real.
No, what I imagine the point of this is that they will find it again at some point,
It's a
and it will,
MacGuffin.
yeah, and it'll probably point them at something that is inside the seventh layer.
Mm.
But
Yeah, it's
who knows
it's
if we
the
will ever
answer.
get to that?
Will we ever see it again, or will we offer forget it ever existed? Find out with us next time in Made in Abyss.
and Rico very very promptly loses it.
Yeah.
It was the stupidest way of losing it. I was so angry. Like Reg fakes it a little bit, and he's like, "Oh, the little needle inside doesn't change from its direction. Like it goes just straight down." And she's like, "Oh my god, really?" And then she shakes it, and she gets so excited shaking it that she shakes it too hard, and it just
She's
falls out
frozen.
of her hands. And yeah, basically she throws it out of her hands accidentally. It goes into a river and then down a waterfall.
Yep.
And I wrote down, this is one of the few times where we see how childish Rico actually is when it comes to staying in the abyss.
Mm.
She is still a child. She knows herself that she would have gotten punished if they found out she had this with her, like this relic. And she just straight up loses it.
The whole thing
5
is
minutes.
the whole thing is kind of dumb to me because first of all, why is she fascinated with something that literally just points down? It does nothing. It just points down.
It has a
And-
legend that it points to the answer inside the abyss. So I don't know. She's just very excited about this possible Chekhov's gun.
Yeah, and we see it, and then she loses it within 2 minutes, and
2 minutes
Okay.
inside the first layer.
yeah, and what was the whole point of this?
I also have a thing there to bring up about her like losing the star compass. She when she's like when we see her then like kind of a bit like sad over having lost it and whatever, she then like Reg asks like asks her like and she's just like it's okay, like everything things that come from the abyss eventually return to it or something
Yeah,
like
all
that.
that which is taken from the abyss will someday be returned to it.
Yeah.
Except all the relics that they took out and sold to other countries.
Oh,
I
we
mean,
don't-
okay, maybe it's,
I mean, we can't be entirely certain.
it
They
could
might
be like
eventually-
100 million years later that they return. We don't know. You aren't the abyss. You aren't my cousin.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just some poetic kind of like thing that like, yeah, like take from the abyss and then basically give back to the abyss, you know. way.
I think
Yeah,
it's kind of like
the-
religiously, because
the
I think it's kind of
abyss,
religious.
The abyss giveth and the abyss taketh away.
Yes.
Yes. The abyss giveth and the abyss taketh away. That's why he's my favorite cousin. And I think it's kind of more religiously, and this is like one of the hints to the abyss being more of a religious symbol for the people of Orth too, because the only explanation I would get out of this, like she talks about it like it's a being, like it actually takes and gives things.
Mm.
And the fact that it's like humanized in that way, but still not very human as we know.
No.
It gives me religious vibes, and we later know, or at least we will get an actual explanation that there is a religion around the abyss.
yeah.
So this is one of the hints, and it's part of Cave Raider teachings.
Yeah.
So let's continue on.
Let's see, where were we?
She loses her MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next thing that happens basically is they almost reach the second layer.
Yes.
They're very close to it.
Mm.
When another cave raider spots them and goes after them, who is apparently someone that Rico knows, called Habo.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he was seen in the episode before. He was the one who brought Liza's whistle back up, and he's also the husband of the lady of the shop where the orphanage brings deliveries to.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's
Yes.
very, very critical plot point right there. Like,
Yes,
Oh, but
these
that's-
people know each other. These people know each other.
yeah. And
His wife
he's
is also his wife. Listen, if you have any problems ever, you are more than welcome to come to me. Just saying,
Yeah.
his wife kind of bizned.
Mm.
And he is a black whistle.
Yes.
And the first thing he does is he looks at Reg's dick.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Yeah.
kidding. Like, he shows up, and his first order of business is to pick Reg up, pull his pants down, and comment on his dick.
He's like, oh, I've been told you are a treasure, and he's like objectifying him so
Yeah.
much. Every human character objectifies Rag so much. # save Rag.
It's not. When you say objectifies, it really doesn't explain just how bad it is. Because
Yeah, this is
objectifying
like
could mean that, oh, they just look at him a certain way. No. They pull his pants down and comment on his penis.
it's the second time it has been commented on by
It's
another
actually
human
the
being.
third time it's been commented
By
on.
another human being. It's the second time.
Yeah, it's the second person who
Yeah,
comments. Yeah.
So basically, Habbo
in
is like.
4 episodes. In 4 episodes, we have had three instances of someone commenting on Reg's penis.
His weenus. His little weenus. His poor little weenus. Anyways, let's return. Habbo is commenting on how light he is, on his weight. He's basically being treated like a laboratory rat that's just being probed around with. And Reg does not vibe. He feels uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And Habbo is like, oh, sorry, didn't mean to be like so strange. And he basically says that he has been sent by Shiggy and Nat to look after Rico and Rag until they are at the second layer. Yeah. And he even tells them that the search party after them is at the Twisting Creek, and we don't know where it is, but apparently they would take some time to get to where they are now. And considering that they are already close by to the second layer, it would be it would take some good while so they can chill out. Yeah. And
they got time to reach the second layer.
Yeah, and Habbo even gives Rico a vial, which is something that only blue whistles and above get, which helps with the diving illness. And it's like a vaccine and stuff. And he also gives him like food. That's really nice of him.
Yeah.
Can you remind me, does that vial ever get brought up again? Because I don't think it does.
No, I don't think it does too. But I still find it interesting that there's a vial that's just for blue whistles. So, and he's like, he says that they have to go, that in the second layer, they have to go to the seeker camp, and they have to be on guard about the guardian of that seeker camp, and the guardian is a white whistle called the Unmovable Sovereign, Ozan the Unmovable, the Immovable. Yeah. And he says that this is the same person who found Liza's letter and helped carry Rico after birth. So this is just my nugget of conversation. You can continue on, guys.
Well, and also I'm going to point out that in the version I've watched, Ozan's titles, whatever, are slightly different, still kind of the same. The Immovable Lord, Ozan the Unmoving.
Yeah. Either way, she's basically she is the shield in Pokemon Sword and Shield. So yeah.
Yeah, they basically tell Habbo then that he can't go with them.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to go with you because that's what I promised, and Rico's like, no, we want to do it ourselves. We want to prove ourselves to leader.
Yeah.
And I wrote down that they eventually get to what I called a landmark. I think
yeah.
I think it was those windmills? I think it might have been.
Yeah,
Yeah,
windmills.
the 4,000
They're
year old
they're
windmills.
they're 4,000 plus years old, apparently.
Let's see, and Rico gets so excited she hugs Reg because they've reached a second layer, and they're like, "Yeah, we've cleared the leaders like lesson, whatever." And but then it's also like seen that Reg thinks that they might not actually have escaped at all, but rather instead have ended up in a place where everything is after them.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they're not getting chased to get returns. Now they're getting chased to get killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The levels have leveled themselves out against them.
Yeah.
So the thing is also that after they found the letter from Leader, they thought that this is like their last task to outrun the rescue team, and that's why Rico was so happy to. And oh yeah, how about also his name apparently is Heblog, which I find very funny. But Heblog. But anyways, he tells Rico that she should be on guard about Ozen and that she could experience some distressing news there, like some distressing stuff. And Rico's all Genki girl. She's like, it's all going to be fine. I've always wanted to meet a white whistle. And there's also this flashback, and he's like saying we are all just lost children of a neverworld. And I think he knows Rico's deal. I think he knows what is up with Rico, like the same way that Leader does.
Yeah, it's very heavily hinted that he does.
Yeah, so afterwards we have episode 5.
Just a second before we get to episode 5. So the rating I've written down is 5 out of 10. But honestly, looking back, I think that might be a little bit too high, because if nothing happened in the last episode, then holy crap that nothing happened in this episode.
We saw the dangers of the first layer.
Which dangers exactly did we see?
There was this giant spider they ran away from.
Yeah, and we will never ever be back in the first layer, so who cares?
I mean, we will never ever be back in the 4th layer, or the 3rd layer, or the 2nd layer, or the 5th layer, or the 6th.
But we will at least spend some time there, and there will be events that happen that change things going forward. Whereas this is, okay, we met a monster, we thwarted the monster, and that's it. And also, so the things that happened were the compass, which who cares?
Maybe we will care about it one day. Maybe it's a Chekhov's gun that's like extreme.
Maybe.
Maybe it's extreme Chekhov's gun.
So yes, the compass yeeted.
Yeah, the compass, the spider, which honestly I completely forgot about because it's really inconsequential.
Yeah, I have a fear of spiders, so that's why I remember.
Okay.
I mean, they literally used that spider as an anchor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used it like they used it as an anchor. They're like, fuck this creature. Fuck the spider, we don't care.
And we see Habo, who we have seen previously, so this isn't even an introduction of a new character.
No.
And Habo looks at Reg's dick. Those are the things that happened this episode.
We get foreshadowing to Ozen. This is a nugget. This is like something...
Who we will meet literally the next episode.
Yeah.
This is like for tension. Have you never heard of it?
It's 4 episodes of nothing. It is a third of the entire show.
I mean, as I said, tension for Ozen.
Who we will meet in the next episode.
So...
I mean...
Okay, we can go on to episode 5 now.
So yes,
let me just be very, very, very clear. I absolutely adore this show. I love this show.
You're giving different vibes.
But the first half of this show is, it's very frustrating.
We get it. You want to see the children in the murder hole.
I want to see world building. I want to see the actual abyss. I want to see interesting things. I don't want to see.
Culture is also world building, and we saw a lot of culture in Orf.
We did not see a lot of culture. We saw a
We did
little
see.
bit of culture. We saw
We
that
saw
the culture
culture.
is. We
saw
saw
the
that. We saw that child labor is acceptable, and that's pretty much all we saw of the culture.
If you want to have your child under child labor, just say it's an orphan.
Okay. Look at the chat. I would say that from how I see it, like this seems to basically be how Helix feels about the first half.
Oh,
No, because that implies like actual emotion.
No, I feel like at this point you're just in denial. You're at the first stage of grief. You're in denial.
I will just say this up front. My ratings shoot up from episode 7 going forward.
Yeah, when you saw the kids
They
in the
shoot
murder
up.
hole, you were like, finally, they're dying.
Oh my god.
But episode 5.
Episode 5, Incinerator.
Oh, that's a cool name. I didn't know that was the name of the episode. I don't really pay attention to the names of the episodes. I really should.
I paid attention to the names, and I was like, every time I watched the episode and saw the title, I was like, oh my god, that's such a cool title, and then I just never wrote it down.
And,
Yeah.
And episode 5 basically starts off the same way that episode 4 ended. And I just wrote that they kind of like notice the creatures around them there, and get moving.
Yes. Oh
And
yeah, they also hear a cry for help somewhere, and they run towards it while.
yeah, that's a bit later on, but like before,
Okay.
before the opening plays, we all have another thing said by the narrator.
Okay.
They must.
Well, let's
Say
just
what
got
the
it right.
narrator said.
The narrator said, "They must be resolved. They are foreign to this land, which is far removed from the ordinary. They are enemies to it, food to it, and a threat to it."
Yes.
And as you mentioned, we hear a cry for help, which which Rico and Reg go to check out, and they see a weird giant white bird with very misshapen eyes.
Yeah, I first thought it had 3 eyes because it looked like it had normal front eyes and then a forehead eye, but it wasn't like that. It only had a forehead eye and a right eye or left eye.
It looks really weird and really cool. Like I really like the design of these things and the whole concept behind them. Basically, what they do is they kill someone to eat them, and then they kind of use their vocal cords to produce a cry for help, a really like weird sounding cry for help. In order,
yeah, they
to
mimic
lure
the
in
sounds of
more
their
people.
corpse. They're mimicking the sounds of their
They don't-
victims.
They don't even exactly mimic them, from what I understand. They literally like blow air through the victim's vocal cords to produce that effect.
I
Mhm.
always
That-
thought
that's-
they make the sounds because in the episode it was said they mimic the cries to lure others to their colonies. So I assume that it's going to be the creature who does it. And how do you want to do that with a corpse?
Yeah, but the thing is,
You
we only ever hear those sounds when one of those things has its head inside of the victim's body.
Does it? Either way, they make the sounds.
Yeah,
we don't. They make the sounds.
I could be reaching here with this interpretation. I could be misinterpreting it.
Yeah, I could be wrong too. But I wanted to say that this reminds me very much of nature. Like these creatures, they're closer to our nature than we think they are, because tigers actually mimic the cries of other animals. For example, they mimic the cries of deers, for example,
Hmm.
and it's mostly the mating cries. And
Really?
yeah,
I didn't know that.
so you're living your deer life. You're thinking, oh my god, my life is so good right now. I found some good food too. I had some good grass today. Nothing can be better. And then you're like, you hear a shoddy from the side, like, oh my god, hey baby, and you run over and damn, you found death. It was a tiger all along.
They're like, they're like, oh hey, I'm gonna get laid, and they're like, oh shit, death.
It's
Like, oh
literally
hell
that
yeah.
that horror copy pasta from years back, where like the little girl
Creepy
is alone in
pasta?
her a little girl is alone in her room and she hears her mother call for her from down the stairs,
Oh
and so
yeah.
she goes to go down the stairs, but then her mother pulls her into an adjacent room and says, "I heard it too." It's basically
Yeah.
that.
It's basically that.
It's really cool. It's really cool. I really like this concept, and their design is really cool.
Yeah, very, very. This is really cool, and as I said, it has basis on real life, so I found it even more amazing. And so yeah, they notice that Enrico is like, we have to get out because this is a corpse weeper, official name.
Yeah.
And what happens? What happens is that one of the other colony members from the corpse weeper has noticed them and is trying to snatch Rag, but Rico jumps in to save him, and she's the one getting snatched, and he's basically now shuffling to save her life. But this is a whole colony, and he has to fight off the whole colony, and he doesn't know how to do it with his noodly long arms.
Yeah.
And one of the things here is this is the first time that we've seen them actually ascend inside the abyss, and at least for me, it was a real like chair gripping moment when the corpse reaper grabs Rico and suddenly flies up. It's like, ooh, that's not good.
I didn't even realize it until it was pointed out. I was like, oh no.
yeah. I immediately had that reaction. I was like, oh no.
I was just like, oh no, the child. And then I saw that she's getting dizzy. I was like, oh no, the child.
Yeah. It's also really good. I don't know if it's intentional, but it's really good foreshadowing for a later moment.
Oh god, yes.
With the sudden ascent, the sudden forced ascent.
Yeah.
And this is where we get to see. So, remember back in the first episode where we saw the laser beam that drove away the split mouth,
Crimson
whatever
split
thingy.
jaw.
Crimson split jaw. The fat snake.
Yeah.
We actually see that we get confirmation that was actually Reg, and he remembers how to do that in the middle of the scene in order to save Rico, and he basically burns down all of the corpse sweeper nests, which are
he destroyed that.
Yeah,
Rico
which are built
Rico
atop
was
these...
so close.
Yeah,
Rico was so close.
Yep.
Go on.
Nests are built on top of these thin stone pillars, basically, and he burns through like the half of the pillars, and they just fall down.
Yeah.
And he almost hits Rico as well.
Yeah.
He manages to save her. So that's a really good introduction to the incinerator, as they call it.
Yeah.
As they will later call it, because Rico wakes up afterwards because she got such a strain from ascending that she got dizzy and apparently threw up too, and then fainted because of how dizzy she got. And Reg, while she was asleep, he like checked her for wounds like internal bleeding, and he also took off her clothes because vomit. And I even commented on that saying ew. And that Reg is a good boy.
So my three notes here are: 1, Reg pulling a DBZ is cool. Rico puking all over herself is not. 2nd, stop sexualizing children. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, that is one of the moments like this. Rico is without a shirt here,
Mm.
and Reg. We know Reg did this because he had to check her for wounds, for potential wounds and stuff, and he was even relieved that he didn't see or feel anything. And she comes to herself and she sees all the damage, and there's this moment where she's like, where Reg is embarrassed because he is a boy, like he's a baby boy, so he's embarrassed, and especially with like the scene, and she's like, "Oh, come on, Reg, you don't need to act embarrassed. You're a robot after all." And
Yeah, robot with a surprisingly normal penis, as we have established 3 times already.
the thing is, when she said you're a
Oh,
robot after all, I wrote in my notes Monka as Reg continues to not get seen as a person, but as an object when he's very much a tween boy.
And the third note is, why is she topless? Fucking Christ.
Yeah, the thing is, like,
No, listen, I understand why she's topless.
We
I
understand.
Don't know, but I don't understand why she's topless. Does that make sense? I understand in the story why he had to remove parts of her clothes to check for wounds, but I don't understand why she then didn't put her top back on and just stood in front of him with her arms played out, displaying herself.
Yeah, and she's like, but this is like a scene where she's like looking at the carnage that he caused, like this is straight up destruction, and she's like really excited about it, and with her arms outstretched, she says, "This power of yours is something you can master," and she has like the biggest smile on it. And when I first watched it, I thought she was straight up insane. Like, this entire interaction just felt insane to me. This is not like, I remember when I was like, she's 12, if I remember correct, right?
Yeah.
She's 12. When I was 12, I just felt uncomfortable to be around another boy. Like, when I was around with boys, I didn't feel comfortable at all. So being topless and knowing the context behind that, I would not have reacted like that at all. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And with her reacting like this, with the carnage behind her, like, she's not even concerned about her own life because she could have been hit with that as well based on how big it was. Like, she straight up mentally off. I was like, what the heck? And on my rewatch, I believe that even more so. Like, you don't get excited about this. Something is wrong with people who live in Orv. Something is mentally wrong.
Yeah.
My biggest problem with the sexualization thing, other than the obvious that they're literal children, is I don't have a problem usually with sexualized characters if it makes sense for the character. But the thing here is, this doesn't make sense. There is never a point in the show or the movie or the manga where Rico is shown to be like, oh, I don't care about being naked. Because that would have been a point somewhere. Like, someone would have pointed out that she's weird like that. Because that is a weird thing. But no, she is just randomly naked occasionally, and it's never addressed. It's never pointed out. It's never... The only addressing that it gets is Reg is embarrassed. Or Reg finds her attractive. That's
I think he's more embarrassed because, like, he doesn't know. He's like a little boy. He's going through...
That's not really true, because on the last episode, was it the last episode? I don't remember. Yeah, it was exactly the last episode, near the end. I'm not even kidding here. Reg gets an erection.
Yeah, you can get an erection at every age.
Yeah. No. It's specifically seeing her naked that causes it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
wait, yeah.
So
yeah.
it's like...
He does get an erection when seeing her naked, so this is uncomfortable.
Yeah, so it's horrible on the face of it, and then it's bad on the surface level of it being sexualization of children, and it's bad on a writing level because it just does not make sense in universe. It's completely gratuitous.
As you said that Rico has a weird quirk like, oh, she's just naked because she's weird like that, because she doesn't care about self-dignity or she doesn't view it like that, or anything that's explained in that sense. Like, I would have taken it too, but I know that Rico herself said when she got strung up naked that she is traumatized from that.
Yeah.
And so I do not know why she would want to be around naked in any sense. And there's another case where she is randomly naked, but I think there can be a slight explanation for it. And we will cross that bridge when we get to it. We will put a neat little pin on that. Actually, that pin is not neat, it's rotten.
But my point is basically that you can write your fetishes inside of whatever you're writing. Sure,
That's me.
whatever. but if you do, you had better write them well. That had better make sense in what you're writing, because if you write something that creepy and weird in, and it doesn't make sense, then there's something very wrong here.
Yeah. Mr. What's his face again? Akihito Tsukushi. We have a few words to exchange, so we're too afraid to talk with you.
Please take a seat.
Please take a seat. But yeah, let's continue on.
Yes,
After that insanity,
Yes.
they make food out of the corpse sweepers.
Yeah, they perform a little cannibalism by proxy.
Actually,
Yeah.
Before that, we have this little like scene where like Reg is like sleeping and then like wakes up.
Oh yeah. That's important.
And actually, like Reg, before waking up, Reg has this like dream of Rico being eaten by one of those corpse sweepers.
I would call that a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, a nightmare is a dream, a bad one. But then he wakes up because Rico's shouting, and
she lost something. Like
Yeah.
I think she yelled, "It's gone."
She had lost her notebook.
Yeah, she had a little notebook and she had like notes on it, and she wanted to keep the notebook for a long time because if someone found it, then it had all of this knowledge about the abyss that no other person has ever seen. But now that she lost it, oh damn.
And
Oh damn.
and she also goes like, oh, I had notes of Reg in it, and then
It's weakness.
and then she's like, well, I just make a new one, and Reg just
Oh,
like, oh fuck, oh no, help me.
Yeah, she was like, oh, I can just copy that, and he's like, how about we don't?
Yeah, but yes, we can.
To answer Voleshny, your question, they make food out of a thing that eats humans.
Yes.
Yeah,
So they eat the thing that eats humans.
So yeah, I wrote down Rico's kitchen is open, and
It's this kind of creature, Voleshny.
it is the corpse sweeper, and it's Reg even was like, oh, this is some delicious meat, and I'm surprised you were able to hunt. And she's like, oh yeah, it's the corpse sweepers, and he's like, what the fuck? And he basically asks her if she is okay with eating that, because they also eat humans, the corpse sweepers, because they eat corpses. And Rico observes that he seems bothered by it and says he's a robot again, which is rude. Just because you're a robot doesn't mean that you can't have moral and all of the other conscious stuff. But she says that in the orphanage, they had meat that got hunted by blue whistles in the first layer of the abyss, and even the creatures in the first layer feed on cave raiders and ruffians, so basically people who aren't cave raiders but are illegally in the abyss. And she says, it's sad when they die, but they become the flesh and blood of those creatures, and then once again become our strength.
Yeah.
That is how we, all us cave raiders have grown strong. So this is a weird circle of life.
Yeah.
Like,
They consume creatures from the abyss consume them.
yes. It's cat and mouse, mouse and cat.
Except mice don't eat cats.
I mean, rats do.
Do they?
Oh no.
I mean, I saw a video of a New York City rat in the subway just yanking another rat corpse under it and probably eating it.
Oh, was it a cat corpse?
It was a rat corpse. It was cannibalism through rat. It was rat cannibalism. But I think if it's big enough and able enough to eat a whole rat, then it's able enough to probably throw hands with a cat.
Oh, but listen, if you think that like flying human eating thing is bad, yeah, I mean, I can only say it gets worse.
Oh yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry,
also-
Valeshin, you will get your gore.
You will
Don't
get your
worry.
gore. Also, I've noticed that for this layer, the creature of the corpse sweeper has normal line art, and I was first confused by that because I was like, why does it have normal line art? But then I remembered which layer they're at, and I think it might be because they're at the entrance of the second layer, and that the effects of the abyss and all of that isn't so strong. That could be a reason why the line art is also more tame than with the other creatures, because the Crimson Splitjaw actually is native to the
third
third
layer.
layer. So that might be a reason why. Just a theory. A game theory.
Rin, check the chat.
Sorry.
By the way, your meal looks absolutely delicious, Valeshin.
I have not looked at it yet.
It's in my Discord.
Yeah, I know in your Discord, but I haven't looked at it yet. So yeah, they're eating and doing cannibalism by proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they finish up there. They go down a little bit more. They reach the upside down forest. And after some shenanigans with some monkeys, kind of.
Oh yeah,
The monkeys, yes.
the
Yeah.
monkey.
That really don't like them to the extent where they're willing to throw themselves down into the abyss
Yeah.
to get them off their trees.
Show it, Shadow. I sent you a screenshot. I watched it. I watched the episode and I sent it into the ANUpod Discord.
How
How this one monkey just took the biggest L in the century. Like it was driving them out, and it was in its own home turf, and it just still fell out of a tree.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
I even wrote down while jumping, one Inbios fell out of the tree and into the chasm of the abyss like a dumbass. Oh yeah, the name of the monkey is Inbio, so we know now.
Yeah, right. NBO.
Inbio.
Inbio? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
NBO?
In real?
No.
Oh,
Not like
okay.
embryo. Inbio.
Yo,
INBYO as for multiple. So INBYO for one.
Inbio.
there we have it.
I have gigantic notes.
The big notes. Let's see. There you are. Now I've fetched the image. Just 1 second. And there we have it.
Model's head.
Monkey falls down.
Monkey falls down.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
to its inevitable demise.
Man,
Perfectly
this.
placed in the middle. Dumbass.
But yeah, they managed to escape the monkeys, and then they finally reached the what was it called?
Seeker camp.
Yeah.
Secret camp. Yeah, which is basically a tree house.
Yeah, it's a cool tree house. Best tree house
Yeah.
to have ever existed.
Yeah.
Even the
it's
magic tree
basically-
house can eat shit.
Rin has gigantic notes and 9-inch.
I do have both. I no joke, I have 38 pages of notes.
Mm.
But Rin is still small. I'm
Yes.
small enough to
Correct.
fucking reach your ankles. I can still steal them.
And yeah,
But
that's the end of the 5th episode.
It's not the end of the 5th episode. They reach the secret camp.
They reach the secret camp. They try to get in. Something grabs.
Yeah, Rag is
Reg's
throwing his
hands.
arms over and something grabs it and he's like, what the fuck? And it turned out to be Ozen, who has his arms in her grasp and she's saying, so she's still alive.
Yeah,
That brat.
Yeah, that brat was still
Yeah.
alive. And at the end of episode 5, we also had another things. We also have a thing said by the narrator.
Miss Narrator, very beautiful voice.
The immovable lord, Ozen the unmoving, a white whistle with unparalleled strength. To the children was the light residing in those eyes, the light of hope, or an ominous portent.
Yes. Both.
The rating I give was 6 out of 10 because
Okay, we're getting up.
yeah, we're getting up. We're getting up. Next episode will be a lower rating again, but then
Why?
they go up. But this one, the rating is low mostly. A big
The
part of
scene?
it is the sexualization.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it. It would have been a higher rating if it wasn't for that. But also, it's like I don't know. The pacing is still very slow. Like we're 5 episodes in, and it really doesn't feel like that much has happened. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
It's not nearly as bad as it was earlier, but could be better.
You're just
And
against
it
the
does-
arc.
And it does get much better.
Sure, you're still against the Orf arc.
Yeah.
You just want to see the children in the murder hole.
The Abyss is by far the most interesting thing about this entire thing. And
I mean,
spending
yeah, I agree on
time-
that.
And spending time on things that are not the Abyss is mostly a waste of time. Because it's not like you have a finite amount of material for the Abyss. You could spend 30 episodes in it and it wouldn't be enough.
I mean,
And instead they decide to spend like roughly 9 of the 13 episodes in the Abyss.
I mean, if you want to know how powerful a villain is, you want to know it by relation from other characters on how they are traumatized by that character, by that villain.
Yeah.
So I think relations are also important, and Orv's relation to the Abyss is, like, as I said, it's also important. It's also kind of like a proxy to the Abyss itself, but like on another basis, on the human basis. But yeah, let's
Okay,
return to the
okay.
murder hole and episode 6.
Yes.
Okay, let me just point something out because you keep saying that we need to spend this much time in Orth. Do you know?
Oh
how
yeah, I don't
much
say
time-
we
do-
need to
do-
spend
do-
this much time. I
Do
mean
you
we
know
need.
how much time we spend with Midi?
I don't remember when we met Nanachi.
We have
Do you
2
want to-
episodes
Two?
with Midi. Yes.
Okay, we have to reveal that the last episode is 40 minutes long, so it's basically free.
Okay. We spend as much time with Midi, who is far more interesting than Orth, as we do with Orth.
I didn't say that we need to spend so much time with Orf. I meant that it's also important and shouldn't be shoved aside.
No. Of course. I'm not saying to cut it out. I'm just saying.
You did say to mostly cut it out.
Yeah. To shorten it by far. Yeah. Shorten it a lot. Don't remove it, but shorten it. Like condense it.
I think that will lose a lot of Orf's own culture if it happened. But back to episode 6, we're on 2 different spectrums and Shadow's in the middle.
Episode 6, Secret Camp. It starts off with, well, wouldn't you know it, the narrator.
Repeat from the last episode and narrator.
Yes. The true secret was not in the darkness of the night or the ingenious traps, but deep in the hearts of people. It bides its time in that isolated place, increases its purity, and transforms into an unknown something else.
Poetically.
Yes, it's in the hearts of the people.
Oh, yes, it is. So let's continue on.
Yes.
Reg's
Reg's arms are shocked.
Just before we continue, I have exactly 2 notes for this episode.
Why?
Like, all others I have like, I think the other record is 3 notes for episode 4, which I also gave a low rating to. But this one I have 2 notes. One is the child sexualization is just stupidly gratuitous at this point. Why did Rico decide to come out of the bath completely naked?
Bad moment, yeah.
And are you kidding me? More nothing happens episodes.
God damn it! Are you you're saying something happens in this episode, and you're like, "Oh, nothing happens. I hate."
Listen, when I say nothing happens,
there's foreshadowing.
I don't
foreshadowing
mean
and build
screen,
up.
Okay.
You're experiencing foreshadowing.
We're
and build up. You're like, this
halfway
is nothing.
We are halfway through. What are we building up at this point?
This is for this episode specific, like for the next episode. Actually, we have been building up to that thing. We have been building up to that thing since episod 2. So
why are we building up the thing that happens in the next episode and this episode? Why are we spending an episode to build up the next episode?
We're spending time with Ozen too. We're finding out who Ozen is. So
we're actually not spending time with Ozen at all this episode. She
like
shows up for like 3 minutes in the beginning of the episode and then goes away for the rest of it.
No, she actually returns, I think.
For for 20 seconds at the end, yeah.
But shouldn't it be really weird that if your colleague's kid comes to you and you actually had good relations with your colleague, then why would you be so salty towards the kid? Like, the fuck?
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing to tell in 3 minutes, not 20.
Either way, let's continue. Some things happen and foreshadowing for the next episode too.
Okay,
so let's continue on to the people who have actually taken notes that are gigantic and are also are all about the episode summaries.
Okay, outside of the corpse, the walking corpse.
We aren't at that point yet. Hold your horses! Hold your horses! Your horses are still young, they're still babies. They aren't even running yet.
Yeah.
I'm just impatient to get to the actual good stuff because
We've
been at it for 3 hours and we have talked about.
We will continue
nothing.
on. We will continue on some more 3 hours. This continues on.
So yes, a gondola is lowered down and they are taken up to the camp.
Yes, thank you. They're taking up to the camp, and when Rico wants to introduce herself, Ozen is like, "Oh, you're Eliza's kid," and she says that she's stinky, and the thing is that Rico gets really embarrassed when Ozen calls her out on being stinky. She like sniffs herself and is embarrassed because of that, and yeah.
You smell.
Damn
smell.
bitch.
Go get a bath.
Get bath. Get out of my.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Yep.
Anyways, they're also. Ozen is very distant and seemingly non-caring towards this conversation. It's very one-sided. It's mostly Rico just telling Ozen some things, but Ozen doesn't really care or react.
Yeah.
And Ozen herself even goes, like Rico mentions the fact that Ozen saved her, and she was like, Ozen chuckles and she says, "If only I'd left you there, that kid would have come with me. Such a pity I did what I did." And she basically then addresses her apprentice and says, "Go spend time with him, I'm going somewhere else," and that her apprentice should relay all the information that they have gathered. And And yeah, do you want to continue, Shadow?
Olsen was like, yeah, I got shit to do, so you talk to them.
She was like, children like other children more than adults. Fuck
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, and
Basically, yeah.
then we're of course in there at Seeker Camp. We're introduced to this character, child.
Maruk?
Yeah, Maruk, yeah, or Maruk, or I mean, how the name is spelled out differs. But the
I have a question about Marok.
Yes.
I seem to remember from the previous watch, or maybe from something else I've read over time, that Marok is a boy.
yeah,
he
that's
is.
correct. Maruk is
But
a,
where
is a
does
boy.
do they actually? I was on the lookout.
They
when
do
I
talk about
rewatched
it in this episode.
Yeah.
I remember that Reg asks Marok, "Are you a girl?" and then the scene cuts, and I think that was the last mention of that.
Yeah, that's
But we see them talking about like having it rough or
boy
something,
problems.
Right?
They're talking about boy problems. They're talking about
Really?
Schmied problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing
you're
happens
probably
in this
right.
episode.
He
Who
said
cares
it.
about Marok? Who cares
Oh.
that the obviously girl character is actually a boy? Like,
Anyways, the children are given blue whistles in exchange for their red one, and for Ozen to keep Liza's white whistle, because Ozen doesn't want to explain to other people why red whistles, who aren't allowed in the second layer, are at the seeker camp that's inside the second layer.
Yeah, Olsen was like, it's too much of a pain in the ass to try to explain.
Yeah, she's like, fuck that. Just here, 2 whistles.
It's better you pretend to be blue whistles, and it will be all good.
Yeah.
but I'm not gonna just I'm not just gonna let this slide though, because we see like the child apprentice of Ozen,
Yeah.
Marok, is very clearly a girl. Like, they wear a dress, a literal dress. They look like a maid. They are dressed like a maid.
Yeah, he's dressed
But,
like a maid.
But it's actually a boy. Why? Who cares? What purpose does this serve to the story or the characters?
Reg just has an antennae that says where other boys are.
Do you think that will be useful later on?
No, it was just meant as a joke. I don't know how he found that out. I think he's just like, oh my god, I can feel the testosterone out of your body radiating.
No, it's just, listen. When the whole child sexualization thing started and the whole wedding themselves thing started, it triggered a thing in my brain to just be on the lookout for fetishes. And it's
fight or flight.
Yeah, and the Marok thing in a different show that didn't have the other elements, it might be like a fun quirk of the character. It might be something innocent, some fun thingy. But at this point, I am completely convinced that this is yet another of the author's fetishes. That he just decided, I want to write my fetish into my story.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that, because Marok has not been put in a sexual manner as far as I remember. I will, I say, but him existing is not something sexual. Like,
it's just when it's combined with all the other elements, that's when it becomes.
I mean, yeah, you have a good reason to be sus of it. I'm not saying that it's dumb or something. Like, there's a good reason why you're sus of it. But as I said, I don't see it like that because it hasn't been framed in such a way. Like, Maruk just wears a dress and he also happens to be a boy. That's it. I think
the wedding, the urine stuff, that's also not framed in a sexual way. But it is constant.
I think it happened 2 times, right?
I think it's at least 3.
What do you mean with at least 3? It happened 2 times. At the minimum
3. Because let me just look for the word piss in my notes.
As far as I remember, remember, we only actually see Rico
we are all adults and we're talking about it.
So it happens. It happens in this episode.
Yes.
It happens in the 11th episode, and it happens in the 13th episode.
11?
Hmm?
Oh wait, now I remember what you mean. The blood piss.
Yep.
That's what you mean. We didn't see her actually do it. It was mentioned. Okay, wait, it was handed out to Reg. Never mind.
Actually, like by the time of this specific episode, it has happened. We know that it has happened at least twice that she has pissed in the bed.
Huh? How many times can you piss in a bed?
I don't know how
Wait,
to,
what?
I don't know
Am
how
I
to,
understanding something wrong?
I don't know how to put it. It's basically
Am I understanding something?
what happened? Like she like
You
as
mean
we, as,
it was mentioned that she was when she peed herself?
yeah.
Oh,
She peed herself in there in this episode. We saw her dive into like right next there to Reg because she was so scared.
yeah, that was very, very childish, affectionate.
And we don't see like once they're in the morning when they're outside and the shit's like hanging on that line to like dry or whatever. That Reg like points out that it's the second time it has happened.
Huh? What?
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, I have to look at my own notes. You guys are going to take the wheel. You guys are going to take the wheel with summarizing. Actually, you take the wheel, Shadow.
Let's see. Okay, we actually are a bit ahead of events there in this episode.
Yeah.
There's some stuff actually that happens before. Then there.
The stuff that happens before, please speak about that.
So yeah, they're shown like a bit. They're like shown around the camp and see. Yeah, they have it, and then they get to the room that Reg and Rico are supposed to get to use, and Rico goes to take a bath, and Reg sees some flowers, blah blah blah. Reg asks if
Eternal fortunes.
Yeah. Reg asks at some point if Marl is a girl, and then they sit down to chat, and eventually Rico emerges from the bath, and she stands there naked, and both Marl and Reg are like,
embarrassed.
yeah. And
can you not, please?
And Reg immediately rushes to the bag to find a towel, and Marl rushes away to get a change of clothes.
Yeah, and the thing is that I think I know why Rico was naked in that scene, even if it was not logical, story-wise. She doesn't see Reg as a person, so she doesn't see him in that way. Like
Except
she doesn't.
Marok was also in the room.
But she thinks that Maruk is probably a girl, and she's like girl things, like hashtag girl things. I mean, like if you were in the shower with like in a public shower, and you see another guy, and you're a guy, then you wouldn't mind being naked around each other.
Except this is not a public shower.
I mean, yeah, it's weird that she came out of that.
Very clearly separated from the room that Marok and Reg were in.
Yeah.
And she wasn't even. She was dripping wet. Like it.
Yeah, she went to get out a towel.
No sense on multiple levels. Like
yeah.
It's not just the nakedness thing. It's the fact that she didn't dry herself off.
Oh yeah, the reason why is I think because the room is actually a room for relics. It's not, and the bathroom is not an actual bathroom. It's more a wash place for the relics, so they don't have the towels there, I guess.
And
I just remember that they didn't sleep in a normal room.
And she couldn't ask for a towel.
Yeah. Why didn't she ask for a towel in the other room? Why didn't, like? But as I said, this could be an explanation why. This is not an apology or something about that. there's just like an explanation. She doesn't see Reg as a human or rather as a person, and she thinks Maru is a girl, so
But
it
that's
should
not
be
even true.
okay.
It's not even true that she doesn't see Reg as a person.
She
Because
doesn't see him. She
very-
calls him a robot all the time.
But she is very clearly affectionate towards him.
Yeah, like with a
very
dog.
clearly affectionate. No. No. She
If
is not
you are
affectionate
friends
like
with
a
a
dog to
robot,
him.
you wouldn't call them a robot the whole time and to say, "Oh, you don't have to act embarrassed. You're a robot after all."
That doesn't mean she doesn't see him as a person.
She sees him as a person later on, but at this point, she still doesn't see him as one.
I don't think there's a distinction like that. I think she
I
doesn't
think there
see
is.
him as a. I think she doesn't see him as a sexual being. Like I think she doesn't. She doesn't see him as gendered, sure, but she very clearly sees him as a person.
I don't think so, based on her. Like, if she were to say, like, "Oh, don't be embarrassed. We're friends after all," then it would be something else. But she says, "Oh, don't be embarrassed. You're a robot." Then, like, this is a different case because
say that every time or anything. She said that.
she does. She did say that multiple times already in the first few episodes and up till this point too. And I think she will say it again from this point on forward. She does see Reg as a person afterwards, like she will see him later on as a person. But at this point in the story, I don't think she sees him as a person. She sees him more as an object, and we see that Reg has been literally objectified by multiple people and even Rico in the beginning.
That could be the case, I suppose. I don't know. I never
Why did you sound so defeated? Like, but that could be the case, I
just
suppose.
never got that impression, honestly. I never got that impression. Like I never got the impression that her calling him a robot is some kind of oh, you're an item, you're not a person. Because she is so affectionate towards him. She cries when there's something wrong with him. She checks up on him, she protects him. She very clearly cares about him.
Yeah, but all that protecting and stuff happens later on. It doesn't happen until now.
No, it does. It does.
It happens literally next episode or the episode afterwards.
He uses the incinerator, and then he passes out for 2 hours, and she says that she protected him for those 2 hours, and she was worried about him.
You can still be worried about your own object, like. As I said, she calls him the whole time a robot. This is what I'm saying.
The fact that she calls him a robot doesn't mean that she doesn't see him as a person.
I think that because she calls him a robot, because every time a person that has been objective towards them has also called him a robot. That's why. As I said, I'm not saying that she absolutely hates him or anything, or isn't affectionate. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that at this point in time in the show, she does not see him as a person, and she sees him as a robot. That's basic. She sees him more as a relic, as a very high-grade relic that could, if something goes wrong, be destroyed. And
I disagree with that. I will agree that she doesn't see him as a boy. That part would I agree completely. Yeah.
She doesn't see him as a boy, and she doesn't, for me personally, see him as a person. That's for me.
Yeah, that is a perfectly fair interpretation. I'm just saying my interpretation is different.
I think that even Ozen was like, even said something about that.
Oh no!
Later
Ozen
on,
completely treats him like an object. Like she does not see him as anything but like a relic.
Yeah.
But yeah, we will continue on. We have gotten on another tangent.
Thank you, Valeshny, for dealing with the bots, and thank you for congratulating me.
Oh yeah, congrats on that.
Yeah, congrats. I think we congratulated
I think we already congratulated you.
Yeah, but still.
But still.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yay.
Now let's get to 250 for the outfit options.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a few different outfits for both models.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
So anyways,
yeah,
they're staying over at the treehouse, and it's night, and Rico has to go to the bathroom, and on her way, she doesn't know where the bathroom is because their bathroom doesn't have a toilet, I guess. And she goes out into the hallway, and there's a light, and she follows a shadow. And she comes to a hallway, and in that hallway, she meets something that she describes as otherworldly. And she gets so scared by that she runs back to her room, dives under Reg's blanket, and yeah, that's where she spends the night. And the aforementioned P sheet.
Let's talk about that first.
I do.
What she sees crawling around in the corridors can basically be described as a walking rack of meat.
Yep.
Yeah. Headless and bottomless.
Yeah. It's like completely gutted. It's like it's a spine, ribs, and 2 legs, arms, something like that.
No, arms. I think it's more arms because it's using them like arms.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's walking on them, so. But
yeah,
they
it
do
walks.
Look more like arms, yeah. Which obviously freaks her out. She dives under Reg's blanket, and then promptly pees herself. Awesome.
I mean, she got so scared that she peed herself. So, yeah. Anyways, sheets are hanging out to dry the next day. Maruk is like, "Oh, don't be embarrassed about it. I used to do it too until I was like, I don't know, until recently, I guess, or something." And she says, "I saw something creepy that was otherworldly." And Maruk was like, "We don't have ghosts in the camp, silly." And Reg himself is only there and questioning, "Why is it my sheet that got peed on?"
Yeah.
So yeah, and Ozen enters the conversation literally, and Rico promptly apologizes for the blanket, and Ozen remarks how neither that kid, aka leader, nor Hublog told her anything, and when Rico asks what that means, Ozen tells her to come with her if she wants to find out. And while they are ascending a flight of stairs, Ozen says that Maruk told her everything, and that Rico is following her mother's trail. And Rico then goes on to say that her mother called for her, and Ozen is like holding Liza's Waiwuz and says, "Didn't this thing reach the surface?" And she pounds on that by saying, "Liza is dead. Your journey to chase after your mother ends here." And Rico does not accept that. She's like, she says she found the whistle and the letter, and asks her, like, "Where did you find it?" And Ozen reveals it was by a grave. In the 4th layer of the abyss, there's a field of eternal fortunes, and a grave was dug there. And apparently this field of eternal fortunes, a flower very prominent in this series, is Liza's favorite place in the abyss. And she herself doesn't think that Liza would ever send something like this letter, even as a joke. And I have written down, in a seemingly gloating manner, with her face becoming dark again, Ozen asks what Rico's reason for her journey was again. And Rico says she wants to check for herself, and Ozen is like, "Oh, so you want to dig up the grave?" And yeah, she then mentions the mysterious figure in the letter and its possible connection to Reg, and Ozen is like, is back to normal, no creepiness, but this is a very strange shift, and she's like, "I see." And she continues to lead the children to another hollow tree. And it's Ozen's chamber.
Yes.
She opens the door, tells them to go inside, and equipment and shelves can be seen. But further at the back, there is a white, the color similar to opal, cube.
Yes.
Thank you for listening for the stretch and the hydrate. I hydrated and stretched.
I will stretch.
Rin, I'm sure you didn't hydrate because you were talking the whole time.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the hydrate.
But before that, we had.
We talked to our sponsor, NordVPN.
We had our first cameo for Bondroot.
Yes.
He kind of showed up for a little bit as a
he was there for 5 seconds.
as a silhouette, and also before that, my note literally says, "Don't leave Habo alone with children."
Oh yeah, that's for the next episode. For episode 7, yeah.
Oh, weren't we already in episode 7?
We were on episode 6.
You were
We were on
talking about
episode
the cube.
6.
Wait, does the cube show up in episode?
Yeah,
6?
the cube
At the
shows up at
very
the end of
end.
episode 6.
At the very end.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just-
right. You did, because you started talking about the cube, and I thought we were already on 7.
No, we
Okay,
weren't
sorry,
yet
my
there.
bad.
We're going to start off from that point soon, though.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. It can happen to the best of us, and I can say from experience because I am the best.
But yes, episode 7, the
Episode
immovable lord.
Hell yeah!
Nice.
And it starts off with the narrator,
Yay!
and I, of course, want to read out what they said. There are those who never stood still. These people are sometimes assimilated by their beliefs and become their sins. These people who, while human, are yet more human. Or wait, these people who, while human, are yet more than human, continue to watch everything with their inhuman gazes.
A good descriptor of Ozen.
Mhm.
So we then have, after the opening, Habo explaining what white whistles are, and
Yep.
he says white whistles are on the top of cave raiders. Armed with relics, they excavated themselves and have personal titles. However, the physically strongest of them is Ozen. And there's apparently a rumor, a few rumors that are very extreme, like she can carry boulders that are like 1 ton like in weight. And Habo denies that, but he says that those rumors have been present for about her for 50 years.
Yeah.
And this is very interesting because this means that Ozen is at least 65 plus years old
Yep.
and has been a white whistle for 50 years too.
Yep.
Because we know from Maruk saying that you can only become a blue whistle at 15. That she could have gained maybe early a white whistle, but as I said, she's at least 65 years old.
Yep.
So yeah, that's my personal take, and we even ask what, like, Nat and Shiggy, he explains it to them. Nat even asks what relics they use, and Habo says that it's confidential information because the white whistles are kind of like their trump cards.
Yeah.
So these informations only become non-confidential when the white whistles of the white whistle returns to the surface, so when they have died.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and so yeah. We are back to the kids.
Yep.
With Reg.
One thing just to mention real quick is
Mhm.
it's not just rumors that Ozen is like super strong. It's well known that she is by far the physically strongest person that anyone's ever met.
Oh yeah, she's the physically strongest. I said she's the physically strongest of them from the white whistles.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
the fact that she has enough raw strength to top everyone at an arm wrestling match, I think that's amazing.
It's just
So,
that
yeah.
it's just that the rumors about her might be over
Insane.
exaggerated.
Yeah. They're a little bit too much. So,
That she's strong, but she's not necessarily that strong.
yeah, she can't
Yeah.
throw hands with God yet. She tries with the Abyss though. So, the kids are before the cube and they don't know about it.
No.
So Rico's theorizing what kind of relic it is, and Ozen reveals that it's something that Liza bought before it could be auctioned off, and Ozen carried it to her chamber, and Rico connects the dots, and it's the curse-repelling vessel. And Ozen says that she's only half right.
Yeah.
And when she blows on her whistle, like the cube opens up, but in a very, like, kind of gory, fleshy way, because the inside is very fleshy. And Ozen then reveals that when living creatures who couldn't make the trip to the surface were placed there, they didn't get affected by the curse and die, which is how the object got its name. But this information is wrong. Whatever is placed inside still gets affected and dies. But it starts moving again. And
Yeah.
Ozen understood that with the case of Rico when she was born, because plot reveal, Rico was actually stillborn. And Ozen was so annoyed at her that she shoved her inside the vessel and was surprised by having her see move again. And Ozen says the day before that she got nostalgic and she put the dinner for tomorrow in that thing. Like, she put that inside that cube and it also started to move, which is the creature that was otherworldly that Rico saw at that night.
And I just brought up an image of the item.
Thank you very much for having done that. Like, it's when it opened up, when you see that in motion, I was very caught off guard when I first watched that. I was like, oh my god, this is how it opens? Because I expected it to be very kind of digital, very cube-ish. But seeing it like this was something. I did not expect that.
It's a really cool design, and this
is.
This is by far the best reveal we've had of any information at all in the show. At least to me. Like,
yeah,
the
it's
fact
really
that
cool. It's a really good
thing. The fact that this thing doesn't repel the curse. It's a zombie machine basically.
Yeah.
Is like, what?
Yeah.
It's like
Rico basically a zombie.
Rico zombie confirmed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was so caught off guard when I first watched it, and even now, like when I rewatched it and I still saw the little breadcrumbs, I was like, oh wow. I still would not have thought that. I would not have believed that.
Yeah, and what Ozen says basically is that anything put inside it will start moving around for a while and then stop again.
Yeah.
Though Rico has been moving around for 12 years, so she might
We
be an
don't
exception
know.
there. Like, if you've recorded like that everything else stops moving, yet Rico 12 years later is still moving, I don't think you can really draw any conclusions that she'll be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah. She's like, don't stop me.
Especially because all the other things, at least from what we saw and what's implied, that all the other things that Ozen tried to revive using that thing were not exactly feasible to stay alive.
Yeah, it
Because
didn't
they
have
were-
anything.
Yeah, because they were either racks of meat or they were creatures who had gaping wounds on them.
Yeah,
Whereas Rico is
stillborn.
in one piece.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so you can't really draw any conclusions there.
Yeah, it might be
though
different.
Ozen very heavily hints that, Rico may just drop dead at some point.
Yeah. And this is what deeply disturbed Rico too, because understandably, and yes, Ozen then says she despises Rico. I even wrote down the word like despise because I was so taken aback by her saying that. And before Ozen could do anything to Rico, Rag was like intervening, and she addressed him as "our bait child," which is she also knows everything. And he's basically yelling at Ozen to stop hurting Rico and that she's acting immature.
That she's beyond help.
Yeah. And she asks Rag about his concept of God. She says that for the people around here, they don't believe in God, they believe in the abyss. Due to it being feared in the bottom unknown, if it were easy to get down and return home, the worth of the abyss would be greatly shaken.
Yeah.
And that's why our base aren't listed in the records. Not because they haven't been found, but because they shouldn't exist to keep this godlike image of the abyss still existent.
Mm.
And yeah. So
and then we get a fight scene. Basically,
yeah, fight
because-
scene Rag versus Ozen.
Yeah, because Ozen decides that she actually why did she attack them exactly?
So Ozen grips Rag's arm because he
Yeah, but
was
like,
like
what-
intervening. Like he
Yeah, but what
wrapped
was he
around her, I
intervening-
think.
But what was he intervening in?
Of her touching Rico. Because
All right,
Rico was
because
getting so
she-
disturbed.
Yeah,
Because Rico was
yeah,
already
yeah.
so disturbed and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ozen didn't actually attack anyone, but Reg jumped in before she could make Rico more uncomfortable, I guess.
Yeah. Comfortable as police.
Well, I mean, because Ozen wasn't attacking Rico or anything.
No.
Yeah, but mentally attacking her, saying she's basically a dead piece of meat that could just plop dead anytime.
Yeah. Fair enough. Absolutely.
Mm.
And so we get a fight scene between the two. Ozen obviously kicks Reg's ass, like
Yeah.
royally.
Yeah. Yeah, like we see him like extend his arms and wrap them around Ozen and just
She just
Poof.
burst out of that. Just
Yeah.
bum.
It's also revealed what her special grade relic is.
Mm.
It's like 120, I think.
Wait, I have it somewhere.
Yeah,
1,000 men wedges. And she has
I-
120 of those
Yeah, 120.
inserted around her body.
Yeah,
And that's the secret
basically-
to her vigor.
Yeah, that's why she's so strong. That's why she's so durable, and that's why she doesn't age.
Yeah. That's why she doesn't look like an old lady.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's even a point where Maruk wanted to go and Ozen was like, "You stay."
Yeah.
And at one point Maruk just had enough and ran away to seek help, I guess,
Mm.
which is true. And Reg apologized at some point in the fight to Maruk that he can't go easy on Ozen, and he aimed his incinerator at her. And
Yeah.
she wasn't like phased at all. She wasn't like, "Oh God, I have to get out of here." She was like asking what he wants to show her, and it's kind of like Reg is a little child with an insect in his hand.
Mm.
Like, oh look, Auntie, look at this cool spider. And and he
Although, she probably should have been a bit more worried about that.
And the thing is that she, while he's thinking about how to make it thinner, the laser beam, I mean, from the incinerator,
Yeah.
she approaches him with this blank face and her back so hunched, she's basically a hill. She's basically like a mountain. She smiles and says that because he breathes and blinks, he will be hunted down by the beasts of the abyss too, and she then takes his hand with the incinerator and asks what happens if it hits something, making him move to aim at Rico, who at this point was knocked out by Ozen. And the reason why she's knocked out is because she wanted to intervene between the fight, and Ozen snipped at her forehead so strong she flew against the wall.
Yeah.
And because Rag does not want to hit Rico with the incinerator, he had to he fought his way out of the grab that Ozen had, and he aimed at somewhere directly else, not hitting his opponent nor Rico. And this is a bad thing because now he has 10 minutes left until he's knocked out for 2 hours, I think, if I remember
Yeah.
correct.
Yep. 2 hours.
So yeah, do you guys want to continue?
In a nutshell, Ozen completely kicks Reg's butt, and then it's revealed that, oh, I was just testing you by nearly murdering both of you, and by actually attempting to murder Reg.
Mm.
She just,
yeah.
luckily, wasn't successful
Yeah.
because he's too durable. Marok,
yeah. Maruk then
apparently-
returns with like 3 cave raiders
Yeah,
that
she-
are
she
part of
called-
Ozen's squad.
Yeah, she called like Ozen's reconnaissance squad basically to come talk some sense into her and stop her from killing Reg and Rico. But it was all a ruse. I was just testing you. And then she
Basically
also
trying to test Rico's conviction in a sense.
and Reg's ability to protect her.
Exactly. To see if they survive the abyss. And I found the team that Maruk brought interesting because the 3 men that were brought, they are a middle-aged man who has a black whistle, then a young man who has a purple whistle, and an old man who has a purple whistle too. And I found it kind of interesting that we see this age, this aging. Like we have a young guy, we have an old guy, we have a middle-aged guy. Like I found it kind of interesting. I don't know why.
It's interesting. It's a different character designs, yeah.
And yeah.
And they're actually fun character designs. It's kind of a shame that we only see them twice.
Yeah, we see them a few times only. Like we can count it out on our hand. And apparently Ozen told them to stay out of the camp because she wanted to deal with Rico and Rag herself, like test them. And when they saw Baru crying to them and asking them to come with them, they took that out of the window and were like, okay, we're going with you.
Yeah.
So at least there's a bond between these guys and Maruk. I find that very nice.
Yeah,
and one of those raiders says they said that Ozen was gonna test them, but they say that basically say that Ozen might have gone overboard.
Yeah, she says she hates deceiving children, and that everything she like fought him with, that was her true strength. She did not hold back. And later on she will reveal that some things she said were not like exactly true.
Yeah.
For example, she did find a grave where the letter and the whistle was, but the grave was empty.
Yeah.
Hi, Aki.
Hello, Aki.
Hello, Aki.
Yes, it is today. We are about halfway through the show.
Yes.
And we really should pick up the pace a little bit because I really don't want to stay up until 4 a.m. for this.
Yeah, we will try our best. So anyways, the grave was empty. Ozen now wants to beat them into shape. And yeah, they will have a training arc. The kids will have a training arc.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's a scene, a flashback scene where
Ozen that was nice.
Meets Liza, Rico's mom.
Yeah.
When Liza was still a red whistle, and even back then, Ozen was the exact same as she is now, and she apparently she was the mentor of Liza.
Yes. Liza actually asked her to be her mentor, and she was like, "Can you bug off?"
Yeah.
And she was so insistent that Ozen at some point said, "Okay, you have some conviction. Let's go into my team."
Yeah. And then Ozen drops off Rico and Reg at one of the edges, basically, of the second layer.
Yes.
And tells them, okay, now survive for 10 days.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess it's training, but
yeah,
I feel like they probably would have done something similar without her.
I mean, it's like it's their survival training, and while she puts them somewhere in the outer layer where the creatures are more docile, and the force field's light doesn't reach them, and so they have like darkness they have to work with. And this is like a test for Rag too, because she tells Rag to not use his incinerator
unless
entire
unless
time.
He wants to kill them.
Yes, unless he wants to maim, and she tells him no hesitation, no mercy. and otherwise their adventure will be over.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this is like them proving to her that they are able to survive.
Yeah.
Because this is like giving them training wheels. If they fail at that, they cannot go further down.
Yeah.
So yeah, and with Liza even called in the flashback, Liza called Ozen's personality irredeemable, but she's apparently still the best mentor ever, and it looks like she's back to being a mentor.
Yeah. And that's pretty much the end of episode 7.
Yes, episode 8 we go.
Yes.
And finally an actual good rating from me. I gave
Jesus,
this
thank you.
an 8 out of 10.
Wow, thank you. What
because
did
it's-
you decide against? What did you think was so good that you gave it an 8 out of 10?
Because we actually got some so Ozen is a very cool character. I really like Ozen.
Yes.
That reveal about Rico basically being a zombie and not like and the curse curse warding vessel, I don't remember the
Curse
exact name of
repelling
it.
vessel.
Curse repelling vessel, yeah. It's not being actually a curse repelling vessel, but being a you will be alive no matter what shape you're in vessel. Is actually a really, really cool reveal.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of positives in this episode for sure.
So the reveals were what was good for you, and the fighting probably too.
The fight itself was nice, but I'm not usually much into. I don't usually care too much about fight scenes.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not expect that, considering that you like wrestling.
It's different. It's different. No, I enjoyed the fight scene. But it wasn't one of the best fight scenes I've seen or anything like that. It was a good fight scene.
It was.
Pretty much
It
that.
was an interesting fight scene. Because
yeah,
Ogen, oh my god, I accidentally called her Ogen. Ozen is also acting kind of dirty because she aimed his hand at Rico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact, every time I was writing down Ozen's name, I sometimes accidentally wrote down the name of one of my OCs, and there's only one letter difference.
Oh.
Instead of a Z, it's a G.
Oh.
So sometimes I even now I've found one that says Ogen, and I was like, no, that's not the same. It's not the person. It's not the person.
But my final note for the episode is that we're finally getting into the meat of the show.
We're getting into the meat.
Yeah, 7 episodes in, but we are finally getting into the actual good stuff.
Yes.
Episode 8.
So episodes.
And yeah,
episode 8, yes.
Episode 8, survival training.
Hell
We
yeah.
start off with the whole training arc thing. Rico almost gets herself killed, of course.
By a hippo, to say the least.
By a hippo thingy. And then course we have some scat shit because we have to have that. That's obviously in the contract somewhere.
What?
Shadow
wants to say something.
Yeah, sorry, Jen.
I want to again quote the narrator.
Thank you.
First.
As this episode began with the narrator saying some things. They said, the immovable Lord Ozen, the unmoving, her beyond help lessons are a trial for a new journey. This trial for the children to survive in Abyss is survival training.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh yeah, artist speaking, the insects in the series are all 3D, which is of course different from the creatures of the Abyss and the human characters, so that's a nice distinction. And also, the hippo-like creature is drawn also with the same line art as the other creatures, with this chaotic thing.
I remember what the thing was called, rotoscope.
Yeah, rotoscope. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what they do is because the creature moves like a 3D model, So I'm pretty sure that they have a 3D model that they then draw over.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for giving the name. So, day one, they built themselves a shed. They nearly got killed, or Rico got nearly killed, and they made fire. And they were like, "Okay, we have to get insect-repelling plants because 5 seconds after that, insects surrounded them."
Yep.
Day three, the old man is looking at their progress and describing them. He calls Rico very plucky, but that her body has limits, and these limits are the things that her mind puts herself into. Like, for example, Rek doesn't have those limits, but he has more of the mental limitations. He has a resilient body, but constantly loses his nerves and is slow in making decisions.
Yeah.
So they level each other out in a sense. Day 5. The kids are planning how to catch the hippo creature by doing it.
By burning
I
its
talked
shit.
about the tiger. It's kind of the same, but instead they use poop from a female hippo, and they use fire to release pheromones. So this hippo thought it was going to get laid, but actually it was catching death. And so anyways, Ozen looks at this, and this triggers a set of flashbacks for her, where she first got injured, and a concerned Liza asked who did it so she can annihilate them. Then another flashback was them drinking, seemingly having a drinking match, and Liza, even though she's much smaller than Ozen's like 2 meters tall, she seems to have won that match. And then back to Liza in the field of the eternal fortunes. She says how it doesn't feel like we're in the middle of the abyss due to how beautiful it is. And then another flashback where Liza introduces Ozen to her husband, the father of Rico, who's a Black Whistle and also from her squad. And this was followed by an expression. I've written those in air quotes, an expression from Ozen. And I don't know how to describe it because it was like this painting, this scream. Like her eyes and her mouth were black, and it was kind of this blank expression, but it was so creepy. and then there's a more thorough flashback where after Liza has given birth to Rico and was still in grief, and she was asking Ozen to give her some space alone. And Ozen does so, and she's contemplating the situation. She says, she's seemingly talking to no one, but she says that after shortly losing her husband, Liza also lost her baby, and that's some nerve to leave the delivery to me. But dumb face, and you come along. And just when Liza had finally mellowed out, she gets treated like this? How maddening. I didn't want to see Liza in such a state. I don't have much strength left. Perhaps I'll just leave this thing behind here and carry the bell up with Liza. So it's basically her contemplating of just leaving the baby corpse and the curse repelling vessel in the fourth layer to then go with Liza up to bring the bell. But then noise is heard inside the cube, and this has caught Ozen's attention, and she says that she took another burden from that day. But she has a sense of duty, and that Liza won't have to worry about that now. So this is the end of the flashbacks. We are going back to the kids, and they're enjoying the hippo who thought he was going to get late. And they have enough meat for another 5 days. And day 10 has reached, and Maruk sees them through the telescope that is implemented in the tree, or basically the tree house of the second layer for the seeker camp. And they look absolutely dirty, absolutely beaten, absolutely exhausted.
Yeah.
But they survived. So yeah, you guys can continue on. Because I need to drink.
We basically then have like them sitting down, eating and talking, and Ozen then tells them of like how time gets distorted further down in the abyss, and that like Liza might not actually have been down there as long as they think. Because like to Liza only like a few years have passed, while on the surface 10 years have passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is mentioned, and then that is a bit of a plot point later. Though I think the whole time compression thing is a bit too uneven for my liking, honestly, because they've been down in the abyss for like 2 weeks or so.
Yeah.
When we will find out very soon that on the surface it's been less than 2 days.
Yeah. I've actually
if-
brought that up to you guys in Discord.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I talked about that on Discord. I was like, holy shit, guys, I've just realized something.
oh, right, you did, yeah. But yeah, that hit me while I was watching it now. When that's for the next episode though.
Yeah.
There is a little bit. The time compression is just a little bit weird. It's a little too uneven, I think. Anyway, it's
I mean,
not a big deal.
I think we need
It's
to.
not a,
Yeah.
it's not a major deal. It's not anything serious.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
yeah.
Ozen also talks about that some white whistles live in the abyss, and for example, not only her, but also in the deep layers, Bondrude is also living in the abyss.
What's really weird here is they mention 2 other white whistles that I don't think we ever meet.
We haven't met them yet.
To be like specific, like Ozen mentions they should not stay long on the 5th layer, and like they should try to like hurry away from the 5th layer like as soon as they can, basically.
Yeah, she
because
she gives the names too.
Because there are 3 she knows there are 3 white whistles down there at the moment. Lord of Guidance, Wakuna the Chosen, the Eldritch Lord, Strajo the Eldritch, and the Lord of Dawn, Bondrude the Novel.
On the translation I've got, it says Strajo the mysterious, the sovereign of mystery. So that's the only difference. And Bondrude is the sovereign of dawn.
Yeah, it's major.
Yeah.
Just minor differences.
Yeah. So, anyways, she says that they should avoid these 3 in the abyss, but especially Bondrude, because she says he's an out and out scoundrel, and that he isn't kind like her. And
scoundrel is such a weird word to use here.
Yeah, she described herself as kind. I even wrote that down in air quotes, not kind, like Ozen, because she was not kind to them at all. She merely let them live.
Yeah.
With major emotional damage.
I noted that, like, I wrote down that she called those white whistles hardcore good for nothings.
Yeah.
I know that she called her own team members good for nothings that didn't have a home. I don't know about the white whistles. She did call Bondrude a scoundrel, so I do not know about the others.
Yeah.
But yeah, she basically tells them Bondrude is an absolute asshole. Be careful around him.
Yeah.
And then she mentions that the piece of paper that supposedly Liza wrote, "I'm waiting for you at the bottom of the abyss," is actually a relic because it's like indestructible.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like weathered paper.
Mm-hmm.
And then she gives them a high-class relic.
The Blaze Reap.
Yeah, basically a pickaxe that also kind of works sort of like a gun.
And it was Liza's weapon of choice back when they were cave raiding.
Yeah.
In the translation I watched, it was called Blaze Reap, the contradicting pick.
What? Contradicting pick? Contradicting pick?
Yeah, I don't know why.
The one I have says the everlasting pick.
It says the everlasting for me too.
Yeah.
It should be an alternative for the incinerator, so that because if Rag leaves Rico alone for 2 hours in the abyss, it could be catastrophic.
Yeah.
He'll probably die.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she also mentions that white whistles are used to activate certain relics, which will become very relevant in a couple of episodes. And then we have another tearful goodbye with people that we barely met. I'm not exactly sure why Marok is, and I quote, "Today is the saddest I've ever felt." Like I'm not sure
think
why
it
he's the saddest he's ever felt after being with these people for like 2 days.
Maybe it's because they are kids.
Yeah, they are kids and they have bonded.
I mean,
They've bonded over a few
sure.
days, sure, but Maruk has probably never seen another kid around since a long time because Maruk has a condition that makes it impossible for him to go out on the surface on the sun with the sunlight because I don't know why, but this is probably the first time he has ever seen children again. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah. I don't know. That whatever. It's
oh
okay.
yeah, Ozen looks on to the group and she didn't give them goodbye, but she looks on and she has another flashback as where it's after Rico was brought up to the surface, and Ozen Ozen calls it creepy that Rico started to crawl towards the abyss, and Liza thanks her because without Ozen's help, they wouldn't have been able to bring the curse-repelling vessel up, and this is where Liza also says that a boy named Jiro has become her apprentice, and this boy has turned down becoming Ozen's apprentice. And who is that Jiro? It is none other than Leader. and yeah. And Ozen then says that if people knew that Liza has a daughter, that people would go and kidnap her, or worse, while Liza is out exploring in the abyss. And Liza says that she basically lost it off and says her apprentice is top grade. Like, he will probably protect her. And she then gets a very, like, she tells how Rico is precious to her, and no matter what she offers as payment, it wouldn't be enough, but thanks to a whole heap of priceless things, like, for example, the curse-repelling vessel and the crystal glass lenses, Rico is alive now, and if she stays with her, she would take her adventure away, and Liza herself will become separate from the abyss, and that's why she plans out to make her last dive. But Ozen chuckles and says she just got the urge to see the bottom of the abyss, and
Yep, Liza really earning that Mom of the Year award.
Mom of the Year. And Liza then tells Ozen that if Rico ever stands before her, planning to do the same dive as her, then she should tell her everything.
Yeah.
And Ozen is kind of like jokingly about it, like about the living corpse thing and stuff. But Liza agrees and says about how, I quote, about how much of a miracle it took to make it so that she's able to move at all. About how to tackle the magnificent adventures that are waiting for her. And
yeah.
And Ozen basically turns away, saying that she should do that herself, but Ozen will send Rico towards her when that time comes. And back in the present, she says how redeemable, how very irredeemable. So she uses the same words that Liza used to describe her personality with
Yeah.
irredeemable.
Do we? I don't remember from the movie or the manga later on, but do we ever know how Liza got her white whistle?
We do not know, but we know how white whistles are made.
Yeah. Because for some reason, I was under the impression that it was her husband, but it's
no.
not.
I know. No, she was already a white whistle by the point she got married.
Yeah.
So, another thing. Ozen is telling. Also told the kids after they have gotten the reap and stuff. she told them confidential things that only white whistles have passed through each other through mouth to mouth, and that it's basically things that you need to know for your last dive.
Yeah.
She talks about the device that traverses the 5th layer to go down to the 6th that we will see in the movie. She also talks about the timbre of a white whistle that you already says that can activate certain relics. And something that I found very interesting because I immediately forgot it after I first watched the movie. The movie, I say, the series. The mysterious ring in the 7th layer that only a few white whistles have witnessed. So there is a mysterious ring in the 7th layer. It's apparently a ring of light. So is God down in the abyss? We don't know.
Maybe it's a wrestling ring.
Maybe it is. Who knows? But yeah, the kids say goodbye and now they're on their way to the 3rd layer, the Great Fault.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's also the title of episode 9.
Hey.
The Great Fault.
Do you have anything to say from Miss Narrator?
Yeah, I mean, first of course I gotta say that it starts off like the previous episode ended, the whole like waving goodbye, and then they get to a shaft, like some kind of little small niche hole in the ground.
Before we continue, just want to give my rating
You're
for
scoring.
the previous episode. I gave this a 7 out of 10. It was good. It was very good. It was really nice seeing Rico and Reg actually learning to get better at cave raiding.
Their training arc.
Yeah. But I've written down, instead of wasting so much time earlier, why didn't we get an episode of Ozan's stories? Because that would have been really cool. Instead of all her stories being like, we got told, and Ozan told us these amazing tales.
Yeah, by Rag. He was like inner monologuing, and he was like, Ozan told us about this and this and this and more things, and we're all like, what are the more things?
Yeah, can we please get an episode of that instead of orphanage crap? Anyway, episode 9.
As I said, we're opposing each other.
So the whole waving, saying goodbye and yada yada, they get to like some small-ish hole in the ground near the Great Fault, and like they wonder like Rico asks like if that was the one that Ozan told them about, because apparently Ozan had told them that there was a little path they could take down or something. And Reg says yeah, and then they go down, and then we have the narrator saying, there is nothing more fair than death in this world. Death comes to all living things eventually. Death is an impartial and absolute truth, and it is with us always. However, people use their intelligence and courage to struggle and resist, and cling to life until the end. We love this unfair and unequal world.
Yes. So basically someone is going to die soon.
So
we don't know.
We get a scene outside of the abyss back in north with Shiggy and Nat, and somehow Shiggy managed to calculate that Reg and Rico will be at the 3rd layer by now. It's a very good thing that he took into account the 10 days they spent training.
Yeah.
This is not how math works, but cares, I guess. Like, I don't understand this scene. Are we supposed to believe that Shiggy is like
math
clairvoyant or something?
I think what I actually think is that we don't get to see the Orf storyline with Nat, Shiggy, and Kiwi at the same time as things are happening in the Abyss. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like back to back. So I think it's like kind of behind.
Yeah, but this scene is specifically there in order to line up the timelines.
I think it's more like it's there for I don't know for what it's there actually.
No, because
My
if
brain
he
is fried.
I've calculated that by now they will have reached the third layer. That
It
is
could have been also
obviously
wrong.
that is obviously an. I mean, yeah, it could have been wrong, but that'd be stupid because you don't say something in a show like this and
Maybe a red herring.
for what?
I mean, I
What
thought
would
for
be
the
the
longest
purpose of it?
time.
What would be the purpose of this being told and it being wrong?
I mean, I thought for the longest time when I saw the Orf scenes that they all happen like in the same span as the time that the kids are spending in the abyss. But I realized that their time is actually just 3 or 4 days, not like the time in the abyss that the kids are spending.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So I think it's either that the time is delayed, that that we see only these parts because they are important to the story, like with the death disease, birthday death disease, and that they're not aligned in the same timeline, but they
My
go after a timeline.
my
But the
point
timeline is separate for Orf and for the Abyss, or it's to show the weird way time moves in the Abyss.
the thing is this specific scene. There is no purpose for a scene like this other than to line up the timelines, other than to synchronize the timelines. There's
I
nothing
think
else a scene like this could achieve.
it's
Because
either there
if it's
for
wrong, then it achieves nothing.
I think it's either there for us to because this is like a short while after. This is I think the day before Kiwi has his birthday or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
this is literally the day after they left. Yeah.
So I think either I think this is either to show the time difference of the Abyss and the of the people in Orf, but I
But
don't
it doesn't
know.
do that
But I
either
don't
because
think it would make sense because time in the Abyss seems to go slower the deeper you go. So
the thing
why
is
is it going
doesn't
faster?
it doesn't show the misalignment of the timelines either because this scene doesn't tell us how long it's been for the people in North.
Yeah, so it could be anywhere.
All it does is oh, I've calculated that by this time they've reached the third layer, and then we see them in the
Reach the
third
third layer.
Yeah. So the only purpose of a scene like this is to synchronize the timelines. If it doesn't, then it's a waste of time. It's a waste of screen time.
It could be that it's like after Kiwi's birthday instead of before, as we
That
believe.
would be so.
We don't know.
That would be so.
I'm
dumb.
I'm
That
so
would be
confused.
so dumb.
That would be. Have you seen what we're talking about?
Anyway, I think we really need to pick up the pace because we've
Yeah.
still got 5 episodes to talk about.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And we've been at it for 4 hours.
so yeah, like we see them standing, peering out a little hole, and then we go from some of those like little rodent-like creatures
It was little pancakes.
into,
Yeah.
into the great out into the great vault, and
So they can. She threw them out so the other creatures are distracted with a pancake, so
Yep.
they can reach another exit hole.
Yep. And like I think it was I don't know if it was Reg or Rico, but like one of them thought like remembered I think something that, or like they thought of something that Osen said, like you cannot fly or run down walls. Weaklings like us would simply be snatched and eaten. The weak must choose the path of the weak.
Jesus Christ.
Like Olsen literally say using the word weak even in reference to herself, like I guess in like in an us sense.
So this is we kind of talked about this earlier, but I really don't understand how anyone who doesn't have extendable grappling hook arms is supposed to climb down this place.
I think they all know that there are some shafts or little caves that they can crawl into. I think that it's just not something that the
There are-
red
there
whistles
are-
know about because they will not go down there yet.
Yeah.
I mean, they see the caves and they see all the openings, but the thing is that the caves don't just continue downwards; they end, and you have to go out of that cave and go into a different cave. So how does anyone reach the other caves?
Grappling hooks.
Sure, I guess.
Listen, abyss
also-
physics cannot be explained with human physics.
Also, one thing I just noticed because I this really I don't know why I didn't see this earlier, but I just sent a screenshot in the Discord.
Oh, this is a boat.
Yeah, it's a boat.
We will probably find out one day why it's here.
Yeah.
This silly little guy, this silly little goose.
Maybe. I like the fact that it's petrified though. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like that too. It was so long here that it became part of the wall.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
Yes. So they grapple down to a different cave, to a lower cave. They stumble into the lair of one of the monsters there, and Reg decides that no hesitation, and so he blasts his head off.
Yeah.
But then, of course, something else attacks them, and that is the split jaw.
Crimson Split Jaw.
Crimson Split Jaw. I will remember that name one day, but it will not be today. The same one that they fought way back in the first episode has found them. The way we know is the same one is because it has a scar on the side where the incinerator grazed it, and so they managed to escape it. Let me just make sure I'm not skipping anything, but yeah, I don't think I am. They managed to escape from it, and then Reg passes out. And so Rico, in her absolute infinite wisdom, decides, ooh, I'm kind of hungry, and it'll be 2 hours. Might as well go look for food.
Yeah.
Just brilliant decision making right there. You couldn't wait. Like, you can't be hungry for 2 hours. You couldn't wait for Rick to wake up before you go and get yourself in trouble. But she basically falls into one of those, what are they called? Honeypot traps, something like that. Basically a plant thing. It's not a plant in this case, it's more like an animal, but it produces a sweet aroma to entice creatures, smaller animals, to climb inside of it.
Yeah.
And
Kind of like a Venus trap.
Yeah, but it's more like let's say Venus flytrap.
Yeah.
Rico remarked
like-
Rico remarked how it smelled of that of a certain fruit that those like rodent-like creatures like.
Yeah. And so she fell inside, of course. Realized she is literally inside stomach acid, and cut herself free.
That was very interesting because the creature like then became dehydrated and stuff, and like that was interesting to see.
Well, I mean,
It kind of
all
acted
its,
like a flower.
Yeah. All of its stomach fluids like came pouring out. It obviously died.
It's for
and-
dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, Valeshny. Oh, great.
Electric
First.
boogaloo.
Yes. I still need to actually look up what a boogaloo is, other than a very funny word.
It is a funny word.
And can someone remind me why Rico was in such a hurry to? So, Rico escapes the whole thing
Yeah.
with Reg on her back, and the creatures, the rodents, kind of sort of attack her.
They
because
sniffed her and
she-
they were like she was sniffing after those
yeah, she
fruits they
smells
eat.
like the fruit because of the stomach acid, because that's how it smells.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
so they kind of sort of attack her, though they don't. I mean, there are no wounds on her or anything, so it's not like they're really attacking her. And so she tries to escape from them
Mhm.
and reaches a place that has an incline, an upwards incline.
Yeah, an upward slope, yeah.
Yeah, and she has to like climb it. But can someone remind me why she is in a hurry?
Because the
Climb it?
creatures are right behind her.
And they really don't seem to be. And and
She
given
could
how
hear them.
slowly and given how slowly she's climbing, they really could catch up to her very quickly because they're not affected
I mean, yeah.
by the curse.
Yeah.
So it's kind of it's a little bit weird, but sure.
I mean, you don't want to be nibbled by a bunch of pancakes.
I mean, I suppose it's a bit of a plot hole.
And especially
plot
given
hole.
that,
Confirmed plot hole.
that she didn't actually get hurt by them, it's a little bit. Sure, whatever. It's not a big deal. Of course, there's a close up of her throwing up because, of course, there is.
Yeah.
The strains of the third layer are being explained there. We're using her as as like physical presentation.
Yeah, with a graphic close up, because that is the only way to show that she has nausea. And she also has some hallucinations. She sees Marok, she sees Ozen, both of whom are telling her, "Yeah, you're fine now. Let's head back up. Let's go back." Yeah, and then she sees Cabo. She sees the kids from the orphanage, and then she finally sees her mother.
Yeah.
Mommy.
Yeah, who tells her, "Let's go back to Earth." And so her
Rico buckled down under it. She then took her hand because before that she was like, "No, this can't be real. I'm not buckling down." And then her mom appeared and she immediately took the hand.
Yeah. That was more than she could withstand, I suppose. More than she can resist when it comes to the hallucinations.
Yeah.
And so she goes into an even deeper hallucination. It's pretty obvious that it's a hallucination of her and Liza using one of the gondolas to climb back up to Earth. And like everything's okay, everything is fine, everyone's alive, blah blah blah, but Reg isn't there. So Rico realizes that this is obviously hallucination because she would never leave Reg behind. And finally she wakes up next to him, and luckily the Crimson Split Jaw, yes, I remembered it finally. I will probably forget it next time I need it. Very conveniently and very thoughtfully didn't attack them for the duration while both of them were passed out, and it waited for them to wake up before it attacked them. But
I think it only noticed her energy or something and was like, "Oh, there these bitches are."
Yeah. But Reg managed to fight it off.
Oh yeah, we had a moment where I honestly thought when I first watched it, I was like, "Oh my god, this is Rico's girl boss moment. She's going to be a big girl." And then Reg wakes up and he basically takes all of the matters into his hands and she just gives it over. Like she's just like the cheerleader in the back. So I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Voleshny. I know the meme. I don't know what the word boogaloo means. But
are we a worse version of the first episode?
I think that's what Voleshny is implying. Yeah.
Monkas.
Right, emotional damage.
Yes.
And then at the end of the episode, they finally reach the fourth layer. and we're finally getting to the actual legit great stuff
Yeah.
in the show.
Okay, can we talk about the weird little spiky eggs that are on the walls of the of the third layer?
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah.
Why the fuck
I
are
mean,
they? Who lays them?
do-
Who lays them? Who gets up there and lays them?
I mean, those things. What were they called? They had a kind of funny name. The flying.
We will
things
see it again.
in the third layer. They seem more than capable of grabbing onto the to the side of the cliff face, so it doesn't seem like too much of a stretch.
Yeah, but what comes out of it is not a bird.
Wait, what? What comes
I mean,
out?
it's
Yeah.
jellyfishes.
Jellyfish.
Have you forgotten?
Squids.
Weren't those the eggs of those blue, like, stingray looking things?
No.
What? No? I remember exactly that Rico told Reg that those spiky eggs, that they are that they are eggs, and they out of them come those little jellyfishes or squids or whatever they are, and they fall
Which-
into the goblet of giants.
Which jellyfish?
You will see them in the goblet of giants.
Huh.
On the left, you will see the goblet of giants, and on the right, you will see some of the jellyfishes inside. Now, if you
No,
find
I probably missed that part. Yeah,
But
I
yes,
have-
I was under the impression that those were the eggs of the flying stingray things.
no.
No, it wasn't.
The eggs of those are in the nests.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, of course.
they
Yeah.
accidentally walked into the nest, and the mom was like, "I don't like that."
Yeah.
Mm.
That makes sense.
And your score, Helix, for?
Yes, my score of episode 9 is an 8 out of 10. Third layer is really cool and very creative, and I really enjoyed it.
Nice to know that. I wonder what
well-
your rating of the fourth layer would be like.
Well, I will not spoil my next rating, but my next rating is not exactly on the score out of is not exactly on the scale out of 10. That's just a little hint there.
Did you go into the minus?
No. It's just
Okay.
it's just to the side of the scale.
But yeah,
my
let's-
main notes, I suppose, for episode 9 is Rex passed out. Time to do something stupid.
Yeah, I was like, why are you not waiting on him?
It's
He
like 2
just-
hours. What, you can't be hungry for 2 hours? How spoiled are you?
I was like, no, I don't think she was like spoiled. I think she was used to being so dependent on him, and I think like she thought, oh, I'm hungry. I want to get food now, and she just dragged him behind her.
Yeah.
Well, the
She's-
thing is, she took note of the fact that he's passed out, and then her stomach growled, and she was like, "Oh, I'm hungry. Let me go
Let's
find
go."
some food." It's like, wait, you just noted the fact that he's passed out. Like,
Yeah.
wait a little bit. It's 2
You
hours.
also-
It's not that long. You'll survive.
It also says a lot, either that she's selfish in a sense, or at least doesn't think outside herself. Or it says a lot about her relationship with Rag because she just wraps his arms around herself and then just drags him along the floor. And you can there's even a moment where you can see his head going against the rocky ground and his head just bobbing along.
But,
And
that's
if
not
that-
you- but it's not like she doesn't even care about him, because that's the whole point of the hallucination then. Because the
She
entire
cares
point of the
about him, but she
hallucination-
doesn't care about his well-being.
Yeah. The whole point of the hallucination was, no, I don't want to go back without Reg.
But at the same, she doesn't care if he gets a hurt he had. If, for example, if it was us guys, like if I saw you guys passed out, I would still drag you and try to keep you as unharmed as possible because I would not want to imagine you waking up with pain. Like and if you don't reply with same to me, I will cry. God damn it.
Yeah, of course.
I will call my cousin the Abyss.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The word boogaloo right now is used by an extremist group in the US.
Lovely.
Fun!
We like to see memes being used against us.
Memes
Don't-
become political.
Don't
Yay.
weaponize memes.
Don't weaponize memes unless you want to make fun of the people who are racist and stuff.
The last thing we want to see is like it's like some moms trying to use those crappy like minion memes as some form of weapon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so next episode, they are
Episode 10.
now...
Episode 10.
Yes.
Poison and the Curse.
Yes, you want to tell us what the narrator says?
Yes. I mean, actually, there are like, you see something else also happening with Rika and Reg. Like before that, they're like pointing out humidity and some explanations about the plants, and that they need to go and find a place to camp. But yes, the narrator said about the fourth layer. He said the fourth layer, commonly known as the heart. The return rate from this layer is incomparably less than that of the third layer. Stretching out are the praises of multitudes of lives and hopes. The cup of abyss. Does it hold thirst-quenching elixir for those who reach out for it? Or burning poison?
Nice.
Damn.
Volition, to answer your question, there are 13 episodes, and we are currently on episode 10.
Yes, we're close to finishing.
Kind of.
Yeah,
Given that the most interesting stuff starts from this episode going forward, I am kind of worried.
Oh, don't worry. We will finish soon, right, Shadow?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, anyways, we're episode 10, Goblet of Giants.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are
yeah.
now in the fourth. Sorry, Jed.
We only have about 1 hour and 40 minutes before I need to cut it off because of because at my place we have the internet must
Yeah.
be turned off by 2 a.m.
I want to very quickly say something.
Your 2 a.m. is my 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So I would really like it if we can end before 2 a.m. That'll be really good.
I wanted to write down in my notes humid, but for some reason it's written down as hummus. I just noticed it myself.
Oh, that is good.
It's in the context of it's also very humid in the fourth layer. And if it was replaced with it's also very humid in the fourth layer.
Okay, let's try to.
Recon
breeze through-
Recon Reg notices there is hummus in the fourth layer.
It's very delicious.
Some wild growing hummus.
But yes, who wants to
So-
give a rundown of the events of episode 10?
Let's give Ray the stage.
Yes, so they get down to the fourth layer. It's basically kind of a forest of giant upside down mushrooms, as I mentioned previously. Not upside down, but like mushrooms with their caps inverted so that they're full of water.
I don't think they're more like mushrooms. I think they're called flat creepers, and they're actually attached to another plant, and they're like more of a colony on top of one big plant.
I'm talking more like in the shape wise.
Oh, okay.
They're more tree like than anything.
Yeah, they're more tree than anything.
Yeah. But yeah, they scout out the area, and Reg makes a very interesting observation that is very random. My note on it is, how did Reg know that whoever was watching them, like, first of all, how did he even know that anyone was watching them? But
Yeah.
how did Reg know that whoever was watching them has good enough hearing to understand what they're saying? Like, it's stretching his intuition a little bit too far for me.
Yeah.
But sure, okay.
Quite the inconsistency or whatever.
It's like I can sense that this person has incredible hearing and blue eyes and
Or is absolutely gorgeous and has very soft hands and would like to have a date with me.
I can sense the presence of someone who was very disappointed in the present that they received for their fourth birthday. But yeah,
Anyway.
as they keep going, they run into a
Orbed
orb
piercer.
piercer. Yes, an orb piercer, a creature with a really interesting design.
Yeah.
That can apparently sort of look into the future a little bit.
It will be
know-
explained further down the line.
Yeah. But basically it has a very limited clairvoyance, but it's not exactly clairvoyance. It's more like it can read what you're thinking of doing. Because it's explained as clairvoyance, but then what they do to defeat the creature would contradict that, because if it was clairvoyance, they wouldn't be able to trick it.
It's we will explain that when it happens.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
anyways, they get attacked by an orbed piercer. I will now call it Orby.
Yes.
They get attacked by Orby, and Rag makes a run for it because Rico has told him that not only can these spines penetrate steel, they are also laced with poison, and that would be very bad for Rico.
Yes.
So anyway, they get even attacked, and they notice that the creature has seemingly good intuition because he runs somewhere and it's already there. And he basically dodged an attack, and the spines were able to rip their backpack open.
Yeah.
And the blaze reef fell out of the backpack right next to the Orby. And he was thinking about getting that, and right then the orb piercer just threw that away.
Yep.
And he was like, "What the heck?" And Rico tells him to use a scaled umbrella, which is a relic that they had with them, I guess. Because
where did they get that relic?
I don't know, maybe it's a very common relic. So
Sure.
Or they got it from Ozen, like we don't know.
yeah, maybe
they
she got it from
probably
Ozen.
did, but they could have mentioned it.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway.
Anyways, the plan is to make the thing scare away by using something that might look bigger than itself, but it did not work because the scaled umbrella is not that big, and they got attacked, and the spines were able to get through the umbrella. And Reg was about to tell her what they should do, like ask her, and he looks back, and he sees that a spine was shot through her left hand, and after a moment of shock, he pulled out the spine out of her hand and tied a rope around her arm. And after much contemplation, they found out their last option and only option is basically to flee upwards. They have to ascend and yeah. So.
And they're in the fourth layer, which is very bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
To ascending.
And before the Orby was able to attack them, like it was already close by, Reg launched them upwards and laid Rico down somewhere, and yeah, that's where she gets hit by the curse of the abyss and a bit of the poison too, maybe, because she experiences sensory hallucinations, like her vision is getting all weird, very trippy, and Reg thinks that the curse caused the poison to be expelled first before her own blood, like, oh, we don't have to deal with this anymore. Like maybe we can survive. But she immediately starts bleeding from every orifice and is barely able to mutter out that he should stop the bleeding after the poison is out.
Yeah.
And yeah, when Reg wiped away some of the poison that came out of her some of the blood that came out of her eyes, it just came down trickling again. And he was. So when Reg tried to get her glove off too, he sees that it just inflated. It massively inflated, and when he tried to get it off too, she recoiled in pain and screamed out, and he's getting desperate and panicky and asks her what to do, and she tells him.
We can skim over a few of the details because.
Okay. Short story: she tells him to cut off her arm, gives him instructions, and the whole time he's crying and scared, understandably, and And yeah, he first breaks the arm to make a better cut.
Yep.
This is an important thing because he doesn't know what to do. He is completely panicked and completely frozen. He has no
Yeah.
idea what to do.
He even asks
so-
her what to do,
Yeah, so
literally.
Rico has to instruct him what to do, and Rico tells him to cut her arm off because of the poison. Because that's like her arm is like horrendously swollen at this point.
Yep.
And she tells him to cut her arm off. But she specifically instructs him to go through the bone, which
Yeah.
on first viewing you might be like,
What the fuck?
there's a joint there, like that would be much easier to cut through. You don't need
Yeah.
to break bones, but that does get explained later, and it's very, very clever. But yeah, it's absolutely horrendous. The whole thing is
He's the whole time
it is-
crying.
it
I'm
is-
the whole
it
time
is-
crying.
it is beyond disturbing watching this scene, and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
in a, I don't want to say in a good way because it's good writing and good execution.
Yeah.
It's not fun. It is not a
It's
fun
not
watch.
fun.
Nope.
It is definitely not fun to watch.
If
But
I would,
holy
I
crap,
would,
is it effective?
Mm.
if I were to watch something fun, I would have watched Asobi Asobase or something else. I don't know, JoJo.
Yeah. So my notes here are verbatim. Fuck that shot of Rico's bloodshot eyes. Fuck the balloon hands. Bruh,
Yeah.
no, fuck,
Yep,
fuck,
yep,
fuck, fuck, fuck. The arm breaking. No, fuck, stop cutting. Fuck, 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 fuck. Yes,
Like
those are
we,
my,
we
those are
also
my notes.
see. It was so ooh. But anyways, he notices that she has passed out and that the red in her cheeks is leaving.
Yep.
And he's now screaming for her to not leave him behind, to not basically die. And
Yeah.
when everything is lost, he just cries down. He's crying, weeping, holding her close and stuff. And that's when a voice behind him says that he's noisy. And he turns around and it's a very humanoid bunny.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Who are you?" And she's like, "I'm a fluffy doll here to comfort you." And she gives help to him by instructing him on what to do. That Rico is not breathing, but she still has her heart beating, so there's saving that's possible. And she instructs him how to do mouth to mouth, and this is also how to give mouth to someone based on first aid. So that was very nice to see. And after he successfully did it, color returns to Rico's cheeks, and she's also breathing very raggedly, but she still breathes, so it's better than what we had before.
Yep.
And the humanoid bunny is like, "Yeah, this is too early to relax. Come with me to my hideout because that's where the hard part is going to happen." And they reinforce Rico's arm, otherwise it would just fall off. And they make their way there, and she asks him, like, he asks her at her hideout because there's an upward slope that Rico can't handle it, and if there's some kind of other way, and she says, "I guess you can't see it after all then." And she then explains that the curse isn't present in that place, and they should hurry because if they don't, then Rico might die. And inside the hideout, we see cave raiding stuff lined up along the wall, and even whistles, especially purple and black, hanging somewhere too. And he then asks who exactly this humanoid rabbit is, and she then answers, "I'm Nanachi. I'm what you cave raiders would call a hollow, or in Japanese, Narihate." And I have noted down that during the ending song, Riko's voice actress is missing, and instead her parts are sung by Nanachi's voice actress.
No, I didn't. I skipped over the ending.
Yeah, I would have skipped over it too, but I did something else, so I wanted to skip over, and it was already a bit later, and I was like, "Oh, this isn't Riko's voice actress." That's why I noticed it.
One thing I would advise people if you're gonna watch Well, I mean, if you're watching this, then you already know all the spoilers. But
Yep.
it's really annoying that Nanachi shows up in all the end credits, like as a prominent major character,
Yeah.
way before we meet her. Or
We meet her
him, we still don't
episode
know if
10,
it's
so
yeah. I parse her as as female, but honestly, we don't actually know.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out that when I heard you say when I heard you say she several times there, Rin, I was like, well,
Yeah,
I think she
yeah.
uses them herself. That's why I said she, her. Because now she uses those herself, I think.
no, actually,
Does she?
the
I'm not sure because it's left very ambiguous.
no, actually,
Yeah.
if you listen closely to like the Japanese speech, you never hear Nanashi use any of those like typical Japanese like pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh wow,
but
gender is actually unknown. I just googled it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
it is
wow.
unknown.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
Uh,
will use they them now. I didn't know. I always just assumed.
I mean, you can see some inconsistency sometimes in like subtitles with the pronouns,
Yeah.
but otherwise you see the official sources state nothing about Nanachi's gender.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I will probably still use she her just because I'm used to referring to Nanachi that way. But yes, technically that is not correct. We don't know what is correct.
Yeah.
Or if anything is correct, because maybe her form is genderless. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, my rating for this episode is suffering out of 10.
Nice.
My note for the rating is this is an incredible episode. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but that would imply I enjoyed it, and that's not really what it is.
There's like a suffering 10 out of normal 10.
Yes. And yeah, that's episode 10.
Yeah.
So
Off to
moving on
episode
to-
11, unless you guys have something to say.
No, I have nothing more to say there about episode 10 other than it was really quite something.
Oh,
Yeah,
now we're.
it's
Oh,
an
now I
amazing
remembered.
episode.
Now I remember what episode 11 is going on with. Anyways, Ray, do you want to say first?
Well, what can I say really about the beginning? It's so I will be straight up. Nanachi is my favorite character in the show. Like by leaps and bounds. I'm not a huge fan of the. It's not that I don't like the other characters. It's absolutely not that. It's just that they're not particularly striking, I guess. Like Reg is a young boy, and that's basically what he is as a character. Rico is a gung-ho preteen, and that is basically what she is as a character. Whereas Nanachi has a lot more depth and a lot more like character, and
her backstory is also more traumatizing.
Her backstory is incredible, but just her, even without the backstory, she would still be my favorite character, just because she has much more unique characteristics compared to the others. But yeah, my first note is butthole medicine. Fucking cease.
Do you want to go into what the heck is going behind that note?
I really don't. But
Okay.
I guess I will. Basically, Nanachi says, well, we need to give her some medicine. It's supposed to be put inside of the body, but she can't swallow anything right now, so up her butt it goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either orally
Amazing.
or through the butthole. So
Yeah, amazing.
and the way it was framed, like it was kind of, it was something. So we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Actually, I have written down another thing like the narrator said earlier in that episode.
Yeah, go
Like flowers that bloom by feeding on innumerable deaths, countless tragedies occur at the bottom of this beautiful world. Unless it happens to you, you'll never know about any of them. You'll simply have your heart stolen away by the deceiving beauty. Step firmly on the earth and continue on your way. Your tragedy will sustain them and cause a new flower to bloom.
Nice.
Nice. Volishny coming in at the perfect moment again.
Yes. Yes, butthole medicine.
Yes,
It's butthole medicine.
It's a
Why
spell.
was that so perfectly timed between us?
Mind linked.
But Nanachi mentions here that, like, she points out the fact that you could have just cut through the joint
Yeah.
instead of breaking the bone. But she actually makes a very good point, and that's actually something that's like it's real world as well. Whenever people have to have like a body part amputated, it is much more preferable to have the amputation be after the joint, because that way you can retain some articulation. You can have a prosthetic that you can still use much more similarly to your natural appendage. Because without, for example, the elbow joint, then you can't bend that prosthetic.
Yeah.
And that's what Rico was thinking of even in that moment. That if the cut was through the elbow, her journey would be much harder.
Yeah, it would be much more limited than if this from the elbow down would exist, because like it's still limited now. She would still have to depend more on her teammates, you could say, but she has much more variety than without the arm.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was on then? So Nanachi spent some time healing up, cleaning out Rico's wounds, removing bone shrapnel from the break and stuff like that, and applying medicine.
Stitching it up and stuff.
Yeah. And then we meet Mitty.
Mitty, my dearest baby.
Who for the purposes of the show currently, right now as it stands, is a freaky looking blob.
Yep.
Yeah, I've written down that she looks like something that is the love child of a blobfish and a cat.
Yeah,
like those fishes that go like bleh.
Yeah. That don't actually look like that until you.
They don't look like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They get the curse of the abyss.
Pretty much literally, yeah. Because from what I understand, the main inspiration behind the abyss is actually deep water diving.
Exactly.
You can dive all you want, but if you then resurface too fast, bad news.
So, I also find it interesting how Nanachi introduces her as, "This is my cute little Mitty," and then this is what Mitty is.
Yeah.
So,
but she's cute. She's baby.
Do I bring up an image of Mitty on screen?
Yes, bring the baby to the room.
Okay. We adjust. Choof.
So Mitty is also a hollow, and she asked Rag to list off what the strains of the 6 layers are, and this is basically the end result. That their personality and intellect vanishes, and this is a hollow husk of who they once were.
Yeah. Though Nanachi also introduces herself as a hollow, like you mentioned. But she also says that there is a reason why she doesn't look like Mitty.
Yeah, we will find out soon.
For now, it is a mystery. So she sends Reg off to get some material. She literally sends him on a fetch quest, a series of fetch quests.
And she says, make it in this amount of time, in 12 hours max, or Rico might die afterwards if you go late.
So basically, he goes to fetch something that's some kind of fish.
Yeah, a demon fish.
Eggs.
Then
eggs.
Giant hammerbeak eggs. Then
grass.
Yellow shining grass. And finally, a
some-
shroom bear that's infected with water shrooms.
Yeah. And he heads back, of course, with the bag full.
And then Nanachi reveals. I'm not a fan of this trope. I'm not a fan of this trope. The rest is just my lunch. You literally said you have 12 hours. Like,
Yeah.
couldn't you have told him, bring me the medicine and then go get some food?
Yeah.
Why did you have to waste time like this? Anyway.
She also, like, Reg even got mad at that, and he was like, what would have happened if I got late? What would have happened to Rico if I got late? And they were like, yeah, you're fussing over the tiny stuff, and and like, this is not tiny. And they then explained that, what happens if I collapse from lack of food or from exhaustion? I have to take care of Rico after all. And Reg is kind of a pushover, and he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And even Nanachi is like, this kid is a pushover.
I feel like the author has never gone longer than 30 minutes hungry. I think the author legitimately thinks that if you don't eat like immediately as soon as you get hungry, you'll just pass out. You'll die.
The author thinks that children cannot handle hunger.
Yeah. So Nanachi stitches some mushrooms to Rico's arm.
But the reason is because the shrooms are water shrooms, specific from the shroom bear. They're parasitic, and the thing they do is they have nutrients, and when their host, dies or seems to croak soon, they just push out these nutrients back into the body so that the host is able to move and live. And it's kind of like a symbiotic relationship, and these shrooms are basically there to give Rico nutrients and keep her alive, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I was a little confused. Well, not confused, but it was plain wrong, at least in the translation. I don't know if the original was like this, but they do call the mushrooms parasitic, which is absolutely.
Yeah, I found it weird.
Yeah.
It's just not true.
It's symbiotic, not parasitic.
It's symbiotic.
And then later it's even said, oh, this is a symbiotic relationship. I'm like, can you please decide?
Those are two very... those are opposites. Like, you can't be both.
And anyways, one of my notes was when Reg says how fluffy Nanachi is. I was like, fluffy Nanachi plush when?
We also get a little bit of a flashback with Bondrewd. Let me just try to find it because I'm not sure what exactly.
I think that's another.
No. There is a very short little.
Oh yeah. I remember now. I remember
anything
now.
really happens during it.
Yeah, he was like saying this cartridge is good or something.
Yeah.
And for everyone who has watched the movie, a cold shiver runs down their spine after hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what cartridges are.
Yeah, not the ones from the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, I wrote down that apparently Rico. Oh right, yeah. The piss stains.
She took off her clothes and was framed in a very uncomfortable manner, and basically she has been unclothed, and Reg has been given the clothes, and Nanachi said that Reg should clean the clothes. Yeah.
That's pretty much it for this episode. Outside of the last part being that Reg gets a bit of a flashback, he recovers a little bit of his memories of him being in the field of the flowers of fortitude that Liza really loves. With the grave, supposedly Liza's grave, but later, like, we revealed that it was empty, and the whatever the pickaxe was called. What reap was it? Something reap.
Blaze reap.
Blaze reap, yeah. With the blaze reap on top of the grave. but we don't really see much more other than he has some pendants in his hands.
And then Nanachi comes and like touches him on the shoulder, like wondering like what the heck, why the heck he's just standing there, looking at the pants, and then gives him more things to wash.
Yeah. They were like, "Oh, just wash this, please."
But what you can wash this as well while you're here. So.
And while Reg is busy with his own thoughts and trying to decipher what the heck is happening, we are back on Rico, who is breathing and like basically trying to not die, and Mitty is crawling on top of Rico and looking directly with her one eye at Rico. And that's where we get the ending, and all 3 kids are singing. Yay!
And my rating for this episode is an 8 out of 10. And
nice.
This would have been a 9 out of 10, but
yeah.
The naked kids and the piss, can we please not have more of those? Yeah, we're on to episode 12. We're almost through.
Episode 12, The True Nature of the Curse.
So back in Orf, Kiryu has gotten a lot worse, and it's apparently his birthday too. So what happened is that Leader has brought a pharmacist from a from a humane caravan where they have traveled many places, and he was like, "You have been traveling to many places because no doctor here knows what the cause of his illness is." And the pharmacist was like, "I don't know myself. Let's bring this kid to my ship." And that's what they do. And Leader says that that more kids have been dying, and it might sound like many kids, but it's like 5 if we take out some sussy causes of possible death. And the thing is that all 5 kids who have died were orphans whose birthdays was unknown. And Leader would like to believe that the whole birthday death disease thing is just a made-up story, just urban legend and stuff. But when they got Kyoyi on the ship, he immediately got better. And the pharmacist even says, "I didn't start anything yet." And Kyoyi is apparently so healthy that you could not believe he got a high fever just before that. And the pharmacist herself is like, "This is absurd," but then remembers where she is. Right next to the abyss.
She literally says, at this point, I suppose it's some kind of curse or spell.
Yeah. She's like, never mind.
Yeah. Also, I want to note that the doctor has a really cute design and like really intricate as well. So I'm kind of surprised that they spent so much effort on a design that will probably not be seen at all after this. But she looks really cute. She's probably really cute. She's probably one of the best designs in the show, honestly.
I really like her design.
It's her and Nanachi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nanachi is amazing.
Yeah.
So
this is also where the whole time compression thing comes into play for me, because Reg and Enrico have been in the abyss for like at least 2 weeks, like minimum 2 weeks at this point. And it's been literally 2 days on the surface.
Yeah.
So that's kind of weird, because I get if the time compression gets really, really funky the deeper you go. Like if they spent 2 weeks in the 5th layer, sure, okay, then 2 days can pass on the surface, sure. But most of the time they spent on the 2nd layer, which shouldn't have that much of a compression to it.
No.
Yeah, and I don't think that the time on the 2nd layer moves faster, because Ozen is spending most of her time in the 2nd layer. So considering that Ozen is like at least 60 years old, maybe even 70, I don't believe that at this point Ozen would still be alive. Even with the compression further down that seems to slow down everything. I would still, like I said, I don't believe that either something is wrong with the timeline, or we're getting shown things out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
If,
So-
if
if
go
the-
ahead, Jed.
yeah, if we have like if it has passed like several weeks down in the abyss for like Reg and Rico, but only a few days on the surface, then that like if that's the case, then it contradicts what Osen said about the whole
Eliza
time
possibly
thing.
being alive and well and only having experienced a few years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because that's the reverse. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
So it's kind of weird because if we're being shown things out of order, first of all, why would you show us things out of order? That doesn't achieve anything, and it's just confusing. And no, I guess that is my point.
Either-
Actually. That is my main point. Like,
Either way, it's confusing. We will probably never find out at
why?
the moment.
yeah, it's yeah. Anyway,
And
We need to wait for the manga to finish, then we can
Yeah.
find out.
Yeah. And after that,
I just- yeah, go ahead, Jed.
I was just gonna say that after that, the lady on the ship had been, we've seen her like, after she said those things like with the abyss and all, it pans over the abyss and we hear the narrator.
Miss Narrator!
And of course, I've written down what she said there as well.
Come on, read it out. I was waiting for you.
Yes. Aspiration seizes a person more powerfully than poison and more deeply than illness. Once captured, it is impossible to escape. It may as well be a curse, but the adventurers all enter with no regard for their lives. To them, life without aspiration is more frightful than death.
Yay! Thank you for reading that out.
Yes. But yeah, so Reg finds Mitty kind of trying to eat Rico's face, but not really.
She's just on top of Rico, basically, with her mouth on top
And
of Rico's head.
slobbering- Yeah,
Yeah,
slobbering
slobbering.
over Rico's
drooling.
face. Yeah. But Nanachita tells him not to worry because Mitty has never attacked anyone. She's sweet.
And she seems to have gotten emotionally attached to Rico. And
Yeah.
they believe that it's possible due to their close age and age. Wait, their closeness in age, their closeness in age, and that Mitty used to be a girl too.
I don't know how familiar you guys are with Schuhart's cooking sim streams, but one of the things I promise this is going somewhere. One of the things that has been kind of a running joke there is that he will take some trout, put it in a blender, turn it into a trout slurry, and then add it to a meal. And let me just send something. I sent something in the Discord.
Oh yeah, I see that scene. I know what you mean. You
Yeah.
just mentioned the
When
fish,
I-
and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah,
Yep.
he means that.
When I saw this, I died laughing.
I was cringing because I was like, damn, you didn't even you didn't even debone it or anything. You didn't do anything. You just.
Yep. You just added blended trout to your soup.
Blended trout with its scales and its fins and everything.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
How did Nanachi survive so long?
And so she basically makes a horrendous meal that is obviously horrendous, and Reg can barely eat it. Well, I don't think he even really eats it much.
I think he eats it out of survival for energy's sake.
Do we even see him like finish that meal?
No, probably not. He's probably just like once in his mouth, goes outside and just pukes it out again.
Like we saw him take the spoon to his mouth and put it in, and then like almost immediately just. Whoa.
Yeah, I think they mentioned that he doesn't really need to eat. I could be mistaken on that though.
He doesn't. He either gets his energy through food or through electricity. So that's what was mentioned.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Maybe being
Yeah.
electrocuted with that strong electricity gave him energy to last very long.
Yeah.
That's actually what I think is the case, probably, because when Rico found him, he was like completely out, and then after she electrocuted him, his helmet started to show like a full charge. So I'm pretty sure he was out of power. Like that blast that saved Rico in the beginning was the last of his electricity, basically, like his last of his power, and then she recharged him by electrocuting him.
Yeah. It could be like that. Oh yeah, he even got angry at Mitty, but he didn't like physically move her away or something. And I find he's such a pushover. Like this creature, like Mitty is literally right on top of Rico, and he cannot bring it physically over himself to just grab her like a cat and just place her somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, like it's also like around here we get explained to us that the medicine was made from
Orbeez.
Yeah, the medicine to like treat the poison was made basically by Mitty, by Nanshi injecting her with the poison from the orbed piercer.
Yeah, because Mitty is immortal and she recovers from any poison and
she can neutralize them.
Yeah.
And her blood was then used for the medicine.
So many hearts.
Yes, thank
you. So many hearts. Thank you.
Oh, Eli, hello, Eli.
Hello. Thanks for the lurk.
Thank you for the lurks. And yet, then we get an explanation of how the curse of the abyss works, and I genuinely hate this explanation. It makes no sense. It gives no actual information, and it changes nothing.
I mean, it helped me understand the abyss a bit better. But pop up, I guess.
Did it?
It did help. It kind of helped me understand it a bit better. But I did have to rewatch it again. So,
what part of the abyss did this let you understand better? Maybe I'm missing something.
Like
maybe
on how the curse actually functions. Like it made me go, aha! So this is how it is.
Well, okay.
So
how is this explanation different from you go higher, you experience curse?
No, it gives more detail into that, and it even explains why or how the orbed piercer was able to do what it's able to do, and but it's not the only creature to do that.
It doesn't really explain the orb piercer at all. Like, how do you use the fabric thing to read your opponent's mind?
So it's like so I've understood it as there are layers upon layers on the abyss. So, and these layers, they shift with your movement and stuff, and sometimes even your consciousness makes them move. So the thing is that this is like very floaty, and apparently your breathing also alters its flow. So if you touch it and wrap it upon you, then it's like no business, it's okay, but when you break through the layers, you get hit by the symptoms. Like if you this is like you just stay there and that's all. But if you go up, then you get hit with it, and it only happens when a part that's vital to life passes through those layers. And the thing is that during descent, it's similar to inverted thorns, where it's kind of like with a trap, where with a Venus trap-like creature that Rico fell in, where it's just like opens his mouth, but then you can't get out again. And yeah, and the force field is sensitive to movement and stuff, and it's and if you can see the flow of the layer, Like, if you can see the force field flow, then you can anticipate where it will go, and this is how the orbed piercer can predict future.
Sure, but that breaks down completely, because if you assume this is true, if you assume that you poking through the layers is what hits you with the curse, then just go upside down.
But it will still reach a vital part of your
How? What the part that's breaking the layers is your feet.
It will still pass through.
Well, it will always pass through. So what's the point of the whole like not essential parts going through isn't dangerous? What's the point of that explanation then? If
If it's your fingertip, if it's just your fingertip, you will not notice it.
If at the end it does boil down to you go up, you get hit with curse, then the whole explanation is pointless, because yes, we knew that. Like, that's how it's always worked. You layering on a different explanation that actually works in the exact same way it's superfluous.
It isn't a different explanation. It's just an explanation that goes more into the detail and why it functions the way it does.
Anything. It
changes how the orb piercer can predict the future, because it doesn't predict things. It just sees the flow. So due to humans not being able to see the flow, that means.
So it's not the orb piercer, the piercer that is seeing the future. It's the force field seeing the future.
No, the orb piercer is seeing the force field, the layers of the force field that change its flow. That change its flow.
And the force field changes its flow based on what you're thinking of.
Movement and sometimes consciousness, yes. So if you can read that.
We're just moving the mind reading down a step. But it's basically it's the same thing.
It's basically just like it can just see where the flow goes, and it will then go where the flow predicts something will go.
I get all of that, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't give us any new information that we can act on.
We now know about the layers.
But it doesn't matter that we know about the layers, because
we know about the creatures too now.
Because the layers don't act like layers. Because if they acted like layers, then you going up doing a handstand, you would be fine. But that doesn't work. Therefore, they don't act like layers. So them being explained as layers is either wrong
who would even go
or
up?
just pointless.
This is just like a picture, like a mental picture to see how it is. Like, you break through the layers and the layers are still intact. So even if you go through a little part of the layer and it's still intact. So even if you go through, like, with your head, doing a headstand, then you will still have a vital part of your body, like your heart and your head, go through at some point. So that's why it can reach you still.
Okay, but then that doesn't change anything. Then they're not layers. Like, how are they layers?
Right.
How are they... It
Right. Shadow, do you want to say something? I give you the floor.
Not like it.
You're allowed to say something.
As we saw, like, in that later on, when Nanachi and Reg went out to, like, deal with the orb piercer, that disconnecting one's intentions from actions fools the creatures.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I don't have a problem with that.
Why?
I just have a problem with a long explanation that doesn't actually change anything practically. Like, no one can.
Congratulations on your giant brain, I guess. Not all of us have one.
It's not, no, it's nothing like that. It's not that I'm seeing something that you guys aren't, because you guys are seeing the same thing. Like, what different course of action can Rico or Reg or Nanachi take now that they know it's layers instead of just a permeating field or whatever?
They can
How does-
see.
how does this
Nanachi is
change
able
anything?
to see the flow. So let's go
Okay,
back to the
okay.
episode.
She
Nanachi
can
is able
change-
to see the flow, and
Yes.
that's how they deal with the orb piercer, because Nanachi can see the flow. They tell Rag
Yes.
to move his head up suddenly, and we see that the flow is then changed, and it kind of scares the orbed piercer. Like it gives complete confusion. So.
Sure.
So this action, just Rag looking up with his whole head, like, is already enough to change and alter the flow of the force field.
Okay, that's
So-
cool. Where do the layers come in?
The layers are just what brings the curse. The force field is what is giving the whole alteration of the flow and stuff. And that's
but how
why
is it acting like
that's why
layers?
the sky exists. That's why the sky is also in the abyss.
But the sky isn't. Okay, it's not. There's not much point in continuing this. To me, this explanation. So, the thing about the force field changing, depending on your actions and depending on what you're thinking of, that's cool. That's good. We don't actually see that used outside of this one fight. But okay, I'm willing to believe that gets used later on. It's setting the wheels in motion, like setting things up for future events, sure.
Yes.
But the explanation with the layers.
The layers are what brings the curse.
It's just.
Either way, it helped me with putting an image to the curse of the abyss and having an explanation for it a little bit better than what we already got. Like, I got a bit more details, and I was like, okay, I can understand how this works now. So that's it.
That's fair. That's fair.
So they have gotten Orby in a chokehold, and Orby is getting confusion because the organ that it uses to basically see the future, which is just the flow of the force field. It's like being blocked off by Rag.
We have a small scene before this we didn't mention. There's a scene of Rico having a nightmare where she is basically a flesh blob.
Yeah, she's a fleshy blob that's crying.
Yeah, and she can hear crying, and she sees a hole in the wall where everything looks very fleshy, and there's a single eye there that is the same color as Mitty's eye.
And
So
what happens is that she leans towards the eye and presses eye against eye, which kind of disgusting. Don't actually try this at home. You could get an infection.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's possible to touch your eye to someone else's eye. I'm not sure that's physically possible.
Where there's a will, you will find a way.
The scene basically shows us that there is some kind of mental link happening between Mitty and Rico.
Yeah.
There's a mental bond, and outside, like, Rico's body has calmed down from the nightmare, and Mitty is still on top of Rico. And I've written down for this business idea: Mitty form blanket that will keep you extra warm.
So you can go on about the Orby fight if you want.
Yeah. So the Orby fight is basically Rag has moved his head up and uses a walkie-talkie with Nanachi on the other side, who sees the flow of the force field, and that's how they are able to have his consciousness do something else than what his body does, and it confuses the orb piercer, and he was able, thanks to Nanachi's instructions, to touch the organ of the orb piercer, and was able to clutch onto that and
Okay.
confuse it. So at one point, he got so mad. He was like, "How dare you do that to Rico?" And he prepares firing his incinerator. And when he fired it, the Orby was able to dodge it, but losing 80% of its hair, or rather its spines. And I wrote down angrily, "How did you miss? You already had it, Rag. How did you miss?"
Yeah, that really didn't make sense to me either.
I was
Because
like, "You
he's
even had the
literally
organ."
holding on to it. Like,
Yeah.
he is literally holding on to it.
Yeah, as
He
we see
literally
in the
has the
image.
organ that predicts the future for it in his hands.
Yep.
How did you not do that?
Mm.
So, anyways, Nanachi saw everything, and there's even a cave raider that the Orby has attacked, and he helped that cave raider, and he's like, "Give this guy Jiro from the Bell Shadow Orphanage a message, and we're still continuing our adventure." And he just leaves and returns back to Nanachi,
Yeah.
and she then asked if it she then asks like that it's what he gave to who that guy Jiro is, but she also said that, yeah, I don't want you to talk with cave raiders, but because you didn't mention me, it was okay, so don't do that stunt again, please.
Yeah.
And he basically
Ah.
is praising her over their
Kobu!
strategy.
Hello, Kobu!
Kobu! Thank you for raiding. Thank you for raiding. We're at the finish line. We're very close.
Thank you for the raid, Kobu.
Hope you guys had
Oh,
a
sure.
wonderful stream.
Sugar
Sure.
heart.
Too hard, you were returning to us. The Abyss has returned you to us.
Yeah, Shukaif was on Kobu's stream, like they were in a voice call.
Mm.
I
Ooh.
couldn't listen, obviously, but at least saw it.
Wasn't Shuhart also watching
Wasn't, yeah.
Koyo?
Oh,
That,
that is
You can-
interesting. The
you can
twist,
multitask hard.
big brain multitasking. But yeah, Rag is praising their strategy and the fact that they were able to do all of this. And Nachi then says if they could ask him for a favor, and he was like, "Yeah, sure, you can ask anything of me." And they go, "All right, here it goes. Please kill Mitty for me." And Rag is no longer happy. He's like, "Huh?"
Thank you for following.
And that's where we have a flashback to Ido Front, where Nanachi is carrying Mitty with her while bleeding, and they apologized for running away and says they won't let him do as he pleases, and Nanachi's like close to crying and saying they'll figure stuff out.
Mm.
And that's how we end this episode.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yep.
for following him.
Yes,
The,
thank you.
I've
And
already
hello,
said
TJ.
like
Yeah, welcome, TJ.
welcome. I've already said that business idea. You give me just slight credit. Business idea, Mitty form blanket that will keep you extra warm. I mean, that seems like a good deal.
They're like weighted blankets apparently.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
boats
so
that have a slight heater inside.
No, they're literally just heavy blankets.
Oh.
Yeah, that some of them can be like 10 kilos or something.
Oh no.
Mm.
I have no idea why people like those, but some people really like those.
No.
I thought more like ones that have little heaters in them, like nice and cozy, like a baked
Yeah.
potato.
But yeah, the please kill Mitty for me cliffhanger was like, holy crap, what?
Yeah.
That was like a slap to the face when I first watched it. I was like, what the heck? Aren't you guys friends? Why?
My rating for this episode is an 8 out of 10, mostly because I'm not a big fan of the explanation. The thing is, I don't like explanations that don't give. I prefer things remain a mystery compared to being explained in a non-satisfactory manner. And this explanation, to me personally, was not satisfactory. I would have preferred this to be left unexplained than to have this explanation. But other than that, episode was amazing.
Yeah.
It had blended trout. Like, obviously, it's a high-scoring episode.
Blended trout.
And yeah, we're off to the final episode,
The
which
longest episode.
Yes.
Do you want to
as well.
talk about it, Shadow? Do you want to start off?
Yes. Episode 13, The Challengers, or those who challenge, I mean, the name is... And it starts off with, or very early anyway, in it, I don't exactly remember if it starts off with the whole, like, end of last episode kind of thing, but...
It does have a, like, slight recap with Miss Narrator saying something.
And
almost all of the episodes have a recap in the beginning.
But anyhow, Miss Narrator says something, and I will read that, of course. A journey with no return, a treasure that will never be reclaimed, a life that will never come back. Almost everything in this world will never return to how it was before. But even knowing this, people take another step forward today. In order to see something they've never seen before, they carry on walking. The allure of the unknown cannot be stopped by anyone.
Nice.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we see them heading back to the hideout, and then a whole Nanachi's backstory comes into play.
Yeah, my first notes for this episode is, bruh, we about to cry.
We about to cry. We will have
we about to cry.
We will have a 5 minutes of up situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, who wants to continue on with talking about Nanachi's backstory?
Well, I can say some things about it, I suppose. So we see a cold environment, and we find out it's called Selene. And we see a child with a book, seemingly like praying to a god. And they see kids walking around outside in the corridor, and she checks to see what it is, and eventually end up in, like, I don't know what to call it, like a square kind of thing. Maybe not entirely like a square, but like outside open space. A crowd is there, and then we see some cave raiders in front of the crowd, dressed in black, all wearing masks.
The Umbra Hands and Bondrewd the novel.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we have Bondrewd there. He introduces himself and says he's there to take
he's there to get people for his goal.
Explains that they are gonna take a new approach, not swayed by conventional wisdom, and opening the next chapter in exploring the abyss. And tells brave children to step forward.
And Nanachi was one of those children.
Yeah.
And so was Mitty.
Yeah, and they arrived in Orf, and that's how they met, because Mitty and Nanachi, they didn't live in the same place. We can see on Mitty and some other kids that they are more lighter dressed, and it must have been a more hotter climate too.
We should probably explain real quick that here we're seeing Nanachi and Mitty as young kids, and they look nothing like they did in the previous episode. And like, since we've seen them, Nanachi is just a normal kid.
Just a normal girl.
No fur or rabbit ears. And Mitty is also a rather normal looking kid. I mean, she's a little weird looking, but she's still a normal kid, not a flesh blob. And she is very, very sweet and very, very chipper and friendly. Whereas Nanachi is very apprehensive to talk to anyone.
Yeah.
And very bookish and obviously kind of traumatized.
And okay, that. Oops. There we go.
And also my second note for this episode is, bruh, Miri and Anachi are so cute. Please no.
Shit.
Midi and Nanachi are so cute. Please don't have anything
There.
bad happen to them.
There we have them.
And Nanachi lived really badly because she had to go through garbage because she didn't have any other talents or stealing talents to get food otherwise, and that's why she kind of stinky.
Yeah, she explains that the other kids would like sing on the streets or like
Or steal from other
or
people.
steal or something like that. Yeah, whereas
And-
now she just rummages through the garbage.
Yeah, they didn't have those kinds of things. And Midi is just basically being a good friend and is like very supportive of them and is like, we're going to be partners. And even in Front, they're together the whole time. And Midi is always praising Nanachi for how smart they are and how much they know.
Yeah.
Nanachi even explains the abyssal faith to Midi, and it is believed that a soul that dies in the abyss returns to the bottom of the planet and changes its form to then help someone else on their journey who has wished greatly for that adventure.
Yeah.
And the pit basically replaces God, and it's probably a source of comfort and support for cave raiders in harsh times, because these times harsh a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. Then we have some scenes of Nanachi and Midi bonding and going down to the fifth layer with Bondrewd. And we see them in a very small room with a bunch of other children, where apparently they spend pretty much all their time.
Yeah.
And all the kids are one by one get called out of the room for mysterious purposes that none of the other kids understand, but they think is something positive. But after only Nanachi and Midi are left, Bondrewd comes in and tells Midi to come out.
Yeah.
Which Nanachi, being left alone, especially without Midi, gets worried. So she goes out and they go out and try to see what's happening. And they overhear Bondrewd talking to one of his
black whistles,
soldiers.
a normal black whistle.
Yeah. Right. One of the black whistles. And basically what he says is, "Oh, wait, you're worried because we're treating them inhumanely? Oh, that's fine. They're not human.
We're not treating them like humans, so it shouldn't be bad if we treat them inhumanely, because we will not use them as humans."
It's not inhumane if you just don't treat them like humans.
I wrote down.
That's how morality works, right?
And that's how we see that the morality of someone like Bondrewd, who is a white whistle, is absolutely destroyed and fucked.
I wrote down like exactly like what one specific sentence Bondrewd said there in that conversation. That like right thereafter, like you're worried about that or something. He says like they weren't fulfilling their purpose as human beings anyway, and that's probably one of the most chilling sentences in the entire series.
On the version that I've got, it says I've written it down as because he doesn't make use of them as humans. And that was still very chilling. And I also have to say something about Bondrewd. I will not go too deep, but in his introduction, he has this very religious air about him, where like his hands are spread out slightly in a very fatherly, loving manner, like, "Oh, come into this loving hug" and stuff. And he spreads them even further out until it's basically a cross, just T-posing here, I guess. And and there's this whole, like, it's giving me cult vibes. Like, he's going to ask them to join his cult or something. And I also have to say that in the anime, the light of the Umbra hands is purple, but in the movie it will be changed to blue, probably to keep Bondrewd more recognizable from the group. But yeah, and he's giving me these very religious vibes, and the fact that his but his whistle is these bony witch hands praying.
Yeah.
Just these very, very ugly hands praying, and his own black whistles, his own team is called Umbra Hands. That is just very deliberate that he's like
Yeah.
this fucked up religious priest without being actually religious.
Yeah.
He's a scientist.
Yeah.
So that is just something I wanted to throw in.
Yeah.
Anyhow, like Nanachi like starts running and comes into a room, and then like Bondrewd appears behind them, saying like, "Oh, what excellent timing!"
Yeah.
Then Mitty was now Nanachi and Mitty are both inside like two chambers, and he explains that we're going to do a test where Mitty will be given all the curse.
Yep.
That is supposed to also hit Nanachi, and they will see if Mitty is able to hold the curse in and not die during the ascent from the 6th layer to the 5th layer.
Yeah.
And like you can just see these kids just being so scared, and even Mitty is like crying and telling Nanachi it will be okay, and then they went down and saw that all the other kids who were with them are in that place where they've reached. Like they aren't human anymore. None of them is human anymore.
This is where I wrote down the Bondrewd may be the single most reprehensible villain in all fiction line, because holy crap, yeah. There is something that was missing here that I'm not sure if it gets it does get mentioned later, but it feels like it should also be mentioned here. But Bondrewd believes that the curse of the Abyss is not just a curse, but it's a mixed curse and blessing. And that's why he's so obsessed with the whole thing. He's trying to find a way to eliminate the curse but leave the blessing. And that's the point of the two pods. Basically, Nanachi's curse is going to get siphoned away into Mitty, but the blessing, quote unquote, will be left for her.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that in the movie he has thanked Nanachi because he got the blessing idea and the cartridges and stuff, but I don't know if it was said in the anime too.
No,
I don't think so.
It wasn't
Yeah.
said here, no. But it gives some good context for the experiment and for what happens to Nanachi.
Yeah. So basically they're down, and then it's time to ascend, and like Nanachi is still doing fine, just growing more furry and having a tail and stuff, while Mitty is just straight up screaming out in pain with blood splattered around, and Nanachi is even praying to God to save them because she finally found their personal treasure, something that they hold dear, and to not have taken away. And in that moment, Mitty is in so much pain that she's begging to be killed, and then collapses into a mess of flesh. And when they arrive back up, Bondrewd says how surprising what they got is and what kind of blessing that is and stuff, but without saying blessing. And later on, do you want to say?
His reaction is basically, "Oh, this is wonderful."
His entire reaction to anything happening is like, "Oh, subarashi," like, "Oh, wonderful." Like this is like, you see how insane that man is. He is no longer human.
Yeah.
So yeah, and later on, Nanachi is like super depressed, rightfully so, and Bondrewd asks for her to come, and for example, he headpats her and says she's cute, and I think that's where Nanachi gets uncomfortable with being touched, because whenever Rek tries to touch Nanachi, they get very uncomfortable, and this might be a connection. And Bondrewd leads them to a room and opens the door, and there
If
Mitty is basically smashed together, and he
if
says that
if you thought that Mitty's suffering was over, oh boy,
no,
nope.
Yeah.
Mitty was just smashed up on the floor, and Bondrewd said that that he has smashed her up 9 times already, and that this is like the 9th resurrection,
Yeah.
and that her form becomes kind of more distorted each resurrection, and this is probably Nanachi's breaking point, where they decided to run away with Mitty on their back, and this is how they found their hideout, and where Nanachi has given Mitty a plush doll, probably self-made, and there's no reaction, just and then there's like this montage of Nanachi trying different things to kill Mitty or have Mitty die, but it doesn't work, and the only thing left is suffering, and there's just looking for a way to have Mitty die without pain. And that's when seeing Rex incinerate her gave them a slight hope in that direction. And that's when they asked, please kill Mitty for me.
Yeah, Mitty, when we met Mitty, she was missing one of her eyes. And Nanachi mentions that that's one of the things that Bondrewd put her through, that he used a relic.
Sparagmos.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that she hasn't regenerated. So she figures that probably an equally powerful relic can actually like completely destroy her.
Yeah.
And finally kill her.
So, and they asked Rag to do that, and Rag himself is like, he's very hesitant, and he even says at the end to give time for him to think about it. If I remember correctly. I'm just boiling it down as much as I can.
Yeah, Rag asks for time to think about it.
And Nanachi leaves the topic at hand, like doesn't even bring it up the whole time, like when have you decided yet or something. No, just leaving it and basically continuing their life with healing Rico, or at least helping Rico heal, and taking care of Mitty, and the thing is that Rag has no. Yeah.
I have a interesting note here. It simply says, "No finite amount of suffering is enough for Bondrewd."
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's also good that we know something that will give him finite suffering too.
And speaking of Bondrewd, your viewers, you have to here's an image that really accurately describes how Bondrewd is as a person.
Oh, there it is.
Where? Oh, legally,
Yeah.
I have it on my phone.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Legally, it's questionable. Morally, it's disgusting. Personally, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that describes him.
He has an absolute complete disregard for anyone else, like anyone he uses.
He's like very goal-oriented.
Yeah, anything for science.
Anything for science, baby.
To him, other suffering doesn't even... It's not something he registers. Like, it's not something that ever crosses his mind, really.
Yeah.
Though, it's not like he doesn't know that they're suffering. It's just so unimportant, so trivial, that he barely makes note of it. Because there is a little bit going into the movie, just a tiny bit. But there is a scene where he does some really bad stuff to Reg, and Nanachi begs him, Nanachi begs him not to hurt Reg and Rico, and he's like, "Oh, about that."
Oops.
Yeah. Oh, oops, because he's currently torturing Reg.
Yeah.
Because he knows that they're suffering, but it's like, Okay, I guess if you really don't want me to murder them and to torture them, okay.
He's like, whoops, I accidentally did it too fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, and
do you guys know? Have you read? I have no mouth and I must scream.
oh my god.
Is that a yes?
I have an idea what you're going to say.
No, it's just a comparison. That's
Oh no, when I
basically
haven't read
MIDI.
it, but sent yeah, I was about to think.
Put very, very, very shortly. It's a short story about an insane futuristic AI that despises humanity, like completely despises humanity, to the point where after it kills most of humanity, it figures, that's not actually enough suffering for them. So it takes the few remaining humans and changes them into forms where they can do nothing but suffer
Oh
forever.
my god.
And that's MIDI.
That's
that is
MIDI. That is MIDI.
Yeah, Sugar knows what I'm talking about. Yep.
I'm hearing about this book for the second time today.
Today? Oh god.
Today alone. But let's go back to the episode. So basically, later on they sit together and Rag is trying to sway Nanachi a little bit and saying like that she has a peaceful life, and Nanachi is like that they will at one point die, so who's going to take care of MIDI?
Yeah.
And if someone finds MIDI, they will probably try to dissect or find out why MIDI is immortal and stuff, and just continue the suffering. And that's not something that Nanachi wants to give MIDI further on, and that's why they want they want MIDI to die in a no suffering way, to give an end to it. And Rag at the end, he agrees to it, but he makes Nanachi promise something to keep on living after MIDI has died and after Rico is healed.
To expand a little bit on this, Reg recognizes that Nanachi has zero purpose in life. Like she doesn't like her life. She doesn't want anything. Like the only thing in her entire life is taking care of MIDI. That is the only thing that matters to her. And Reg likes Nanachi. Like he thinks she's a good person and would like to be their friend. So he's worried that if MIDI is gone, then Nanachi will just kill themselves, because that's the only thing in their life that matters.
Yeah.
So in order to, I really like this because it's basically offering her a trade, kind of. It's like he takes one life in order to save another.
Yeah. Trade offer, saving one life, taking another.
Yeah.
And yeah. Do you want to say something, Shadow?
Yeah, like they're like what Nanachi then said there about MIDI. It's basically that if that MIDI would be subjected to a fate worse than death.
Yeah.
Yeah, because realistically, if Nanachi wasn't around to take care of MIDI, if MIDI was just on her own, because in MIDI, it's mentioned that she doesn't eat food. She doesn't she just regenerates, and that's it, from nothing basically. So realistically, what will happen to her is monsters will eat her over and over and over and over again forever.
Yeah. There's no way that MIDI can defend herself.
Yeah, and she'll just keep getting eaten, regenerates, and then eaten again and regenerates.
Yeah.
Yeah, forever.
It's basically a very, very, very painful situation to be in. Very much suffering.
Yeah.
It's literally a fate worse than death.
Yeah.
It's literally hell.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, and Nanachi promises to keep on living afterwards, and they then prepare everything. There's like this very beautiful place outside where Nanachi has put up a soft surface surrounded by flowers with Midi in the middle with her little plush toys that have been made by Nanachi, and they give their last sayings, like last words, and they then step back and tell Rag to do it. And Rag himself, he's like shaking. He's so close to shedding tears. And right when the incinerator got the light, Nanachi screams for him to wait and then runs immediately.
No, did we lose
Nanachi,
Ren?
Nanachi.
We lost you for a little bit there, Ren.
Oh, at which point?
No worries, no worries. I can expand a little bit on this. Because we've only ever seen, so the only thing we've seen of Nanachi is being smug or being very, very, very guarded and
Yeah.
and in control of how she portrays herself. And seeing her, seeing them, I'm sorry, seeing Nanachi completely lose it at the prospect of losing Midi, of Midi dying, that hurt, that hit different. That was
That was hurtful. Like I cry every time Midi has that going on, and Nanachi screams and cries, but yeah. Nanachi's like hugging her and saying how warm Midi is, and thanks her and apologizes for keeping her so long and stuff. And then it's time, and Reg was able to do it this time, and Midi fully disintegrates in the incinerator's path, and I think it was with barely any pain because Midi barely made noises, and when everything was
we saw it on slow motion, basically the way the incinerator works, it's basically instant.
Yeah, it was very quickly. So it was over, and Rag is like crying, and right behind him, Nanachi is just weeping, just bawling their eyes out and crying after their treasure, after Midi, and gosh dang it, man.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, who wants to continue on? I'm giving the torch to you guys.
So my note for the Midi goodbye scene is just the Midi goodbye scene broke me because
Every time.
Yep.
Like even just talking about this is so
cried like a little baby.
even just talking about it is so hard for me.
Yep.
So anyways,
I kind of, so afterwards, like the scene is it's absolutely amazing. Like it's a brilliant scene. Everything,
it absolutely is.
Every single part of it.
Yeah.
Then we get a bit of a flashback with Reg and Liza.
Yep.
Showing that they did actually interact. They did actually meet each other. And she actually says that like once they're done eating, they're moving out wherever they're going. But presumably this is probably in the 6th layer, at
or
least.
the 7th.
Or the 7th, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is, so here comes one of the things that one of the few like spots in this episode that it's not that I don't like, it's that I question. I question the decision to have Rico sleep through the entire thing.
I mean, she was knocked out for good reasons.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But her not even meeting Midi,
Yeah,
her
it's
not
kind of
being
sad.
there for Mitty's death and everything, that's weird. Because that's something that's like that hangs over them for the rest of the story, and she wasn't the main character, wasn't a part of it. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Food
But
for thought.
she does kind of have a connection to it though, because she after they're
Yeah.
done making some food, that Rico is finally back and they can eat proper human food again. She does.
Yeah.
she does tell them a story of a dream she had just before waking up, where she was again like locked away in a flesh prison basically. But she heard the same crying as before, but this time the crying stopped, and like she smelled smoke.
Smoke.
And she saw Mitty actually.
Human Mitty, not
Yeah, human Mitty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just leaving basically.
Yeah.
Meaning that.
Mitty's soul was
she's
really trapped
finally
in her
free.
body.
Yeah, that she's
Her
finally
soul-
free.
Poor Mitty.
Yeah, poor Mitty, indeed.
Yep. And yeah, and they bond a little bit basically, and then
Yeah.
comes the worst part of the episode, which I could honestly, if it ended here, awesome,
Awesome.
fantastic.
We're just going to say
really
it's the
could've-
onsen.
I really could have done without this part of the episode. But let me check my notes real quick. Yeah. Oh boy, naked children again. Thanks. I hate it.
I even said myself in my notes, offer. Why? I don't want to know the implications, but I know them and I hate it.
and also Reg gets an erection.
Yeah, that's what yeah.
Thank you. I didn't need to know about that.
I know the implications, but I don't want to, and I hate it.
Yeah.
And then now that she's all like, oh, you haven't gotten any further than like the.
You're so
whatever.
fickle about this stuff.
Yeah, because because she's literally 12.
Yeah.
And then there
Rico
is...
doesn't even seem to understand what like kissing is in a romantic context. Like, no, but I know at least that in a romantic sense that kissing is like something important. So.
Well, yeah, but she's 12. Like when
she knows what a wiener is.
She sure, but
sure.
When you're 12, you're not attracted to anyone at 12.
Yeah.
Like that is before puberty. Like when puberty.
No, wait. Actually,
sure.
People have crushes. People have crushes all the time with 12.
At 12?
Yeah. What the fuck? Oh my god, you're a late bloomer. Oh my god.
I don't know.
You didn't have a crush when you were 12.
Not a sexual crush.
Not sexual, but like you wanted to kiss or hold hands.
No. No.
You didn't even want to hold hands.
No. At 12 years old, girls are gross, and vice versa. That is. Listen, if you enter into puberty early, sure, yeah, okay, I can. Yeah. That's understandable. But before puberty, you literally don't have that in you.
Yeah, I think I guess why you're such a late bloomer. But yeah.
No, at 13, okay, because that's when most people get into puberty. Like at 13, yes, I had crushes, yes, all of that. At 12?
I did remember that at 11 and 12, me and classmates, like female classmates, we talked about our celebrity crushes, and I didn't have any, and our normal crushes. And yeah, I think it's just an Shadow, yeah. Please.
Yeah.
12 years old. How was it looking? Do I have to pity you too?
Why is this a pitiable thing, first of all? What does it even matter?
Just kind of, you guys are so late bloomers.
I
guys- you guys
I
are-
have no vivid memories of those years.
Oh my god. You poor little.
Anyway,
No, it wasn't that eventful. Exactly, they weren't particularly eventful in any way.
anyway,
the
Yes,
kids,
anyway.
yeah.
next scene is another one that I really could have done without. Like, it serves zero purpose. It's just there for the torture porn and for the piss.
Mm,
Yeah, basically
and I
they
mean
pull out
that
the
literally.
mushrooms. They pull out the mushrooms that have
Yep.
kept Rico alive, and it hurt so much that she peed herself. And yeah,
yeah.
moving on. The kids are
basically.
preparing. The kids are preparing to go out again to go continue the adventure. Like Rico's doing arm rehabilitation, and they're patching together the backpack again.
Yeah.
Just the rehabilitation thing deserves a little bit more of a mention. Basically, because of the cuts because of the way that Reg was going to amputate her arm, she had some nerves severed.
Yeah.
Nanachi said she's trying to that she will try to like sew them back together, but she said she's not very good at that. Like, obviously.
Yeah. I would be
and-
concerned if she were.
Yeah.
They
and
were.
So Rico can't actually move her hands.
Yeah.
Outside
she-
of her thumb.
She barely manages to move her thumb a little bit.
Yeah.
Which still is kind of a victory. And with more rehabilitation, she'll probably get more use out of her hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, now the least prepared and most useless member of the team is even less prepared and more useless. Wonderful.
Yay.
And yeah, they prepare a small hot air balloon to
give a message and
and
for
yeah.
their surface dwellers.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's basically it. That is the show.
Yeah. They go out, they do their little adventure, and Nanachi's leaving behind the place she and Media has lived in.
And the
Yeah.
They and Media.
and the episode, however, ends with one
Something
particular
different.
character. We see
Oh,
one-
yes.
We see a certain character in front of a whole lot of red lights or things that shine red.
Light bulbs.
Yeah, and he notices that one of them has gone out, and well, that character is none other than Bondrude. And he then basically says,
I have
Congruent.
it written down in quotes.
"Oh yeah, go ahead."
He says,
read it.
I see her signature has disappeared. Congratulations, Nanachi.
Mm,
You finally managed to do it.
yes.
I would like to express the extent of my gratitude to you. I would very much like to see you again.
Oh, hello, Jan.
Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Have you slept well? So yeah, this is the end of Maiden Abyss Season 1. Season 2 is going to come out soon. If you guys want to know how long my notes are, they're 38 pages.
Yeah. Damn, almost 6 hours.
Yep.
Yep, you're right.
Yep. Well, this is quite a bit longer than a silent voice. So.
Well,
Yeah.
the runtime for Made in Abyss is also longer, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah, 38 pages of
Yep.
Ren's notes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just cracked up like that.
She really decided to completely upstage me this time, because last time I was the only one with notes, and I had quite a few notes on a silent voice, and yes,
I mean,
that is probably longer than a lot of dissertations.
Yeah, it's clear to me that Rin wrote the longest notes out of us all, because even though I wrote a lot, I did not write as much as.
How many
Rin.
did you write?
I don't know exact page count, but the word count was like around like 15,000.
Oh wait, I want to look at my word count. So words is 23,646.
Mine's about 1,000.
This is like a whole book. I made the Communist Manifesto.
The manifesto, yes. Rin 120%. Yeah.
120% bullying today. Yep.
So yes.
Today though, when I talked about us trying to do the call earlier so that Shadow has time to prepare, so that we are on time, and and right after you responded to that, saying it will start on time, and I got so creeped out. I was like, I got a shiver down my spine. I was like, oh my god, I have the fear of God.
Well, it did start on time, didn't it?
It did start on time.
Absolutely.
I think we even started slightly earlier. That's we were right on time.
Yeah.
And next time we're going to be late.
Just to give my rating for the last episode, it's an 11 out of 10.
Yes, nice.
Because holy crap, this episode. It would have been a 12 if not for the final few scenes.
Yeah.
But I can overlook that kind of because Jesus Christ, the whole Midi and Nanachi story is.
Midi and Nanachi story is tear-jerking. So, you guys, I will probably watch anime that brings me to laughter instead of crying or doing those weird things of the sexualization with kids. Like, for example, Osama ranking.
Yeah.
Whatever we do next, should be a lot lighter than this.
Yeah.
A lot more, well, maybe not lighter, but more positive than this.
Yeah. I
do have some suggestions that we can discuss later
Oh yeah,
on.
absolutely. I personally will now go watch Asobi Asobase and watch how insane these girls are.
Thank you for contributing points, Kobu. And yeah, well, that was, I guess, it for ANUpod episode 2.
Yep.
Yep.
So thanks to everyone for watching, and if you're watching on YouTube, thanks to you, of course. And
Thank you very much.
And if you are watching on YouTube, you will find links and all that to Rin and Helix in the description.
I have a YouTube and I do memes.
And you will also see it pop up to their channel. You will also see their channels link directly to them on screen at this point in the video, if you are watching on YouTube.
Yay.
So
thank you for doing it this far. This is too long. This is 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yep, it's almost 3 a.m. over here.
It's nearly 2 a.m. for me and you, Shadow.
Yeah. So yeah.
Let's rate someone very quickly.
Yeah, I think I found someone. I just picked someone from my following list with just very few viewers, just because none of my usuals are online. So
or asleep. Who is it going to be?
Yeah, who's it going to be?
Sliver Star VT.
I don't think I know them.
I don't think I know them too.
I don't know them much either. I just follow them though. So. But they have one view. They have one viewer though, so
we will give them some more.
With 2 viewers, if you would like, who I know. But no, if you want to get to know this person better.
I mean, I'm gonna go to bed pretty soon, so I'm not gonna exactly hang around though. So.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's nearly 2 a.m.
Yeah.
But you can't sleep well.
So,
Bye,
yeah,
guys.
it will
Cheers for the depression vibes. Thank you.
Suppose it will be Sliver.
Let's go. We have to speed. We have to speed.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is ANUpod. This is what we're getting together with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like spending time with friends. Minus the alcohol.
So not much different on my end then.
And I don't even drink. I don't like alcohol, so.
Exactly, same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Someone I can relate to finally.
so yes, thank you all for watching and sticking and coming by, and of course there was a raid and that was great. And
And now we're fulfilling the circle of life with raiding ourselves.
yes, raiding Sliver who's playing Elden Ring.
Let's go.
So yeah, thank you for watching and bye bye, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.